The officer didn't get a good look at him, and the perp scattered real fast when he heard the cruiser approaching. My spine stiffens. I drag a hand over my face. Shit. Sheriff, you ought to know Shelley found something in one of Faye's photos. It could be a real long-shot motive, but listen. As soon as I tell him about the meteorites and the connection to Hudson, Shell arrives and finishes the story, noting where he can track down the same photos she found online. I hardly do any of that social media crap. There's no need when you're the only good full-time mechanic in town, but Drake gets how to pull up the info. There's something else you should see, he says, pulling up the tablet at his side housed in a thick, reinforced rubber case. He punches at the screen a few times before pushing it toward me. Take a good look. Mickey got out with a flashlight and took those photos last night. You can see a few boot prints heading into the brush. Might be a few remnants by the back porch. Damn it, he's right. Heavy-duty impressions left in soft dirt stare back at me, taunting and infuriating as hell because they make no sense. These are workman's boots. Not the kind of shit I could ever fathom that Carson jagoff being able to maneuver in if he deigned to own a pair of something so blue-collar, and definitely not something he could outrun a cop in. Muddy boots, I grind out, more to myself than the sheriff. I need to check if Marty's followed up on that guy yet. Supposedly he mentioned working for North Earhart when he came stomping around at Aunt Faye's sale like a foul-tempered buffalo. I'll follow up for sure. Don't you guys worry. I'll make the rounds personally tonight, and we'll also have patrols sweeping Amelia's, he promises. I grasp his hand in a brotherly handshake. Here in Dallas, the police are your neighbors, and the badges a formality. Everybody here has a hand in keeping this town clean, and we don't take kindly to bullies or outsiders looking to shit up our home. As he leaves, I make a mental note to ask Faye to confirm who hit her up about that shelf and to tell me about Muddy Boots again. She only called the other guy a nice young man. I don't know how old Carson Hudson is, but to Faye, anyone under 60 is a spring damn chicken. More importantly, I've got exactly 2 suspects who might have Grandpa's old Winchester, assuming they haven't sold it already. As if she's reading my mind, Shelley asks. Are we jumping to conclusions? Don't know, honestly. Both of these people are shifty as hell. I don't like Carson Hudson. My sixth sense spins like a broken compass ever since he blew into town and started making goo-goo eyes at Shell. Throw in the weirdness with his antique hunts and his desire to outstay his welcome, and I'm near certain he's up to something. At the same time, I hate to judge someone for no cause, even when they're slicker than an eel rolled in bacon grease. We also have another suspect, a belligerent creep I would have knocked out cold if I'd been there the day he went off on Aunt Faye. If I learned anything that day, I wound up wearing pieces of my friends. It's never, ever jump the gun. We thought we were moving into a simple escort mission, securing a convoy route. We thought the enemy presence was virtually non-existent, like all the intel reports said. We thought we had air support when they hit us out of nowhere, and when the pricks in the hills started with their suppression fire. We thought wrong that day about everything, and being wrong has consequences. It cost my whole unit life and limb, and took whatever sanity I had left. The worst part is, we suspected somebody dropped the ball higher up the chain of command. One of the dime a dozen mistakes from fresh-faced officers who joined the Afghan gauntlet full of brains that weren't compatible with what was happening on the ground. When I demanded an investigation, I got a web of red tape to go with that Purple Heart I chucked into the bottom of my nightstand drawer, along with those letters I wrote for Shelley in my heart's blood. The investigation, The official report was marked as unresolved not long after my discharge. Unrefucking-solved. Why was I the lucky one? Things like that don't just happen without someone's dick hanging out of their pants, sloppy errors that got good soldiers killed. If it could have saved anyone else, I gladly would have crawled in the body bag. I wish they came home to their parents and kids and rescue dogs. I'm also shocked as hell that wish isn't as strong as it usually is when I turn and look at the beautiful face that haunted me while I was in that pit. While I lost myself.
Weston?
I shake my head, clearing the funk, and look into her wondering green eyes. What the hell are we actually doing? Nothing about me is close to resolved, and never will be. I can't pull her into that even if we're just, friends with benefits. Fuck. I hate that phrase, despite how accurate it is here. Did you find Mr. Whiskers? I ask. Frowning, she looks at me for a long moment, no doubt sensing I'm changing the subject.
Nope, no sign of him yet. I did notice a few of those footprints Drake mentioned. They're mostly scratched away now from the morning frost and the wind, but they're there if you want to take a look,
she says, catching a lock of her hair and twirling it nervously. Do I scare her sometimes? I should. He'll show up when he's hungry, I'm sure. And thanks. I'll check again before I go. I pick up the screwdriver and pretend to tighten that lock one more time. I can feel her watching anxiously behind my back. Trying to make light of everything, I say over my shoulder. These jobs always take twice as long as you expect.
Uh-huh,
she mutters softly. She's too smart to buy my act, or I'm that shitty of a liar. At least it doesn't stop her from planting a quick, understanding peck on my cheek.
I pulled a few other pairs of your aunt's shoes out of the closet while I was up there. They were dirty, so I gave them a good cleaning. I'd better put them away before I forget.
She walks into the house, and I rub the back of my neck like I'm being swarmed by mosquitoes. Damn, this tension has nothing on 1,000 little bloodsuckers. I hope like hell it won't cause me a migraine. That was the worst after I came home, hurting like a jackhammer lodged behind my right eye while I tried to quit the bottle and fought to dry myself out. I had to take shots for them after the ambush to be functional. It still isn't fair. Good men and women lost their lives, and the only injury I wound up with was a little shrapnel scar on my leg, a long night of panic pinned under debris, and these blinding fucking headaches. By the time I've quadruple-checked the locks, Shelley's in the living room, dusting and cleaning the glass display cases. She looks so much like she belongs here, it hurts. How do I fix this? How do I rock her to pieces like I did today, knowing it has an expiration date? The answer that gnaws at me isn't one I want to entertain. Make sure it doesn't happen again, you dolt. I drive her back to the B&B and decline a dinner invite, saying I need to get to the shop to catch up on business. It isn't a lie. That's where I go and bury myself in replacing a transmission on an old Dodge Ram now that the gasket set arrived with my last parts order. I'm covered in transmission fluid by the time I'm done, and the phone in my makeshift office rings. Rick has already left for the day, so I answer it and agree to a tow job on the interstate. An evening rain starts as I'm heading outside. I take my sweet time walking to my truck, feeling like I need the coolness on my face, my shoulders, the back of my neck. I need them so that when I lose it a split second later, the red-hot anguish bleeding from my eyes is just between me and the maker of this universe. This is my life. A hot-ass mess scraped off a cruel griddle. I'm destined to be a grease monkey with a chip on my shoulder the size of a 100-year-old oak tree. Nothing more. And I'd better remember it. That chip will always be there. There's no redemption. Not in Shel Simon's arms, or her kiss, or even in her heart.
15. Pigs get fat. Rochelle. There are still no lights on at Weston's place, and I'm about to eat my own liver. I'm wearing out the carpet, pacing in front of the window, looking across the field, waiting to see a single flickering porch light, a sweep of headlights. Anything. I sent him a text earlier, asking him again to join us for supper. On a tow up the interstate. Won't be back till late. That's what he said when I checked the text again. Be careful, I'd sent back. I can't help being on edge since leaving Faye's place with Drake's news about the latest prowler, and because I could read something on his face he wouldn't say, right behind that rare smile that still seems like a treasure. Flash forward. It's late, raining, and almost 11 o'clock. My nerves flick hot as I sit down on the chair by the window, watching for a light to come on. The October cold arrived tonight in force. I shudder at the moan in the wind. But when I replay the last 24 hours, a smile tugs at my lips. I hadn't drowned when I seized my chance to swim. Oh, and we were both rewarded dearly for our courage. Letting Weston take me over in the back of his truck was one long, unexpected fever dream. My body remembers too well, strumming with desires only he can satisfy. I'll be exhausted and sore tomorrow, no matter how late I turn in, and I still want more of him. Even so, I hope I didn't make anything awkward at the end. Did he just need his space when I left because he was worried about Faye and the intruder? Or was something wrong in that gorgeous head of his, thanks to me? I hope he gets it. Hope he understands there can be an us, if only for a few weeks. Yes, I know I'm the brat who never stopped crushing on him, not even when he made me madder than a hornet. I also hope that before I leave, some small part of him knows he can open up with me. He can tell me things about himself, his life, his dreams, and his agonies. And if he's ready, he can give us both closure. I won't judge him harshly if he just tells me why I never heard from him for 7 freaking years. After today, I'm not even mad, just worried for his sake. I hated how his eyes went dark before I left, filled with this faded, somber look. He pretended everything was cool, but I saw through his act. I think it's why I haven't gotten so much as a bad joke texted back. He's avoiding me now, but why? Hopefully telling him about the latest with Carson will help. Sad to say, I'm less sure than ever he's the man behind Faye's trouble. He showed up back at the B&B today with a trunk packed with goods bought from local farmers. That's what he's been doing every day, driving wherever the country roads spidering out from Dallas lead, stopping at homes and inquiring about anything they'd like to sell for quick cash. He carried a couple of old tin signs and a pair of leather chaps inside. I listened while he told Faye about them and apologized for not following up about her bookshelf. He mentioned nabbing a few old lovely lamps, too, the handcrafted stained glass type that are hard to come by anywhere these days. Predictably, Faye gushed all over him, insisting we go see his jackpot. With Carson standing there, offering an almost apologetic smile, I couldn't say no. Do I still want to flip him off? Sure. Just a little less than before, and I may not like it, but he was as genteel as ever, if a little frosty toward me, opening his trunk and carefully unwrapping a stained glass lamp for us to see. "It's right up your alley, Rochelle. See the little airplanes?" He pointed to the designs in the stained glass, 100-year-old aircraft that would have been the norm in Amelia Earhart's era. I pretended to be impressed. "It'd be perfect for Amelia's, I believe, but finders keepers, you understand," he said with an oily wink. So his manners may suck, but I'm not sensing criminal mastermind vibes off him. Still feeling skeptical, I scanned other areas of his car discreetly, looking for anything shaped remotely like Faye's missing gun. Nothing turned up, and Carson happily boasted about his new trophies. The guy wouldn't shut up for 20 minutes about a box of musical beer mugs from 19th century Bavaria that he got for a steal from a farmer near the Montana state line. Surprise, surprise. To my disappointment and slight relief, he acted like what he claims to be, just a well-dressed collector looking for old things to play middleman with. I should be happier because it screams muddy boots must be our robber. Weston should be thrilled with something concrete to go on if he ever comes home, but somehow it just doesn't feel that easy. The other guy feels like a walking question mark. With Carson, we know who he is and where he's staying. If Marty can't suss out this other guy, it's scary to think about. That means we have a loose cannon skulking around town, whereabouts potentially unknown, watching and plotting his next heist. He could even turn violent. Tucking my feet under me, I snuggled down in the chair, staring out into the chill fall night at Weston's dark lump of a house. It's a tad more peaceful tonight, at least, all nervousness aside. Now that I know Carson is nothing more than an annoying guest, I can relax and focus on West and the 1,000 nagging questions he kicks up. Maybe I can figure out where he goes when those bright blue eyes fade into a dusky, restless cyan. It has to be the war, I'm sure, and I want to help him. I want to heal him before I leave, no matter how ridiculous that sounds. And if he does, if I can give him that, will I leave him at all? I mean, I'll have to head back to D.C., and as hard as it is to imagine carrying on a distance thing, it wouldn't be impossible. If we're that good, if we're more than just mind-bending sex, would he ever make a new pact? Would he write me for real? Would he stay in touch? Would he want me to come home someday and stay? This time for good. Ow! I muttered, jerking up with a stinking kink in my neck. I must have dozed off. The next thing I know, it's after 3 in the morning when I check my phone. Weston's place looks darker than ever. This dense shadow in the distance. I could have missed him while napping, and I wouldn't even know it. Sigh. Frustrated, I head to my bedroom, undress, and crawl into bed with a yawn. I'll just have to give him the rundown about Carson in the morning. I consider texting to make sure he's home, but I don't want to wake him, nor do I want to become one of those girls, the fluttery social butterflies who get so clingy they send guys running like their butts are on fire. The next morning when I'm up and caffeinated, I'm excited to see Hercules at the fence, grunting a hello as I walk across the lawn. I'd checked on him yesterday evening with Faye, and though he was up and walking around, he still hadn't been quite his usual perky porker self. He's Mr. Congeniality this morning, mushing his adorable black snout between the boards before I arrive. "Good morning to you too, big guy," I say. "Glad you're feeling better. You really gave us a scare the other morning." He grunts affectionately, trotting toward his feet trough, as if to say, "Less talk, more food. This belly wants to make up for lost time." Laughing, I dump the bowl's contents over the fence. I'm surprised to see feed in the trough. It wasn't there last night when I was over with Faye, meaning Weston already fed him this morning, and that means he's home. After adding the scraps and setting the empty bowl on the ground, I walk to the back door of the house and rap at it softly. Why do I feel so jittery? My knock goes unanswered, and the door is locked. Walking around the front, I notice his pickup isn't in the driveway. My heart deflates as I pull out my phone and open my contacts. "Did you already leave for work? I came by to give Herc breakfast," I text. It feels like an hour passes waiting for a reply. Really, it takes no longer than a quick walk to the porch, where I open the screen door and check to make sure the front door is locked. Can't be too careful with these break-ins way too close for comfort. Yep, got a lot to do before I meet Falk at Aunt Faye's with the new security stuff. How's our boy doing? He looked better late last night when I got home. My disappointment hitches up, even as I tell myself there's no good reason it should while I'm texting him back. Hercules looks better today, more like his old self and his old appetite. He's gobbling up last night's scraps right now. I add a pig face emoji. His reply is almost instant. I figured he'd dive right in as soon as he could eat again. Crazy-ass drama hog. Thanks for feeding him. A gif of a pig almost as big as Herc suckling at a baby bottle follows. I snicker. He's very good at making it hard to stay mad at him. I also understand he runs his own business, and he's a busy guy, so I send a final text, promising to cut it off there. Let me know if you need any help at Faye's house later, I text, tacking a smiley face emoji onto the end. Will do, baby. One silly little word and my heart somersaults. That baby makes me feel infinitely better. I walk back to the B&B and mix up a batch of blueberry muffins so they can bake while I work on everything else Graham's breakfast menu needs for today. Carson actually joins us for breakfast this morning. From the kitchen, I overhear him chatting up a storm with Faye about the quaint old farms in the area hiding 100-year-old hidden gems. His voice sounds more animated than anything I've ever heard as he brags about his finds and hopes to strike it big before the car show. Graham joins in, offering suggestions for folks who might have vintage goods lying around that they'd want to part with for quick cash. By the time I'm at the table with them and dishing out breakfast, I'm listening but not that engaged. I'm trying way too hard to come up with an excuse to drive over to Faye's house this afternoon. If I do, I'll have to borrow Graham's car. She keeps it tucked away in the garage on the side of the house, or I could borrow one of Grandpa's less valuable rides if she'd let me, I guess. Maybe it would pique West's interest more than whatever I've got in my suitcase that qualifies as sexy. I didn't exactly plan on coming to Dallas to impress men, so I packed light. Frilly lingerie was the last thing on my mind. The few pieces I own are still buried in my apartment half a country away. My eyes drift to Graham as she laughs at some old story about saddles Carson feigns interest in. I bet she'd even let me borrow the old motorcycle if I asked. Imagining the look on Weston's face if I showed up on the same bike I crashed and he fixed ages ago makes me grin. Of course, I know Falk will be there, so a repeat of yesterday can't happen even if I want another roll in the back of his truck. And God, do I ever. But just being there and enjoying West's company would be wonderful enough. What's got you smiling like that, Rochelle? Or should I say, who? I look up to see Carson staring right through me. My shoulders tense as I rake my eyes over him. No, he doesn't sound hostile or jealous, but there's something in his voice that just seems nosy. Like he's trying way too hard to sound numb, friendly, but disarming as he snoops at my life. Thinking fast, I glance at Faye, whose grin might be the only one at the table wider than Graham's. Oh, just thinking about Hercules. He couldn't get his food down fast enough this morning, and he ran right up to me wanting pets. I'm over the moon to hear it. Faye looks at Carson. The poor boy got into something that left him with a dreadful bellyache. Oh, yeah, Hercules, the pig. Same one who belongs to your nosy neighbor? He gives me this thin, guarded smile. I'm instantly offended. That's him, I say flatly. Just because I've discovered he might not be a psycho thief doesn't mean I have to like him. Or his sewer almonds. The vet thought he got into some weird, crappy almonds that made him pretty sick. He had us all worried. Crappy almonds? Carson echoes, lifting his chin like he's offended. That only incenses me more. He should be more than offended. He should apologize, at least to us humans on Herc's behalf. Yep, almonds. I found 2 bags he got into just flapping around. For a second, he goes ashen, like he thinks I'm accusing him of some high crime. Oh, well, if those came from me, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Rochelle. My apologies to everyone. Carson turns, flicking his eyes at each of us while patting his side. I just noticed recently that I have a hole in my pocket. I tried fixing it myself, but I'm not much of a tailor. A hole? Well, see here. I could stitch that up for you in a jiffy. Faye says happily. Velma, where's your sewing kit? On the shelf in the sitting room, Graham answers. I'll get it. No, you won't. Faye stands and pushes away from the table. I'll grab it and have this young man patched right up. She waves at Carson. Please come with me, Mr. Hudson. It'll only take us a minute to send you on your merry way. He stands, clearing his throat. Well, if you don't mind, I sincerely appreciate it. I'll certainly compensate you for your services. Nonsense, Faye protests, tapping him lightly on the back and leading the way into the sitting room. I open my mouth to protest, but know I'm letting my bias get the best of me. I may loathe this guy, but there's no need to cause a flap and cheat Faye out of a few bucks. So, what's on the docket today? Graham asks. Mercy me. I've still been so loopy I forgot to look over the schedule last night. Dishes, laundry, vacuuming, more meal prep, and cleaning the rooms, I say, rattling everything off with a smile. I'm a little proud I've been holding down the fort for so long, practically solo, that I've got the weekly routine memorized. Is there anything for dear Faye? Graham asks with a cackle. She's insisting on paying her way while she's here. I believe she wants to stay another week, at least. That gets a smile. I'm pumped to hear how well they're getting along, and that Graham will have company she adores longer. Oh, well, meal prep, maybe? I got a good start on everything this morning. I stand and begin clearing the table. I might go grocery shopping this afternoon to shore up our supplies. Any requests, Graham? There are some things we need. I'll make a list, she says, taking a pull of her coffee. Oh, and you must zoom over there before 2 o'clock, or that greedy coffee woman will have gotten all the good fruit, especially the strawberries. I hold in a laugh while Graham sighs, shaking her head. If she had a tail, it would be flicking the ground in irritation. No worries. I'll get right on it after lunch, I assure her. Do you need a pen and paper for your list? Yes, please. I grab her writing stuff from the front desk and work on clearing the table. Faye has Carson's jacket mended well before I'm finished. I catch one last glimpse of Carson waving goodbye before he dashes away. Good riddance. Faye insists on cleaning his room, and though I mention the meal prep, she won't back down. We end up splitting the chores and have everything upstairs cleaned and polished in no time. I continue vacuuming all the carpeted areas downstairs, and as I'm returning the vac to the laundry room, I hear this odd high-pitched noise, almost like a motor or something squealing. No, wait, an animal? It's definitely coming from outside. As soon as I open the back door of the B&B and let my ears pinpoint the sound, it hits like an arrow through the chest. That noise is faint, distant, and coming from Weston's place. Oh no. Hercules! I yell, taking off at a ground-eating run. With my heart in my throat, I cross the distance between our properties in no time. Just as I'm rounding the barn where I can see the edge of Herc's pen, I notice it's empty. Oh, crap on a cracker, I sputter. My eyes frantically bounce around the grounds, wondering what kind of trouble he's Houdini'd himself into this time. I can't see him in the pen, but I hear him somewhere, squealing like a lost kitten. Hercules, where are you? I call out, shouting as I run. I arrive at the barn and check for loose boards, wondering if he could have pulled something up and gotten inside. He's also not in the only stable he can access through the pig door. Not good. Another erratic squeal sends me flying back to the pen, the side closest to the barn, at the corner, near his water tank. I see it. The boards are split apart like he rammed through them head first, a single sad board dangling in the breeze. Scrambling to that section, I duck down and peer through the opening he's made. The ground is wet, muddy from the slight overflow of the water tank, but I see pig prints. He squeals again, this time more faintly, just before another sound knifes my eyes. A slamming door. Like a car door or something. West? Is he back? I can't see anything because of the house obstructing my view. I take off again for a better look, musing at how good this workout would be if this pig weren't panicking me to death. As I round the side of the house, I see this big black ball lumbering around. Thank God, I whisper. Hercules on the porch, tracking mud all over it, like the impatient little cannonball he is. There's also no vehicle in the driveway or parked along the side of the house. Weird. I didn't hear anyone driving away, and there's no one going down the road in either direction. It could have already turned off the service road, but I would have heard it if someone was speeding away that fast. Wouldn't I? Am I just hallucinating? Freaking out that much over the amazing disappearing pig? I look at Hercules and frown. Are you a watchdog or an escape artist? He snorts glumly, sniffing the porch one last time before he trots over with his dark, humanoid eyes staring up and gleaming. I don't think it's possible, but I'd almost swear his curly-Q tail is wagging. Little dude, Weston is not going to be happy with you. This has to be like the 5th time you've busted out since I've been here. I still give him a friendly pat on the head, which wins me a joyful snuffle. We're gonna work on our manners, okay? West has enough going on. He can't be fixing your pen every week. You and I are going to... I stop talking because I notice something else that's very not right. The front door to the house is open. Not the screen, but the actual door. I know it was shut this morning. Locked. Weston? I shout, somewhat foolishly because if he was home, he'd have surely heard Hercules going nuts. Keeping the pig at my side, which doesn't take much effort when he trails me like a lab, I walk to the door and gaze in through the screen. I see the bookcase in the corner. The top is all shelves. The bottom is a small cabinet and... Holy hell, both cabinet doors are hanging open with books and papers scattered across the floor. My heart stops, stunned into deadly silence from the chill blowing up my back. Someone broke in. I reached for my phone, but realized I left it on the kitchen counter as I charged to the B&B. Well, shit. This is every bad horror movie plot, and it's getting too close to Halloween for comfort. Come on, Guy. We're not ending up like we're too stupid to live, I whisper, running a quick hand down his back and hoping he'll follow. He does, shadowing me at a quick trot all the way. I won't dwell on the bitter irony, Weston pouring so much energy into fixing Faye's place that he left his own wide open. But who the hell would want to come after his stuff? 20 minutes later, Faye and I are both huddled on his front porch, while Herc lounges in the grass nearby, nosing around for food. When Weston arrives 10 minutes later, he's followed closely by Drake's golden black Interceptor SUV painted with the sheriff's crest. I told you to stay home, Weston barks gruffly, climbing out of his truck. My stomach flips over. Yeah, technically he told me to stay home when I'd called him about the break-in, while Faye was busy talking to Drake on the landline. But I never had any intention of listening. We didn't go inside, I say defensively. Will miracles never cease, he mutters, giving me the side-eye. You ladies haven't touched anything? Drake asks. No, nothing. Not even the screen door after I knew it was open, I reply. I grabbed the screen door and the doorknob before the intrusion, though. The door was definitely locked. Got it. Everybody, please stay here. Drake shifts his body weight, unstraps his gun, and slowly opens the screen door to enter the house. Faye starts explaining what happened with Hercules to West. I interrupt because she's too amped up, making it all sound jumbled and confusing. I tell him exactly what I heard and why I came by, finishing with, so, yeah, it was strange to see Herc so riled up, too. He was acting like something scared him. You sure he's not part guard pig? Before West answers, Drake yells from inside the house, Coast is clear. Come on in, folks. Stay put, West says sternly, flashing me a blue-eyed warning. Faye wrings her hands together nervously, her frizzy hair bobbing in the breeze. I take her arm gently and lead her to one of the big rocking chairs on the porch. I actually wanted her to stay home, but she insisted on following me to Weston's. We didn't know if Drake would beat us there or not. Ugh. Maybe I should have stayed home, considering the cold shoulder I'm getting from Mr. Snarly Pants. "You don't have a key hidden anywhere outside?" I hear Drake ask Weston. "Hell no," Weston responds. I move closer to the door to listen. Just like at Faye's house, Drake combs over the lock, photographing it in extreme detail for evidence. "It's just like last time. No visible marks, but I'd say it was picked with a newer electronic tool. They're not like your daddy's crude kits. These damn things only take seconds on old locks, and they don't leave any signs. None that can be detected without a forensics lab looking real hard under a microscope." Drake stiffens, adjusting his uniform. "You sure everything's there? Nothing missing at all?" "Not that I can tell, but I honestly don't remember what I had in that cabinet," West says with a sigh. His eyes flash like beams, angry and searching. "I've got to admit, a lot of the miscellaneous stuff hanging around is crap my parents left behind when they moved. I never bothered cleaning it out. Think I've only opened those bottom cabinets a few times in my entire life." "Seems like the perp was looking for something," Drake says. "He probably hoped there was something more valuable in there than old storybooks." Weston nods grimly. "Guess so." "Shit, I have to say I'm stumped. We've never had targeted break-ins like this with flashy new tools from polished criminals. Almost makes me want another round of mafia dickheads and escaped tigers." Drake jokes darkly. "Yeah, damn it. Me too," Weston says. "I've got one theory, though. Aunt Faye and I were the last two targets. What if someone's after my family? I better give Uncle Grady and Willow a heads up." My heart sinks into a crater. I don't know why, but I feel like I'm partly responsible for this mess, for that worry etched on his handsome face like scratches on flawless marble. If I'd just been a little faster, if I'd spotted a person or license plate or anything, I could have saved him so much grief. I want to help him so much, it twists me inside out. Oh, Weston, just show me how.
16. Hog Chaser. Weston. My guts lash with anger as I pound nails into the boards. Almost a week of sleeting October rain delayed the repair, leaving me to make do with a temporary patch till the deluge stopped and mud like quicksand dried enough to stand on. Hitting something solid hard enough to tear my hand off sounds like the therapy I need right now, and fixing Herc's pen delivers it. Why the hell would anyone break into my house? There's nothing valuable enough to steal. I do well for myself and I appreciate old stuff, but I'm not living in a museum overflowing with antiques. I can't help but think that Carson Hudson has something to do with it, despite Drake saying he ran his name and nothing criminal came up. All logical signs point to Muddy Boots, the mysterious fuck who Marty tells me keeps clocking in and working overtime like he's just another run-of-the-mill roughneck in the oil fields. Shelley also told me about Hudson's business ventures and how he showed them some valuables he'd picked up from locals. She thinks he's legit. Just another jackass with excess money and time to burn, scouring western North Dakota for forgotten junk he can flip for a profit. I don't blame her for feeling that way. I don't blame anybody for going with what's logical. Me? I don't buy shit. It's too convenient. I'm also not sure I buy his reasons for hanging around town so long. There have to be happier hunting grounds than chasing after a few off-the-map farms and garage sales here. Not unless there's something specific he wants that he'll only find in Dallas. Still, I can't discount the ghost of a man we're calling Muddy Boots either. And if I'm right, if it's one of these two strangers, why? Why target my family? What's the culprit really after?
Are you sure I can't help?
Shelley asks, her voice pleading. I clamp my lips tight. That was the only scary part about the whole shitting thing. She was here last week, alone. Shell could have smacked right into whoever the fuck wanted to force their way in and toss my living room. God only knows what might have happened then, especially if this muddy boots dude has so little chill he roared at my elderly aunt. If it weren't for causing Marty trouble, I'd drive over to North Earhart and wait for the snake to get off work. Then I'd break his nose for scaring my aunt within an inch of her life. The thought of Shelley facing his temper makes me sick, and mighty grateful she didn't see anything that would get her noticed. There's been entirely too much of this criminal mastermind crap in Dallas the last few years. First Ridge and Grace, with those guys from Milwaukee after them, then Falk with a nasty rogue from his FBI past. I didn't wind up locked in a cage with a full-grown tiger over nothing. Uncle Grady and Willow had their tango with those animal smuggling freaks. I'm damn glad I had a hand in bringing them down, even if it left me a fresh scar to the head. Maybe that's what's got me on edge more than anything. This town has been a friggin' magnet for trouble, and usually it's a whole lot bigger than weirdos with a hard-on for petty home intrusions and fancy lockpicks. Dallas used to be a place where people weren't afraid to go to bed with their doors unlocked. It pisses me off that someone wants to savage our goodwill, our collective gentleness, and I'm smack dab in the middle of it.
Weston?
Nope, I've got it all under control, baby, I reply, driving that last nail in hard. Luckily for me, I had extra boards left over from when I built the pen. Herc used to have the run-of-phase backyard.
Oh, nice. Did he ever break out there?
She asks, hiding a smile. Never once, and her fence is nothing more than a few old purple-painted boards held up in some places with bungee cords. He only turned into an escape swine when he showed up here. I sniff in disgust, standing to survey my handiwork.
Looks as good as new,
she says, rubbing my shoulders.
Call me crazy, but I think he would have stayed put if he hadn't been spooked by the uninvited guest. He was so panicked when I found him. I just wish I realized why sooner.
The frown she wears tells me she feels worse about the break-in than I do. I'm furious that it happened, yeah, but she's inexplicably beating herself up. Like this is somehow her fault because she didn't team up with Herc to track down and hog-tie our would-be thief, pun intended. Bullshit, I say. I point the hammer at Herc, who's lying in the shade of the big tree facing his pen where it attaches to the barn. Little man, you bust out one more time and you'll be in the freezer. I'm not playing, I grumble. He gives me back a lazy, defiant snort. I hate how the pig knows my bark is worse than my bite. Draping an arm around Shelley's shoulders, I urge her to walk beside me into the barn. You don't need to be so freaked. I won't really make him pork chops. Probably, I add under my breath. She snickers, her auburn locks fluttering in the wind.
I know you won't. You're a total softie.
She wraps an arm around my waist.
But I do wish you'd reconsider putting some stuff in Graham's safe if you've got any valuables. Even anything sentimental like the scrapbook. You know how massive that safe is. She only keeps a few trinkets in there since Grandpa used it for paperwork and a few old gold coins. She sometimes offers guests space if they ask for secure storage. I'm sure she won't care if you do.
I've got nothing safe-worthy, Shell. I set the hammer on the shelf, and keeping my arm around her, we walk to the door that leads inside the barn.
Sure you do. What about the family heirlooms all over your place?
I open the door, let her in first, and then close it behind us with a shrug. Heirlooms are only valuable for the memory, not nearly as important as living people. Wrapping my arms around her, I pull her close, feeling this thin cord in my head snap. Never go running off to an active crime site when I say don't, okay? Her eyes narrow.
Oh, please, this isn't Washington or Baltimore, West. Nobody was lurking around in your house, waiting for me with a knife. I was worried about your stuff getting stolen.
You'd be surprised. This place isn't as quiet as you remember. Just ask anybody on a lively night at the Purple Bobcat. They'll tell you what this town's been through lately, and it'll sound like a true crime show, I tell her. Also, my stuff can be replaced. You, not so easily. The fight in her shamrock green eyes softens as she leans into me, accepting my hold.
Yeah, people, not things. I get it.
She loops her arms around my neck with a kind smile.
But things with meaning still matter. They're living records of people and places worth keeping alive.
A rough sigh heaves out of me. I know I shouldn't be doing this, but staying away from her all week was a special hell. Maybe so, or maybe I'm more interested in the folks right in front of me. If she doesn't get who I mean the most, I'd better show her. I capture her lips in a long, torrid kiss that's not meant to entice. It aims to prove how important she is to me, how bad I ache to protect her, how treasured she's always been, even when I was too busted up to keep my promises. As I end the kiss, I hold her greedily to my chest. The murmur she exhales feels precious. Again, I wish things were different. They aren't. They never will be. She's her, I'm me. Two opposites fated to be jerked around by a gravity that says they can't coexist. She steps back as I lessen my hold.
I'll help you clean up your living room. You haven't had a chance to put everything back together yet. It's the least I can do,
she says with a tone that says she's not taking no for an answer. That makes me chuckle. Knowing her, if I resist, she'll sneak back over here and do it while I'm at Faye's, helping Falk fine-tune the new security system. Looks like I'll have him order one for my house, too. I'll probably never need it, not after Muddy Boots slips up or Hudson leaves town, but better safe than fucking sorry. All right, I say. Go knock yourself out.
I will, and I'll help you find stuff for Graham's safe.
I roll my eyes at her, shaking my head.
Don't you even start, Weston McKnight,
she warns with a wagging finger, trying not to laugh.
You have things worth keeping, I'm sure of it.
I'm positive there's not much. Still, I humor her with my silence as we head to the house. It doesn't take long to pick through the cabinet's contents and get everything back in order, or for her to stack up stuff that she thinks needs a home in Thelma's basement safe. I give in, agree with her, and kiss her one last time before I help carry 2 boxes over to the B&B. It's mainly papers and old photos from when I was a kid. All the crap I've never had time to look through. She's convinced it's my family's crown jewels. Because why wouldn't a few musty old books and brittle papers thrill the pants off a history nerd? Thelma and Faye have a mess of sandwiches ready for lunch, and they insist that I stay and eat with them before we haul everything downstairs. I agree, wondering why the 2 old gals keep sharing secretive smiles that seem a mile wide by the time I've devoured my last bite. Aunt Faye's definitely in a giddy mood since extending her staycation at Amelia's. The conversation turns to the old car show that's coming up lightning fast.
Have you picked the boys and girls yet for their next rodeo?
Thelma asks, code for Doug's old cars since they were almost like extra children. The whole kitchen sink, minus the Corvette and the bikes. You've still got the list, right?
Oh, yes.
She smiles sheepishly, adjusting her reading glasses.
Sorry, this old mind needs a wee nudge every so often. Wish you could put a little elbow grease into fixing my head sometimes.
I smile at the thought.
Why not the bikes, or the Corvette? That thing still looks brand new,
Shelley says, tapping her fingernails on the table. The old Corvette's way too valuable, I explain. It's a museum piece. I don't say that lightly. No good reason to bring it out of mothballs for display and risk scratches from some careless bystanders.
Museum-worthy?
Thelma perks, shaking her head.
That old thing? Malarkey.
No lie, Mrs. Simon. I've explained it to her before and encouraged her to raise her insurance on the barn years ago. Like most old ladies sitting on a secret fortune, she won't budge. I badly wish she'd reconsider. The Corvette is a 1967 L88. There were only about 20 of them ever made, and even fewer of them around these days. That ancient car alone could easily make her a multi-millionaire. Only dollar signs are invisible to her.
I remember when Doug brought that thing home.
She muses like she's reading my mind.
He picked it up in Kansas City from this fellow who was overseas with him and Jonah. He was awful proud the guy let it go for a song, just as long as he promised to always take care of his baby.
I nod. She pauses and looks at me.
Promises are promises, Weston, and promises Doug made are golden. We're selling over my dead body.
Graham, Shelley hisses, and Faye tips her chair back from laughing so hard. How could I forget? He picked it up not long before I shipped out to boot camp. Almost had a heart attack at 20 when I first saw it, I say, remembering that last summer fondly.
Fine, so the Corvette's a treasure, but what about the old bikes?
Shelley asks, giving me one more reminder why that summer was so special. Really, Shell? The look I beam at her needs no explanation. I'm not saving her cute little ass from crashing that beast twice. She rolls her eyes.
When will you take them to the fairgrounds?
Thelma asks. Saturday morning, I reply. Why, having second thoughts?
Heavens, no,
she says.
I was just thinking, you should take the keys out of the safe when you carry your stuff down to the basement so you don't have to go back there later.
She keeps the keys and titles for Doug's old cars in the safe. Long ago, she gave me the combination to retrieve everything as needed. I'm honored by her trust. It's also a serious challenge opening the damn safe every time. An old dial lock that's as touchy as a hairspring trigger. That's cool. I can grab them next Saturday. With another secretive glance at Faye, Thelma shrugs.
What if you're busy?
She asks, lifting her brows comically.
You young folks can't sit still. Sometimes a few weeks' difference is all it takes to wind up with a new job, new dog, and the love of your life.
I glance at Shelley, who shrugs and frowns as she looks at her grandmother.
I mean, he's got the pet part covered with Hercules,
she says with a wary look. Nice save.
What are you two planning?
Faye sighs.
Oh dear, I was going to ask you. Then I thought I shouldn't because of the break-ins and all of this security fuss, but, well, you know how people will be setting up booths at the car show? In the old 4-H building, I believe?
Yep, lots of local businesses turning up, I say, dredging up the whole list in my mind. The Barnetts will have beer and pumpkins stacked to the ceiling since it's just a few days till Halloween. Willow's supposed to have Bruce there to raise money for the cat sanctuary, and I even heard Tori Faulkner will have something popping for her dance studio. North Earhart is sponsoring the whole shebang. They'll have games, a band, and horses galore, Edison and Edna for sure, supposedly with 100 fail-safes to keep them from escaping, but we know how that goes. Their knowing smiles say they both already know about the event. It's the last big fall bash the town has before winter, and flyers are plastered all over. Why are you asking, Aunt Faye?
Well,
Faye says, extending the word with a shy grin.
Thelma and I were thinking that she should have a booth for the bed and breakfast. I could pitch in, of course, maybe throw together some things that haven't sold yet at my sales on a table as well.
Are you sure you'd be up for that? I ask Thelma. She's been moving around like a bull rider for her age and condition, but I hate to see her push it too far, too fast, and trigger any nasty setbacks.
You'll need that big dog leash you use for the pig to keep me home, Sonny.
Thelma flashes her pearly white dental implants.
Heck, with Shelley being at the helm, I've been resting so much that I'm fixing to get bed sores. We're ready to party. We just didn't know if all the booths were taken yet or not.
The shine on both their lined faces proves it's something they're chomping at the bit to do. I can add you to the list, if it's all right with Shell, I say, flashing her a knowing look. She nods.
Can't see why not. It won't be that much work getting you a space.
Oh, lovely. Except I'll need a strong hand muscling everything over there Saturday morning,
Faye says with a pained look.
But you'll be busy with the cars, won't you, West?
Most people are setting up their booths on Friday night, I explain. We can move everything over then. Recent crime events have me adding. The building will be locked up at 10 p.m. that night, so everything should be safe inside.
You really don't mind?
Faye asks.
I know it's asking a lot, but we have to be there, West. We know it's a big part of your fundraisers, and bless you, we want to help.
I don't mind. I also won't mind if she unloads a few more items she's been trying so hard to sell to strangers. The sooner she runs out, the better for my peace of mind. I'll get your names listed and your tables assigned. I'll handle the muscles so you won't miss the fun.
Thank you, dearie.
Faye pats my arm.
This is so exciting.
The two of them start chattering a mile a minute about tablecloths, decorations, and carving pumpkins. As soon as I'm done eating, I stand. I'll get my stuff downstairs and then head over to meet Falk. He's helping optimize the new system with practically everything installed.
Let me help.
Shelley sets down her napkin and stands up. I'll finish eating, I tell her. I'm not sure I have any room left in my head for soft green eyes and strawberry lips I constantly want to sink my teeth in. I don't need that distraction.
I'm done,
she says, already swishing her hips to the kitchen as she stuffs half a sandwich in her mouth before I can say another word. Damn her. There's no sense in arguing, I guess. After Shell returns, we collect the boxes and carry them through the sitting room to the basement door, taking our time on the narrow concrete steps leading down.
Is Grandpa's Corvette really worth Major Moolah?
She asks while we're heading downstairs. Yep, there were only a handful ever made. Marty didn't know that either, and I wonder if even Doug and Old Man Reed realized just how rare this model was when he bought it. I helped him confirm its authenticity years ago. We matched the VIN numbers with the original 20 from '67. It's the real deal.
Dang. Then why not put it in the show? I know you're worried about idiots banging into it, but it sounds like it'd be a once-in-a-lifetime sight.
I shrug, shaking my head. I told Marty and Thelma, the only other people who know about the car, that it's better to keep it mum unless Thelma ever decides to sell. Or even if it's part of your inheritance with Marty someday. There's no telling how much interest you'd attract, and not the good kind. She pauses, chewing her bottom lip.
Is that why you have it triple wrapped and raised up on blocks?
Yeah, I've done everything I can to keep it in pristine condition. Still, every time a summer storm rolls through in force, I think of that car in the old barn and pray we never get a twister touching down on the Simons property.
Are any of his other cars like that?
She asks. I pause in the corner next to the safe. Just like the storage barn, the basement is swarming with valuables old Doug pulled together over the years. No, he's got plenty of awesome wheels in great condition with solid resale value, but nothing quite like the Corvette. Nothing else in that shed is even in the same universe, I tell her.
Jeez. Honestly, it freaks me out a little to know it's been there all this time, sitting like a winning lotto ticket tacked to the fridge. Thanks for looking after it. I'm not sure Marty would have figured out what we've got without you.
She bats her eyes gratefully.
And you're in charge of the whole car show, right? Along with the bazaar?
Second year in a row, yeah. I set the box down to work the safe's combination lock. The bazaar will raise money for vet programs, but I don't want her knowing that's why I'm so involved. I don't want her knowing how scarred I am.
Well, you must be quite the organizer with the monster truck rallies, too. I'm impressed.
Yeah, thanks. I grind out.
What got you so interested in the community? I mean, it's great that you are, but I just don't remember you being a huge volunteer guy way back when.
I grew up, Shell. I snap unintentionally. She flashes a hurt look. Fuck, this is why it's worth keeping secrets. Even just having her sniffing around causes me to lash out like a bear with a mouthful of cactus. Ignoring my own shit, I focus on the dial. Hard part is this thing gets touchy as hell. When you open it, if you go one little click past the last number, it won't work. Then you have to clear it and start over, and you wind up resetting it by spinning the dial at least 3 times in either direction. I explain. She snickers.
Grandpa always had to empty his pockets in the swear jar after coming upstairs for good reason. I always asked why he didn't pick up a safe that'd be easier to open. He liked the idea it would make a thief crazy enough to turn themselves in.
I chuckle. Typical Doug Simon logic. The man was a hard ass with a heart of gold to the end.
Grandma has her own instructions somewhere,
Shell says. What instructions?
I think they're laminated now and stuck in her recipe book in the kitchen, along with all the other miscellaneous instructions for running the B&B.
Shit. She doesn't have the code anywhere on that sheet, does she? I ask, hoping Thelma hasn't started slipping up with old age.
No way, she knows better.
I didn't think so, but I'm happy to have it confirmed. The safe clicks like a secret passage granting access. It's huge and roomy inside. Plenty of room in here as usual. Looks like it should fit on the bottom shelf. I slide in the first box and take the one she's held the entire time. They aren't heavy or awkward. I highly doubt there's anything truly worth locking up, but it's added peace of mind. Once the boxes are secured, I close the steel slab of a door. Thanks, lady. I gotta touch base with Faulkner now. Once we get the security system primed, Aunt Faye can head home and rest easy knowing she won't have some prick climbing through her window at night. Not that she's in any rush to leave here.
I'll miss her. I know that's silly because she's just a few miles away, but she kept Graham occupied enough to actually rest. Her visit worked out like a dream.
I smile. Sure. I hope she hasn't been too much extra work for you. Shelley laughs.
Hardly. She's like an anti-burden, always insisting on helping with chores every day. Faye never learned the word freeloader.
Well, she should be home tonight or tomorrow at the latest. Here comes that awkward tension again. My veins heat like they're pumping hot oil. I slide my hands in my pockets. We're standing face to face, and neither of us makes a move to leave. I know why I don't. This could be my last chance to kiss her for some time. Cupping her face with both hands, I stamp a furious kiss on her lips, knowing full well I shouldn't be encouraging more. There's no future here. We both know it. Still, it's a fight to find the willpower to stop, to break away before we both burn ourselves down. Stepping away in a rush, I head for the stairs. Later, Shell. I gotta go.
17. Prize pig? Rochelle. I consider following Weston upstairs, but I don't. Yes, he's the world's sexiest porcupine, and I'm not risking an emotional sting to the heart. There's obviously a reason why he completely ignored my questions about the monster truck fundraisers, the rallies, the car show, the bazaar, all of it, really. When Marty first told me the rally we went to was a fundraiser, I just assumed Weston was a participant, not the main organizer. I don't know why it's such a sensitive freaking subject. The hot prick in his eyes when I looked at him was too much like a wounded animal. Why? I have to find out. He's gone by the time I get upstairs and find Faye scrubbing dishes from lunch. I grab a towel and help her dry them, listening as she rattles on about all the great stuff that's bound to be at the bazaar. Graham sits at the counter, once again looking through her recipes, licking her thumb and flipping over dog-eared pages every now and then. They're both bursting at the seams over the big event. The list for my shopping trip for this afternoon keeps growing. They cobble together a plan for decorating tables and running small candy giveaways for the people in attendance. Graham has 1,000,000 boxes of pens and notepads with Amelia's logo to pass out, too. She also decides we'll spend Friday baking cookies to sell, with all the proceeds going to Weston. Anything Faye sells from her booth will also go to him. But it's impossible for me to ask who or what he's raising money for. They only stop gabbing every so often to add to my shopping list. Geez, at the rate they're going, I won't even have time to stop by and see Weston at Faye's house. So I decide to stop there first before I hit the store, borrowing Graham's car. As soon as I pull into Faye's driveway, Weston steps out of the house and hurries to my window. "Something wrong?" he asks. "No, I was just going shopping for all the things they'll need for their tables. I thought I'd stop by to see if you need anything." He places both hands on the car door. They're almost like paws, a reminder of how weighty he is, how easily he can pick me up and toss me around. "I'm good, thanks. You really came out here just for that?" He raises a knowing eyebrow. My blood heats a few more degrees. He's wearing a navy blue t-shirt that molds his torso sinfully today, and I can't help but admire his physique. Clearing my throat, I spit out my question. I was wondering, there'll be a dance at the car show, right? He frowns slightly. "Yeah. Why?" I shrug, just wondering what I should wear. "You plan on tearing up the floor?" He snorts, a jagged sound that matches the fiery glint in his eye. Then he rakes me with this look that's jealous, animal, possessive. I try so hard not to shudder. Naturally, I fail. Yeah. I didn't realize it was going to be a classic shindig, complete with costumes and dance moves and bobbing for apples. I'd better make the most of it. You don't find much country dancing back east, I say. "Shindig," he snorts again. His grin shows off the dimple in his cheek. "Careful, woman. Your country roots are hanging out like a wardrobe malfunction." Laughing, I clutch the wheel. "Oh, please. I never minded my roots. One thing I won't let DC turn me into is a snob, West. They'd have to waterboard you, I'll admit. You're a tough-ass gal," he says with a nod, patting the roof of the car. "Well, I gotta get back inside and help Falk finish testing the new system. Have fun picking over fruit for the next hour for your perfectionist granny." "I will." I roll my eyes playfully, watching him walk inside the house before backing up. I wasn't just messing around. I truly don't mind my rustic roots. It actually hits me that there isn't much about DC living I've missed since returning to Dallas, aside from a few bomb barbecue places. Then again, haven't I been hyper-focused on Weston this whole time? And on Graham's mental and physical therapy, of course. This is honestly only like the second time I've gone shopping alone for an extended time. It feels good to be surrounded by so many familiar things as I drive on to Dallas's main drag. For a second, I just park my car and breathe. Time moves slower here, a pace that's easy to fall in love with. Dallas folk live for lazy evenings like these, framed in yellow leaves, whispering breezes, and golden sun that makes the autumn trees glitter. The stores, the people, even the streets feel right. For all its pomp, its manicured lawns, and the elegant bone-white grandeur of the nation's capital, DC always seems dark and formal. It moves faster than you can blink. Here, you get to breathe. You see more than black and white suits and top-notch blouses mingled with touristy splats of color passing by. Cowboy boots and flannel are as commonplace as denim everything. Instead of hushed whispers and careful jargon and over-prepared speeches, you have soft laughter and bawdy jokes. You have gossipy secrets broken up by barking dogs, shrieking roosters in the distance, and even the occasional clip-clop of horse hooves slapping the streets. The educated career girl side of me hates to admit the truth, but how could I ever deny it? Dallas, North Dakota has so much heart, it makes Washington, D.C. feel like a mausoleum. Even the oddballs and potential creeps like Carson Hudson and Mr. Muddy Boots seem like the kind of problems you can handle. They're nothing like the professional crooks and lobbyist groups who can warp millions of lives at the flick of a switch, or the hardened street gangs that give the city its merciless underbelly and sharp teeth. Don't even get me started on the men. As I head into the store, I notice just how common it is to see earthy, broad-shouldered guys muscling their way down the aisles with carts piled high with meats and beer boxes. Even the older gents have a certain rugged charm with their scrappy white beards and amiable smiles. No, they can't hold a candle to West. I'm not sure any other man alive can. But there's a reason why my sporadic dates with the sophisticated, clean-shaven city boys never felt right, and why one particular country boy makes my pulse strum louder than those grinding engines he loves. And compared to the city workweek rush, shopping is actually relaxing. Nearly every person I encounter asks how Graham is holding up after her surgery. By the time I'm done, I'm thinking about just how big this fall show will be, bringing everything I love together. I overheard several people talking about it in the store, and there are flyers posted about it all over town that mention all proceeds going to a state veterans rehab program. That's a solid cause. Why wouldn't Weston just tell me? He should be proud, not hiding his efforts like some guilty secret. Loaded up with everything on Graham's list, including so many cookie ingredients, it'd make the gingerbread man himself blush. I head back and ferry it all inside across several trips that leave me huffing and puffing. It's been a busy evening. A young couple checked into the B&B while I was gone. They mentioned seeing the car show billboard 30 miles up the highway. They're also a polite excuse for Faye to extend her stay, claiming that even though her house will have the security system ready, she wants to help out with the guests and the cookie baking marathon. I agree she's more than welcome. Having her here is awesome for Graham, and I think it's good for Faye, too. She's been lonely in her big house ever since her husband passed away, even if Grady McKnight and his family kept her busy pretty often. The break-in also left her shaken up. West comes by later to update her on the shiny new security system. Graham talks him into staying for supper, and we all dig into a small feast of whipped garlic potatoes, pot roast, and fresh-baked bread so good it might be a felony. Despite the longing looks and friendly chatter we share across the table, my toes curl in my shoes. What do I say to this man now that we've taken a sledgehammer to our friendship? Jesus, what can I say that won't risk flicking salt in wounds I don't even know about? Later that night when he's leaving, Weston walks me outside with a couple sodas and a yawning starry sky. Oh, wow. Yet another thing I forgot I missed about Dallas, I say, pointing up. Everything I've been missing is closer to Earth, babe. He tells me with a low growl that makes me flush. Haven't seen her this happy in ages, you know. Come again? I ask, meeting the warm blue pools of his eyes. And Faye. Ever since Willow stepped into Grady's life, and things settled down after their tiger drama, she hasn't been running after their little girls as much. Having her here with Thelma, working like mad to get ready for the show, gives her purpose, he explains. And I've got you to thank, Shell. This is when we should pounce on each other in gasping kisses and rattled breaths that make 100 filthy promises. I'm so surprised. I jump when I feel his hand eclipse mine, this huge, hot mass twining my fingers with a chaste squeeze. His eyes drive through me and keep going for miles. You're welcome, I whisper, swallowing harshly. And you're stuttering. Do I still make you nervous? Only all the time, I whisper, tilting my face up. Perfectly timed. Because a second later, his grip on my fingers tightens, and I'm lost in a slashing tongue, a hot growl, a dizziness that scorches me. His wildfire kiss sears me from the inside out, delicious and over far too soon. We break away with a startled look and breathless smiles. Say hi to Herc for me, I whisper. Later, he says over his shoulder as he steps into the moonlight. Soon as I get a break, I'm coming for that mouth and that sweet little ass, Shelley. I'm coming home to make you mine. Mine. Isn't it lovely how men can completely unscrew a girl with those words? Staggering back inside, my arms are clasped tight to my shoulders, not from the cold, but because that's how undone I am, how much I need to hold myself together, how scared I am of what I'll become when this inevitably ends. That night sets a pattern for the rest of the week. Weston joins us for at least one meal a day, breakfast or dinner, depending on whether or not he's helping his uncle at the Purple Bobcat or busting his hump at the garage. He's also outside bright and early, meeting me at Hercules' pen every morning with this pungent cup of dark roast coffee. It's a full-bodied, caffeinated shot of perfection from some little specialty shop called The Nest in Hart's Edge, Montana. More guests arrive with each growing day. Last-minute drop-ins coming for the big cat sanctuary, or the cars. It's pure agony that I can't do more than share coffee with him and a few brief, moan-swept kisses. But for now, it's more than enough to make me feel like I'm walking on absolute sunshine. By the time Friday afternoon rolls around, we have everything ready for the booths and spend the entire evening transporting everything to the fairgrounds and then setting up Graham and Faye's booth. I'm pretty impressed with the decorations. Both booths look strikingly adorable with their red and white checkered tablecloths and pots of red geraniums alongside Graham's overstuffed bags of cookies and Faye's random treasures. 2 fat hand-carved pumpkins smile out from the table, both sporting Bruce the Tiger's likeness and a horse head that looks a lot like Edison. They're hardly alone capturing the town's 4-legged heroes in pumpkin. Faye continues crashing at the B&B to no one's surprise. It doesn't seem like she's in any hurry to move back to her house. It may be rigged up with a state-of-the-art system, but that's still no reason to rest easy for an elderly woman living alone after a home intrusion. We've gone over to her house each day with her, though, helping her choose items she wants to sell at the bazaar and to feed the elusive Mr. Whiskers. The cat finally showed up yesterday evening, a lengthy calico beast with smacking lips and loud meows, twining his poof of a body around our legs. I'm just getting Graham's heaping bags of cookies laid out on her table and checking over last-minute prep for tomorrow when Weston introduces me to Grace Barnett. She's heading up the bazaar portion. She's newer, but she seems nice, crafty, and well-organized. She's also married to another relative newcomer to Dallas, billionaire actor Ridge Barnett, which makes her the envy of half the women folk in town and beyond. "Oh, I'm not in charge, Grace insists. "I'm just helping. Weston set the main event up." "I may have thought it up, but I didn't have a damn clue about the logistics," Weston says. "Uncle Grady told me to ask Grace here, and she jumped in to get everything in order." "I just gave things a nudge. Willow, Tori, Bella, and so many others did the heavy lifting," Grace says too politely, taking my arm. "Let me introduce you to them, Rochelle. We all love this town and pitch in when we can." If Dallas's big-hearted soul could manifest in a single person, I think it'd be this lovely woman. A few minutes later, I'm right at home with 4 squealing girls. They've all traded their time in the small-town spotlight and established their reputations here. Although I'm a little younger, I remember Bella and Tori. They're as friendly and beautiful as Grace, hands down. By the time we leave that evening, I feel like I've made 4 new friends. Tori is also Granny Coffee's granddaughter. We share several laughs about our grandmother's epic strawberry duels. Faye already gave Thelma a ride home. I said I'd give you a lift. Weston tells me after the place has cleared out from most of the people setting up their booths. Graham found me earlier while walking around the place and praising her new hip to everyone with an open ear. He wouldn't know because he's been as busy as everybody else. Sounds good to me. I can't wait for tomorrow. This is going to be crazy fun. I mean, it barely even felt like work tonight. I forgot how nice it is to help with something fun. Yeah. There's a note of disbelief in his question. Really? I frown at him. Why do you say it like that? Like what? Like you might not believe me. I figured you'd be missing the city by now. Dicking around with cookies and a few antiques must feel like kindergarten after you've been polishing Patton's medals, he says. I stop, catch his collar, and give him a tense stare. No, sir. You'd have 1,000 people applying for a chance to touch famous people's artifacts. I stretch on my toes and kiss his cheek. Here, the help means something. We're all like one big extended family. For better or worse. He grins and takes my hand. Let's get out of here, so Homer can lock the building. We exit and climb into his truck. A question digs at the back of my mind. Should I try again? Should I poke the grizzly? So, I hear the money you're raising is for veterans programs, I say. Not in the form of a question, but merely a statement. I think that's great, West. Really admirable. They always put the money to good use, he says flatly. Oh, I'm sure they do. You should be proud of what you're doing. He gives me a brief nod before saying, I'll be over by 9 to pull the cars out of the barn. Marty and a couple other guys will help me drive 'em over here. The weather says it's supposed to be sunny, so we'll have them all on display outside. Lucky us, I say. Yeah. I just hope it doesn't get too warm in the building where all the booths are tomorrow. I look him up and down slowly. He's changing the subject again, which doesn't make sense. God, what is it about this veterans thing? I feel like I'm trying to mash together a 100-piece puzzle with 50 pieces missing, plus the image on the box when it comes to him. I know the outer edges, but not what's inside. I used to, but somehow I've lost what I knew. He's certainly changed from the boy who left me behind. Understandable. I've changed plenty, too. Lately, I've wondered if I've changed as much as I thought. I told myself I didn't miss Dallas and the people here, but the past few weeks showed me what a lie that is. I've missed this place, the people, and this man terribly. I also wonder if I should dare hint about going to his house before going home. Every time I look at him, I see those sinful lips branding my skin. I remember all the filthy things he can do with that hellfire mouth besides torment me with words and gaping silence. It's been too long since we repeated what started in the back of his truck. A pulse thrums between my legs, aching with need. Is there anything you need help with tomorrow at home? I ask, unable to think of a better way to hint. No. Everything's in order, Shell. I have to drive out to the Purple Bobcat as soon as I drop you off. He says tiredly. Of course. I'm pretty sure the 13th law of the universe says, mind-blowing sex is always in short supply when you need it the most. I'm disappointed, but I shouldn't be. He's busy for a good cause, and I get that. Man, I don't know how you get everything done. You're always on the go, I say. I like keeping busy. There's real truth in that shit old people used to warn about. Idle hands. I stare at him. What's that supposed to mean? Also, my gutter mind can think of a few hundred ways to keep his hands busy, and every last one of them involves us naked and writhing and clawing each other to pieces. But I can't say that. I'm not that brave. So I keep my mouth shut. Instead, I just kiss his cheek when he pulls into Graham's driveway and jump out of the truck. See you tomorrow. Before I can walk away, he grabs me by the wrist and pulls me back, urging my face down to him again. Not funny. I made you a promise, and I'm gonna keep it. Just as soon as we're past all this work. Till then, don't you dare forget my goodnight kiss. He rumbles like a teacher warning a student who's just forgotten to turn in her 10th assignment. And God, does he warn me? With any other man, it'd be insulting. With Weston McKnight, it's becoming an addiction. When my lips part for him, when I take his tongue, when he traces me like he's etching everything into his head for life, I give in without a fight. And by the time we're done, I wonder if I'll ever fight for anything except more of his rough kisses. Screw hectic. The opening of the car show flies by. The building is jam-packed with excited hordes of happy people all day, more parents than I can count with their kids dressed up like little vampires, ghosts, zombies, and 100 kinds of monsters. Graham sells out of cookies by 1 o'clock, and Faye's last set of pearl earrings is just being handed to the grinning young lady who bought it when the loudspeaker kicks on. Attention, attention. Building A will be closing in 15 minutes. Please make your way outdoors for food, games, and good old-fashioned fun. I smile. Everywhere you move, it smells like heaven. The aromas of savory sausages and cheese curds, and every kind of sugary delight infusing the air. The food vendors will stay open until midnight when the dancing ends. Weston arrives at our booth moments later, wearing a blue denim button-down that matches his eyes. You gals need a hand? I've got a table reserved outside so you can eat and enjoy the music, he says. Oh, thank you, dear. Faye responds, quickly collecting her purse. That sounds lovely. The entire day has been wonderful. How are you holding up? Weston asks quietly as we pack up and follow Graham and Faye to the mass of people swarming out the open door. Worn out from babysitting these two? I snicker. No way. They've been a delight, and they've had a ton of fun. This whole thing was a great idea. I nod at my grandmother, who struts around like she's never had surgery. She barely touched her walker all day. She keeps saying she's never felt so good, and I actually believe her. It's not just her usual grit and modesty. She's been laughing and visiting with people all day. Have you had a chance to check out the car show? He asks. No, the booths were real busy, and I didn't want to leave them alone. Graham was slinging cookies so fast, you'd think they were made of moonshine. He smiles, his expression oddly thin. Few things out there as potent as a sugar rush, especially for Halloween. We'll walk over there after getting them settled at the table, then I'll take you around to the cars. Sounds great. I take his arm gladly as we walk. Sure enough, he has a table for them under an awning. I spot Marty already there, a ghoulish green drink in his hand, and his dirty boots kicked up on a spare seat. Dude, could you try showing some manners? I say. He gives me a pained smile and whips his feet down. Just relaxing. You ought to try it sometime, sis. I'll take over from here, Marty tells me. I know you never left your post all day on cookie duty. Hey, I didn't mind, I tell him. It was fun seeing which cookies went the fastest. I'm going to have to whip up a batch of those fudge-dipped coconut crunchies and see how fast they disappear at the B&B. Yeah, well, I'm here to do my part. No sense in taking advantage of you any more than I already do like every big brother. Marty tugs down his oversized shades and gives us a cringe-worthy grin. Between him and West, I'm not sure whose sense of humor sucks more eggs. But I do know which man wins in the looks department. and it'd be no contest even if I wasn't blood related to the most annoying brother ever. Let me know when you need help getting the cars home. This caramel apple vodka thing's pretty good, but I'll stick to beer the rest of the evening and sober up a few hours before, he tells Winston, and then leans in quietly. I hope that's not messing with you, man. All this booze? I cock my head, staring at them. Nope, Weston says flatly. It'll be a couple hours before we start loading. I'm going to walk Shelley over there now. She hasn't even seen them yet. Pet the Mustangs for me, Marty nods at Graham and Faye. Oh, and I'll get them fed with a couple burritos off the truck. Graham loves 'em to death. So does Faye, Weston says. Burritos, huh? Did Dallas jump that hard on the food truck craze? I ask. Both of them look at me and smile. You've been gone too long, Shelley. You haven't lived till you've had a burrito fatter than your head off Kenny's taco truck, Marty says, thumping his chest for emphasis. They take your regular spice bomb and dress it up real nice. Ground bison, 7 kinds of cheeses, avocado out your ears, and the secret sauce from Hatch Chili's. Kenny himself is even tossing around a new Cuban style as an experiment. That vieja beef with the fried plantains might be my new favorite, even though burritos ain't a Cuban thing. She'll have her pick after we see the cars, Weston says. I don't know if I should be scared of a Dallas food truck, I say jokingly, as we head for the open lots where the cars are all lined up in neat rows, looking like they rolled off their assembly lines yesterday. Dang, Smithsonian, eat your heart out, I say, nudging him playfully in the side. You don't bring these beauties out without bringing out their soul, he says. I smile. He has a nice way with words sometimes for a dude who's so down to earth. I think he's a force of gravity. Your burrito truck better live up to its reputation, mister, I joke. What if I don't like it? He clenches my fingers tighter. Then I'll eat for both of us. Thrilled at the warmth in his moody eyes, I laugh. Deal. Pretty cars and gut bombs for dinner. You're an expert at planning first dates. Who said this was a first, Shell? Could be a second or third that's been delayed 7 years. He gives me a sideways glance, a lopsided grin pulling at his lips. Hand in hand, I blush like a rose while we walk through the rows of museum-grade cars. It's the atmosphere that makes them shine. I've seen Grandpa's cars hundreds of times, idling in storage, but it's different outside in the thinning crowds. People still point when they pass by, sharing memories and laughter from old times, wearing Cheshire Cat grins under their superhero masks. Yeah, I'm not the only one who sees more than an amazingly well-preserved set of machines. These cars are sweetly sentimental for far more than just my family. Some of the older muscle cars and fat, boxy vehicles from the 40s and 50s get awestruck whispers. Will you look at that? Remember driving off on our wedding day in that thing? An older man chuckles to his wife. They share a moment, their eyes worn with the smiles you only get from sharing decades of life together. West and I share a silent look that brings in all the butterflies. It's not just Grandpa's old car collection. It's a few others, too. People have even come from surrounding states to show off their own cars. As we come to the end of the last section, I notice what's parked on the back row. Hey, that's your monster truck. I bump his side gently. Sure enough. The kids always love 'em. There are several others over there, he says. I tug on his hand. Give me a closer look. I've never seen one up close. Like hell. You almost got run over by one. He laughs. I'd say that's close enough. Yeah, you're not counting that stupidity. I roll my eyes at him and keep walking. His rough laugh echoes in our wake, a sound that vibrates through me. He teases me even more once we arrive at the truck, and I'm gawking at the massive tires. You're a size queen. We get it. Lucky for you, I've got all the right equipment, he whispers. Your jokes suck farts, Weston McKnight. I smack his cheek playfully and we both laugh. It's insane how fast he's able to fling me back to simpler times and make me enjoy being a grown woman simultaneously. I'm also eating up these monster trucks that are too much like their owner. Built, righteous, raw. Sleeping giants ready to wake up in an instant to show the world their power, or demolish it in a single heartbeat. His teasing feels like old times. So does that boyish smile on his rugged man face. It's like we're our old selves tonight. He's the boy next door. I fell too deeply in love with years ago. The same boy I've tried like hell to fall out of love with for 7 blistering years. Clearly, living over 1,000 miles apart hasn't worked. I can't tell him that, though. I can't tell anyone, and that leaves a heavy feeling inside me like soot. Time for that burrito, he says, as his stomach lets out an audible growl. Then I'll get these vehicles out of here with plenty of time to spare before the dancing ends. I can help drive them home, I offer. Don't worry, I'll stick to the cars so you don't have to worry about me putting your monster trucks in a ditch. He bumps my shoulder with his. Thanks, lady. That's one less driver I'll have to round up and see if they're sober. I bump him back, but even as we're laughing, an eerie feeling has me glancing around, wondering why my spine quivers. I see him then, stalking behind some cars, staring at us coldly. A lean, tall man with a thick, scratchy beard who looks totally out of place. He's wearing coveralls, a lot like the kind I've seen Marty tromp around in when he drags into Grams straight from the oil fields. He stares at a couple old convertibles, smoking a cigarette, messily flicking the ash close to the ropes around the vehicles every few breaths. West, I whisper quietly, jerking at his arm. Do you think that's him? Muddy boots? Weston turns just as the stranger gives me an ugly look and walks away. Might be. What's wrong? Weston asks. Did it look like he was up to some shit? I don't know. Probably my imagination, I lie, hating that I let one bad look get to me. Whether it's our suspect or not, I'm not letting him ruin this night. Weston glances around and stiffens as another figure speedwalks by the cars. I only get a glance at him, but there's no mistaking Carson, still wearing that stupid formal blue jacket as he stuffs popcorn into his mouth from a paper bag. Thankfully, he disappears into the night a second later. Ignore him, I plead, meeting Weston's angry eyes. He's just a big nerd like I am for old things. He's probably just admiring the cars. I can't say he's wrong to distrust him, though I do believe he's only here looking for antiques to flip for money. It's Occam's razor, the simplest explanation. Still, I wish he'd wrap up his hunting and go home to Boston, or wherever he's off to next. I pull on Weston's hand, urging him along to Kenny's taco truck and away from the antique car show. So, do they have the basic bitch kind? Because, I'm shamelessly a basic bitch when it comes to anything too spicy. Yep, they've got one smothered with chili cheese sauce and mild jalapenos, he says. Yummy. Even the jalapenos. I thought you'd need the burn ward for laying eyes on a pepper, he says with a teasing glance. I've grown up a little, I say. D.C. has some decent Indian food. Plus, I made myself learn to like the heat on this trip to Tucson a couple years ago. His eyes linger on me. It's definitely not the spicy talk that's raising the air temperature. I also know what he's remembering, and I have to fight like mad not to grin. He's so intense, so ridiculously gorgeous, the need inside me vibrates. Always wanted to eat my weight in southwestern food, he says. Glad you've trained your tongue to handle some heat, lady. Oh, God. The way his eyes flick to mine like a whip tells me it's not hot peppers and curry powder on his mind. His eyes stall my breath, twinkling like blue gems in the evening light. Let me guess, you've only learned to like it hotter? I whisper. Hell yes, he rumbles, leaning closer. If we were somewhere private, I'd show you how fucking hot I need it, baby. I am dead. No joking. I'm sure they'll find me unconscious in a Weston-induced coma. I hate how much I love the way he looks at me. Every glance makes me feel beautiful, wanted, needed, yet I pretend I'm unaffected to save face. No matter how much he lights me up, this is a man who still won't lower his shield. Plenty of cold nights are coming. I like hot, I whisper, looking away. You may be grown up, but you're still a brat, he growls. You've always been a gold medalist tease with me. I poke him in the ribs. What? Because I get under your skin at a little old car show? Yes, damn you. He snarls. Pushing his face closer, his eyes shut, he inhales me like I'm pure incense. Holy hell. After a few heady seconds, I caress his face before we find the focus to start moving again. In the burrito line, we're both laughing, swapping stories about the county fairs when we were kids. The table with Graham and Faye is full of familiar faces when we find our way back, carrying double cardboard tubs holding mammoth burritos thicker than my arm. Grady McKnight and his wife and daughters, Tori and Falk and their baby, Grace and Ridge with their family, and Drake and Bella with a couple bouncing children have all joined Marty, Graham, and Faye. They happily make room for us, raising cheery compliments for Weston on the show as we dig into our food. Later, the men agree to help drive the cars back. It's no surprise their wives and chirping kidlets want to ride with them. They each pick a set of wheels. The monster trucks go surprisingly fast, leaving us the old love bug Volkswagen. Smile, I tell him. I love this car. You're the only one. I can barely get my damn head in without bashing it bloody on the ceiling, he grumbles. Hey, come on. Herbie rocks. Did you know my grandparents took a couple road trips out west in this thing? Imagine going cross-country in it for days. You shrink with age, he throws back. Our banter continues, and so does a quick bout of friendly racing as everyone jostles to leave the show at once. Even in the hilariously underclassed bug, Weston wins thanks to several swift driving maneuvers I'm still gushing over as we pull into Graham's and park by the storage barn. While the men pull the cars inside and check them over, swapping loud admiration for every vehicle, the women help me dig out the covers. Once they're cleaned up and strapped in place, we all walk over to Weston's to take his pickup truck to the fairgrounds. 5 of us manage to crush into the back of the truck. Damn, man. I'm pretty sure this has gotta be illegal, Fox says in his Oklahoma twang. Then they'll have to ticket the sheriff for riding in the bed, too, Drake says, winning a round of laughs. It's a cool night. That heavy, almost magical feeling between worlds bleeding into my mind as Halloween approaches. Bright stars wink through holes in the grayish cloud puffs overhead. I think I'm in heaven. This is easily the most fun I've had in eons, and I can't help wondering what happens from here. The dancing hasn't begun, and I'm tingling with nerves. Will he hold me in those arms that make me so delirious? Will he rake me with that claiming look? Will he whisper what's really in his head, his heart, his soul? The band kicks up Maybe Baby by Buddy Holly when we arrive in the old barn decked out with softly glowing string lights. It's a fast, swaying, youthful song. We join in with everyone else, dancing and whirling like overexcited puppies. Even Marty pulls a woman from the sidelines, which makes me grin. Graham and Faye are still at the table, joined with several other old-timers. I spot Granny Coffee, clapping and singing along to the old lyrics, inexplicably shaking an eggplant in her hand. Guess she must have picked it up at one of the farmers' stands or something. Weston moves with me like a dream. I don't have a clue where he learned to dance, but the man could be a master, gliding me around with his powerful arms and gently reeling me back to his embrace. Every pause between songs feels like one long breath, one I desperately need each time his eyes catch mine. Twin blue flames vowing to catch me, burn me, reduce me to a glorious pile of nothing. We barely switch partners for more than one song, and even as the chordette's lollipop rips the night, Weston's gaze clings to me like a wolf with a bone. "You fit back in this time, sis," Marty says as we dance a slow song together. "You're really enjoying yourself. I can tell. It hasn't been like this when you came home before." Duh. Because Weston wasn't here when I visited before, but I can't confess it to my brother. Instead, I say, I've never stayed this long before. More time to settle in, maybe, without the holiday craziness. That's a half-truth. In college, I loaded up on summer classes, so I'd only spent a week at most here. And when my internship started the past couple years, I barely had time to fly home for Christmas. "Well, it's making an awful lot of people happy. Haven't seen West this smiley in ages," he says with a wink. "If it wasn't for the job, would you ever consider moving back here full-time?" The question hits like a rock to the head. Honest to God, I would. The new job at the Smithsonian is a dream come true, yeah. But is it the right dream? Tonight, it hardly feels as important as the people here, especially one man whose eyes hang on my hips. Even if I leave West out of the equation, I can't tell Marty I'm having second thoughts. He stayed home and took such lovely care of Graham, so I could go to school, despite landing a good career of his own with North Earhart later on. It was Marty who let me get the credentials to snag the museum job. I don't dare want him thinking everything he sacrificed in the early years was for nothing. I also fight the urge to beam heated glances at Weston. He's dancing with his little cousin Avery now, right beside us while the girl talks his ear off about Bruce, the tiger's latest exploits. I don't know, Marty. Careers like mine don't grow on trees, and Dallas is way too small for a history center. The closest thing is probably in Bismarck, but I do know it'll be pretty tough driving out of here this time. His face falls. Brotherly compassion glittering in his eyes, a darker shade of green from mine. Damn it. Yeah, I know. Shame there's not a state museum you could land a job at so you could be a little closer to home. But you're chasing your dream. That's the important part. Mom and Dad would be proud as hell. Oof. I didn't expect sweetness from his doofus mouth. Thanks. I do my best to pull up a sad laugh. It rubs me raw. A museum isn't what would make me stay, and I'm not sure my dead parents' approval would either. It could only be a person. A man who's an enigma wrapped in everything bad for me. And right now that man is making me flirt with doing monumentally stupid things. You know, maybe you could start one? Marty suggests with a toothy grin. Shitfire. It just hit me. Did you ever think of that? Starting up your own museum? I laugh again gently, touched that he doesn't realize how absurd it is. I wish I could, Marty. But even little historical centers need serious funding, even with all the craziness here lately. I don't think Dallas would ever qualify for state money. There's just not enough here that's historically significant, though I'd be the first to disagree. Aw, hell. Guess you're right. Just so you know, I'm not trying to shirk anything like taking care of Graham, he says. It's good having you home, sis. A lot of us feel that way. Especially West. I turn my face away with a dry smile, pretending to lose myself in the music. Really, I just don't want Marty to see me tearing up. Besides filling me with 100 new questions about what Weston will ever feel, it's hard to look at my brother and feel whole. He's cared for Graham for years by himself, always sacrificing his weekends off to freshen up the paint in a guest room or do a quick gutter repair. Me being here 8 weeks during Graham's health crisis doesn't compare to that. The song ends before my eyes open, and he asks, "You thirsty?" Oh, yeah, I could use something to drink. I look at him. Pop? Beer? Wine? Whatever you're having, I say. "One Coke with enough rum to choke a horse coming up, then," he says with a devilish grin. Even though I roll my eyes, my mind turns over, racing 1,000 miles per minute. None of my jittery thoughts have anything to do with what I want to drink. Weston takes a break from the dance floor to rejoin Grady, Willow, and the kids at their table. My focus follows his smiling face. Just what would Weston McKnight think if I decided to stay? What would he give me if I gave him the chance to become irrevocably his? Could I be the love of his life? Or just a prize pig he'd tire of and push away?
18. Don't go breaking my heart. Weston. With everyone else sipping on a beer between raucous laughs, I'm the odd man out, holding a sea-green ginger ale bottle. I'm guessing Shelley noticed, too, even though she doesn't show it, laughing her sweet ass off at Willow's retelling of that time we took Bruce for a ride to Wyoming and almost wound up tiger bait. Thank fuck that story had a happy ending. Willow makes it humorous, pausing several times and wiping at her eyes, but it's Shelley's response that has my attention. God damn, she looks so vibrant tonight. All cinnamon red curls flowing down her shoulders and lively green eyes sent to march me into sin. Her face is so bright, so animated after dancing under the soft light. When she laughs, I have to pinch myself. Angrily. I need the grounding, the discomfort, so I don't think I'm hallucinating an honest-to-God angel. Her eyes are twinkling, and her cheeks glow with a warmth that makes my cock hammer in my jeans. I want her so bad my lungs feel like they're cement. Every movement on the dance floor rendered me damn near breathless, and when I swung her body to mine, a living reminder of how well we fit together. Fuck. I'm taking her tonight. No ifs, ands, buts, or second guesses. I'm dragging her off to bed, and I don't give a single solitary shit if I know I'll wake up hating the thought of her leaving me again, of not being in my life. This time for good, probably. But that's the way the cookie crumbles when it's frosted with the words, "Yes, I'm fucking my former best friend." And fucking is all it's ever gonna be. Anything else stays boxed up in my skull. She has a dream to return to soon, and I have nothing to offer that would ever make staying here worth it. My past is a sullied wreck. Every time I look around the room, I'm reminded of that. All the laughing faces who can throw back a few drinks drive it home. They can get happily lit without turning into whatever the fuck that poison makes me. Me? I'm damaged goods. A defective with a brain like roadkill, flattened by the war and the shit I did to bury those memories before they killed me. Always 2 drinks away from becoming a walking nightmare again. I can't change that fuckery. Nobody can. Nor can I change how it affects my future, how it limits me in life, in love, in soul. I suck ginger ale bitterly until my tongue aches. Whatever this is, whatever we're doing every time I tumble Shell into a quiet place outside or my own bed, I can't show her how I crucified myself with a crown of regret and nails of whiskey. Even if that's over, it never truly is. Each day is an exercise in crisis management. I don't want her knowing jack about that. Watching her laugh at Uncle Grady's bar stories, I wish things were different so badly it feels like a rabid dog's teeth grazing my throat before the last killing bite.
Oh, I love this song. The perfect way to wind down.
Shelley sets down her cider bottle with a clink and grabs my hand.
West, let's go. We have to hit this one.
It's always on my mind, a slow song by the king of rock and roll. The king may be long gone, but everyone in Dallas loves his work religiously. She gives me this longing look, gazing up through seductive lashes as she steps into my arms. My entire being sizzles as we find our rhythm, slow dancing to the rising lyrics, the heart-heavy longing pouring from the speakers. Believe me, it's got abso-fucking-lutely nothing on what I'm feeling for her. "You smell so good tonight," I whisper, craning my face down to inhale the honey-sweet scent floating off her hair. "Shelley, you're beautiful." I'm sputtering like I've had a lobotomy, and I don't care. With a soft laugh, she pushes into me. Dangerous territory when my dick is so crazed it should be leashed.
"I'd say you must be drunk, but I don't think I've seen you with a single beer all night,"
she says softly. Damn, it is that obvious. "Still gotta drive my last monster truck home tonight," I say. She looks up at me.
"I could ride back with you. Or, hey, even try my hand at driving it. I've only had one drink."
I smile. That's her. Fearless and always an adorable pain in the ass.
"It can't be that hard to drive,"
she insists, walking a fingernail up my neck. Shit. She's going to make me drop dead from blueberry balls right here on the dance floor. What, because I drive it? I toss back, swallowing so hard my throat squeaks. Excuse me. She laughs, pushing at my chest. The sound makes me smile. "You still want to one-up me and Marty at everything, don't you?" I growl, turning her to face the wall so I can pinch her ass. When she spins around to look at me again, her smile widens, coy and teasing.
"Anything you can do, I can do better,"
she whispers. Leaning closer, she adds,
"Almost anything, I mean. Standing up to pee doesn't work. I'm not sure what I'd do if I was built like a train down there."
Hell, even when she's talking silly, a single word about my dick douses me in napalm. Her blunt honesty is just one of the things I've always loved. If only I could tell her. If only I could let this dance, this whole night, be the start of something that would end with a whole brood of my kids in her and coming home to her every night. If only I wasn't fucking me. Okay, Miss Curiosity, you want to drive it, I'll let you.
"You will?"
She blinks at me slowly. Yep, but you put a single scratch on that thing and I will beat your gorgeous ass. We're talking you flung over my knee, panties down to your knees while I tan you raw, and that's just the start of your apology. The whimper sailing out of her as her eyelids flutter shut barely sounds human. Holy friggin' shit. I'm half tempted to make her clip a bush just so I can hear the noises she'd make if I did a fraction of that. With her arms around my neck, I squeeze her hips. When she releases me, she mutters,
"Okay then, let's go."
I'm about to say the song isn't over till I hear the last of it fading into the night. I'm so drunk on this girl I'd probably get the year wrong if anybody asked. Got it. We stop by the table briefly. Shell has everyone laughing at her excitement over driving my truck. "Just give me a 10-minute head start to warn the patrols," Drake says, winning another round of gut-busting laughs. Everyone wants to see the send-off, including Faye and Thelma, so we make our way over to where my prize beast is parked. I give her a quick tutorial of how to drive the monster truck, including how the steering is different due to the oversized tires. It's only a few miles to the shop, straight down the interstate with a single turn. We're parking it there for a maintenance check tomorrow. I know she'll be fine, but I have to make it look like I'm scared shitless she'll wreck my baby. Because it's her. If we ever stop giving each other crap, I won't have a pulse. She sticks her tongue out and razzes me after firing up the powerful engine. She revs it once, twice, just to prove she knows what she's doing. I accept her good-natured joking and a few whoops from the bystanders as I climb out to get in my pickup and follow her. She honks the horn and waves at everyone as she puts the truck in gear and lurches forward. Honestly, I'm impressed. She handles it well, rounding the corners away from the fairgrounds and guiding the big truck onto the open road. I told her which door to pull up to at my garage, and when she does, I punch the remote in my truck to open it up. Once we're parked, I climb out, watching as she pulls the monster truck inside and parks it like I instructed. She obeys too well without a spanking. Shame. For the 1,000th time tonight, my cock wants to bust through my pants. Shifting my weight, I walk inside, hit the button to close the door, and arrive at the driver's door just as she opens it. But she pauses, giving me this wide-eyed look. Shell, everything okay?
No, not okay. Weston, that was awesome,
she exclaims. I laugh and hold out my arms, helping her down from the height as she balances on the running board.
Total awesome sauce,
she says as she grips my shoulders, spinning into my arms. There it is. The moment her body touches mine, the desire smoldering inside me flares like a dry forest struck by lightning. Her arms loop around my neck, and she drags her nails against my skin with just the right friction. I have no willpower. My mouth moves on hers with a need to mark her. It's fucking incandescent. Hands roaming, tongues searching, breaths harsh and teasing, our bodies pressed so tight there's no room, and it's still not close enough. When the kiss ends, there's a scream in my blood. I can't tell what's pounding harder, my heart or my dick.
I don't suppose you have a couch anywhere in this shop?
She asks. No. She kisses the side of my neck.
But you do at your house?
My hands are under her pink shirt, feeling the heat, the silkiness of her skin, interrogating her nipples with my thumbs running over them. Fuck, I want more. There's a bed, too. A little more comfortable than bringing you off in the back of my truck.
As long as it's you getting me off.
She rubs her hips against me, gliding over my dick, making me bare my teeth.
Can we go there? Now?
My restraint is flat out annihilated. I want to strangle the tiny part of me that still cares about hurting her. You're sure that's what you want? Gotta give you a chance to back out, babe. I rumble, clenching her ass, digging my fingers in so hard my blood churns. Your last chance before I demolish you till sunup. Her pink tongue flicks over her lips, a teasing reminder of how well she could detonate me.
Yes, I want to. Your place, right now.
I should protest, or at least try to talk it out. Try to convince her we're on thin, damn ice, and it's so disgustingly easy to break through and go plummeting to the depths. But I can't. If I don't fuck this girl in the next hour, I'll need to be institutionalized. After another kiss with her bottom lip pinched in my teeth, I take her hand and rush her outside to my truck. My truck gallops down the back roads to my house to avoid driving past the fairgrounds and catching any stares from curious onlookers. Dallas thrives on gossip, and letting anyone see Shell with me this late is throwing them a big, bloody hunk of red meat. Sheer anticipation torches the air between us. If it weren't for the crisp bite of the cool night, I'd choke. We're at my house in less than 10 minutes and barreling inside. Desperation consumes us. I'm snarling as I tug at her clothes, warring to get her naked faster, barely stopping for more heady, hot kisses while I guide her to the bedroom. I'm glad my room is downstairs so nobody trips. We're both naked from the waist up when I click on the bedroom light. My pulse stops at the sight of her full, gorgeous tits. Her nipples are dark rose peaks on pale cream, pebbled with sin, and I'm drawn to them like glistening fruit. She arches her back with a whine, giving me access. My greedy mouth seizes one, and then the other, sucking hard so she knows how fucking bad I need this.
Oh, West, shit. I think you like torturing me,
she whispers, pushing her fingers through my hair, needling my scalp with her nails. I love getting her so riled she doesn't care if she hurts me with those nails. Is this torture, then? I ask with a nipple still tucked against my lip.
The very best.
Considering the fire seething in my balls, I'm inclined to agree. I ease her backward toward the bed, pushing till it's right behind her, and then lay her down on the mattress. My mouth has no off switch. I'm still worshipping her nipples, kissing at her stomach like a starving man as I unlatch her shorts and yank them down with her panties in one mauling stroke. Mine, goddammit. No more dicking around. My thoughts are all animal. There's also an artsy beauty to this, too. The way her auburn hair falls across my white sheets like flowering vines. Her green eyes searching, already lost in her whimper and the droning ache of her lust. The tattoo on her shoulder, the one I'm afraid to ask about, an old-fashioned pen with what looks like a dark ribbon flowing out of it rather than ink. The inside looks hollow, names and dates separated by bullet points. I make out Marty and the dates of her parents' accident, Grandpa Doug, and the year she left next to a darker word, forget. I noticed it the first time we fucked. Tonight, even through my madness, my eyes keep coming back to it. Am I the reason that's on her skin? Am I the jealous asshole who's pissed at himself that she's wearing a melancholy word instead of my name? It can't change the fact that she's perfection incarnate, a real-life spitting image of what I've imagined for years. I can't fight this. I can't feel bad about it. I cannot stop. Everything I've ached for my entire life gleams in the depths of her eyes and that drenched slit between her legs. She's made me certifiably insane. When I'm buried in her, thrusting fit to kill, nothing else matters. Not the past or future, not the pain, not the fact that this is sickeningly temporary. Impatient, she scoots further up the bed and stretches her arms out.
Weston, join me.
With a low growl, I run my hands up her long, sleek legs. They're already parted sweetly, open for me, wanting me to break her. I run my hands up her inner thighs, my nostrils flaring at her scent. The little moan she lets out is all the encouragement I need to slide 2 fingers in the succulent folds of her pussy. Fuck yes, she's ready. Hotter than melted butter and needier than Lucifer. She gasps, arching her hips up, riding my hand, and inviting me to replace my fingers with a cock pulsing so hard for her I can feel blood strumming in my ears. You like that, woman? I ask, stroking her walls. She rewards me with a shrill whimper.
Yes, yes. I like everything about you, West.
It's amazing how she makes me feel. Complete, finished in a way I've never felt before. I like you too much. I wouldn't be fucking this tight little pussy to heaven if I didn't. I thumb her clit, adoring how her bottom lip disappears between her teeth as she closes her eyes in rapture.
Weston, please.
She starts begging, but I shove my free hand over her mouth. When I'm ready, I like you and your pussy so much we're gonna play. I'm making you squirt for me, Shell. She whines breathlessly against my hands, her eyes big and rolling as I part her legs wider. It's an invitation I can't deny. My fingers work her over for another minute before my face dives down, tongue lavishing her pussy from bottom to top. I bury myself in her taste, make her feel the scratch of my beard against her thighs, snarling as I toy with her clit. Her groan rises, heavier than before, and gives me a power I've never known. I'm proud to be the man giving her what I bet must be the finish of her life. She moves against me as her pleasure builds, as it tries to overload her. I move her off my face, pinning her down. Licking, sucking her clit, fingering her hot cunt till she's gasping. I torture every muscle in her body tense.
Weston, I can't take much more. Need you inside me.
I stop sucking long enough to say, Bull, you need to come for me before I fuck you.
Yes, but I'm about to...
Oh yeah, baby girl. Motherfucking come for me. I tease her clit with my tongue, derailing her attempt at words before I move off of her just long enough to say, Go for it, honey. Give it the fuck up. Give me your all. She moans, throwing her head back as I go back down on her, this time without mercy. With every tongue lashing, every nip, every electrifying stroke, she becomes my property even more than she was a second before. And I think she knows it when her mouth pulls open in a ring, like she's calling all the gods of orgasm to smack her with their lightning bolts at once. I happily oblige in their place. Reaching up and teasing her nipples, I bring her storm home, feeling her pussy clench over and over against my mouth. She drapes her legs over my shoulders, screaming into the night, pinching her thighs to my head. It's so thrilling, so wrong. I have a second where I think I'm about to come in my jeans. I won't, though. This is for her, and only her. Always my seashell. She tastes like heaven, giving up her pearl with this honey erupting out of her. Mission accomplished. She squirts like a faucet. I love the way her pussy responds to my touch, how much her body craves my mouth, my hands, and only me.
Oh, my God.
Her body turns to steel as she groans loudly. I feel her climax hit, run the full spectrum, playing her like a guitar till the strings snap. I don't let up till she digs her nails into my hand, not until she falls deeper into the mattress with a silent rasp.
God damn, that was good. So flipping good,
she says with a barely there moan. Laughing, I give each nipple a goodbye kiss before I stand to unbutton my jeans. I believe you. If you faked that, you belong in Hollywood, not Washington, I say. With a vigor she shouldn't have, she sits up and scoots to the edge of the bed.
I still want you inside me, West.
Just need a condom, I assure her while unzipping my jeans. She grabs at a belt loop before I walk away, shoving them down with my boxers. My cock jabs out like a flagpole, seething with untamable need. She licks her lips as she wraps one hand around the base, nudging her grip into my balls.
Wait, hold off on the raincoat,
she whispers, her eyes glinting hot. Amusement rumbles in my throat. This is Shelley. She was made to tease me into oblivion.
Not until I do this,
she whispers. Next thing I know, my cock is in her mouth, that tongue of hers working in a frenzy. My head snaps back with a muffled curse. Fuck, baby. Yeah, suck. It's so incredible that muscles I didn't know I had tighten to keep from coming down her throat right then. I try to cover a growl as my hips piston into her, seeing how deep she can take me. She bobs her head, engulfing the swollen head of my dick. There's a flash of pride at how she has to strain to take my thickness, making a small, gagging noise. And take it, she does, her mouth undulating before she pulls back and kisses the tip. Those green eyes glow like St. Patty's Day, like I'm some decadent, exotic chocolate she's experiencing for the first time. My lips peel back in a snarl as I fist her hair, lifting her off me. I don't want to hurt her with my size.
I know I don't have to, but I want to,
she says softly before pulling me back against her devil tongue. Damn it, girl, I whisper. I will blow right through you if you keep that up. She replies with a corkscrew twist of her head, her tongue lapping at my throbbing tip. My eyes pinch shut at how her godlike mouth feels against my skin, marveling at her unholy suction. Her tongue glides up and down, a hypnotic rhythm, flying me to the moon and the sexiest stars. Shit. Faster, deeper, harder. She works that little mouth on overtime, her throat vibrating with a hot moan, begging for my cum. All while her hand pumps the base of my cock, stroking me with a quickening need that feels violent. This is how it'll be with us, I realize. Our sex is more than satisfying an animal desire. It's a chance to talk out our issues, whatever the fuck they are, in flesh and sweat and unbridled feeling. Pushing my hand over hers, I nudge it to my balls, which lurch up against the base of my shaft. Fuck, how much more can I take? A vision of her pretty face wearing my eruption lashes through my brain. Shell's too nice for a facial. I cannot imagine her face plastered like a slut with my cum, but the thought of marking her that way shears me in half. When I feel the edges of her teeth gently needling my skin as she dives over my dick, I know I'm lost. The friction feels too good. I grasp her head as a groan rumbles up my throat like sandpaper on busted pavement. You gonna take my cum? I rasp, laying my hands on each side of her head, catching those fever-green eyes. Her lips slide up over the head of my cock again in answer as her eyelids flutter shut. A hand moves between her legs. Play with your clit, baby, I order. Her moan flutters with delight. Go, I grind out, barely recognizing my own voice. Fuck your fingers when I paint your face. She whimpers louder, the sound adding to the mad heat swarming my cock. I'm about to die, and apparently I'm fated to check out of this life as the happiest man alive. Shell, I whisper, trying like hell to hold back just a little longer, but she's already working that mouth deeper, her brow creased with focus and building ecstasy. Her hand grips me more firmly, massaging me to hell and back. A relentless fire lights up my spine like nothing I've ever known. And when my abs bend from the sinful agony, the hot rush purring in my blood, I'm all out of prayers. I give the fuck in with a roar. Shell, she sputters softly as my cock balloons in her mouth, a signal to thrust those pert lips down one more time, struggling to take even half of me. Her sharp little moan of delight is the last thing I feel before I'm over 6 feet of burning man. Short breaths, wild grunts, inferno. Everywhere burning. My vertebrae sing like some demented piano keys, ecstasy stabbing its long fingers into them till I'm stock still, grounded, exiting her mouth on the third jerking pump of my cock. I barely get my fist around it in time to launch several heaving ropes on her face. Call me Pablo fucking Picasso. The way she comes, riding her own hand as I drain my balls on her face, is the only art I'll ever care to make. She strains up in her glory, red lips half-parted, the overflowing seed I shot in her mouth running down the corner of her chin. My knees go weak as I fuck my fist, spilling the last of my eruption on her, my teeth grinding in forbidden pleasure. In almost 3 decades on this planet, I've never had weak knees. Not until her. Now there's no denying them as she slowly tips back, wiping at her face, seductively running her tongue over her cum-coated lips. When we can breathe like human beings again, she looks up at me, smiling.
How was it?
She whispers. Like nothing I've ever known. Her smile grows.
Now we're even.
My blood heats. Somehow she riles me up so much I'm still hard enough to hit a home run. Picking her up, I plop her on the bed and climb on, straddling her legs and planting my arms beside her shoulders. Even, you'd better think the hell again, I say, shaking my head. That was just the start of fucking your brains out all night. She bites her lips, arching her back so her nipples brush my chest.
You have such a sweet way with words.
Laughing sarcastically, she kisses my chin and adds,
Good thing, too, because I still want you in me.
I should be as limp as wet grass, but I'm not. I reposition my hips so my dick touches her stomach. This cock, you sure your pussy can handle what your mouth can't?
Yes, that cock. I'm quite fond of it, and so is my pussy.
Damn, this is so her. Not too shy or embarrassed to talk filthy. No longer Miss Innocent when I shred more of her innocence with every single climax. I love it. Lucky lady, lucky pussy. She flips her legs around mine.
What are you waiting for?
With a low growl, I lean down and lick her nipples, marking my territory with my teeth. I still need a condom, but this way we'll both be aching by the time I'm finally in her. Taking my sweet time, I remind her what my tongue can do, greedily licking and pulling at her peaks. When I see her eyes clamp shut, feel her writhing against my leg, I reach for the nightstand drawer, but she stops me.
I'll get it,
she says.
Keep doing what you're doing.
I growl my agreement, shaking one nipple with my mouth while she slides the drawer open.
A new box,
she asks.
Did you just buy these?
All for you, I whisper. Fuck, do I love how she blushes, turning a deeper shade of red than the fire engine blush she's already wearing around me. Her tits get my full attention as she tears the box open and fishes out a packet. I sit up with a parting love bite, running my fingers against her pussy lips as she rolls the condom on. Then, and only then, do I push her down and guide myself into her, slowly, giving her time to acclimate to my size. My eyes snag on the heat in hers. We trade a spark that feels downright divine.
Love the way you fill me,
she says softly.
I can feel myself stretching, taking every inch of your cock.
We both groan like mad as I slide deeper and my hips go to work, guiding her in a dance that's incomparably more wicked than anything at the car show. She's so hot, so tight and perfect. She's a human plea made especially for me. I suck her nipples again, giving her time to get used to me filling her. Her hips bend languidly to meet mine, rising to join my strokes, and I drag her deeper into our pleasure with slow, angry pumps, building a friction that feels like an armed grenade.
Weston,
she moans, the first of a long mantra spilling out of her. When she's whined my name 10 times, I silence her with a kiss, stretching out our fuckery till I'm clenching my teeth to keep from coming. This woman takes me apart. I know she's holding back, too. I can tell by the way she bites her bottom lip, even as she arches into every thrust with a panting fury. I move faster, faster, bringing her to the brink of mania on my cock. She comes with a loud moan that turns into a ferocious bite against my shoulder. I plow right through her climax, grunting, lifting her up with my strokes and slamming her down again. Break her bed, not her heart, isn't just a sappy saying tonight. It's a cardinal rule. I give her no mercy, crashing into her again, leaving us both gasping. Her head falls back, gorgeous breasts rising and falling, her whole body begging for me. Her pussy clenches hotter, tighter, quivering with need. Knowing I'm about to lose my shit, I force out one word. "Ready?"
Yes, yes,
she shouts, with a final searing thrust that rakes her deep. Plunging my cock to the hilt, I let my pleasure hit like a hellfire missile. It's a dirty miracle how she blows simultaneously, both of us igniting like twin bombs blown apart by a furious need to merge fire, force, heat. There's nothing hotter than the scalding orgasm knifing through me, spearing her, body slamming us when we're almost to nirvana. Only sex with Shell could deliver something this potent. I'm utterly spent by the time it ends, and I roll off, collapsing next to her on the bed.
Damn, Weston,
she gasps.
We're so good, it's dangerous.
I laugh bitterly. This sweet, sweet girl doesn't know how dangerous this could truly be. For both of us.
Seriously, I don't have the energy to lift my arms,
she whispers. Neither do I, but I find it, just enough to tuck her limbs around me and tangle us up. We pass out like that, as if we're two lovers with an honest future beyond apocalyptic sex. Not a couple of liars, desperate to risk everything for lust. When I open my eyes, the room is silent except for Shelley's soft breathing. I roll over, look at her, and smile for 3 blissful seconds. Then reality throat punches me again, and my smile slips off my face. What the hell are we doing? Playing with each other's emotions like this. Even the most satisfying horizontal rumba of my life can't overturn the fact that we're acting like we've got a future when everything screams impossible. Fuck. I should know better. I should know a lot of things I'm blind, deaf, and dumb to when she's in my bed. I need to think. Plus, I'm waking up later than usual, and Herc's probably headbutting his pen from starvation. Carefully, I climb off the bed, find my jeans, and exit the room. I also collect the clothes we left strewn across the living room. I put hers in the bedroom and shut the door before pulling on my shirt. Then I pour a glass of well water from the pitcher in the fridge and step outside, sitting on the porch so I can collect my thoughts in the icy fall morning. There are too many to collect, apparently. My head feels like somebody opened it up and dumped sharp gravel inside. Focus, damn it, I whisper to myself. How can I let her down easy? How can we do this for weeks without ripping her beating heart out? And mine. It's guaranteed to hurt when it ends. I'll feel it too, and likely walk away from her with a few more scars on my charred to a crisp soul. Nothing has changed. I can't have a real relationship with her or anybody. There's always that nagging chance I could fall off the wagon and put my demons back in control. Collateral damage I'll never shake off from the war. No one deserves to live with a man like that. I'm a functioning person, but not human. I don't know how to be. A clanging noise tears me from my pity party, and I sit up straighter. It dawns on me that I heard something earlier. That's what woke me up. It sounded like a diesel truck, the trademark rumble of their engines. Only now it's someone walking, heavy footsteps coming from the side of the house. I bolt up and step lightly across the porch, careful not to make a sound, quietly vaulting over the railing. Flattening myself against the wall of the house, I slowly inch forward, just enough to peer around the corner. It's a man. He's creeping through the shadows of my barn, slowly but surely beelining a path to the house. Tall, soldier-like build, wide shoulders, thick jacket draped over them, like the kind the boys in the oil fields start to wear this time of year to survive the brutish North Dakota cold. My eyes confirm my worst fears when they flick to his feet. Big boots, almost certainly muddy. My heart pounds war, and my fists form up like fighters, suddenly regretting that I didn't chase down this fuck when Shell spotted him last night. Now maybe I'll get my chance to pull a few answers out of him the hard way. I crouch down, ready to ambush him the instant he's in range. A countdown begins. 30 more seconds and I'll have him on the ground, slamming his skull into the morning frost. 15, 12, 10, 9. Shouldn't take more than a nanosecond to disarm him if he's packing. Then I can shove my hand on his throat and... My heart sinks at the last second when he steps into view. I jerk back. "Marty?" I whisper harshly. "What the fuck?" Then it hits me. He's probably looking for Shelley, who never came home last night. All because she's sound asleep in my bed, naked and sporting sex hair for life. Fuck. He'll be at the corner of the house in a few more steps, so I move, stepping into his line of sight. "Hey, man, what are you doing here so early?" His eyes bulge with surprise, and he jogs the last few steps, keeping his voice low. "West, I tried calling you and Shelley." "Oh, right, I left my phone in my truck." Same for hers, I think. We were in such a frenzy to get inside, we barely took the time to close the truck's doors. "Marty, did something happen?" I ask, growing concerned at the look on his face. "Is Shelley here?" he asks, a little winded. "The sensors at Graham's kept going off like crazy last night. I assumed it was her until I stopped by real early this morning and found out she's not there. Where is she?" My throat locks like I've swallowed a rock. I can't lie to him, especially about her safety, but I need to know what's happening first. "The motion sensors in the private area of the house, you mean? I know you're pretty full with people here for the car show, so it shouldn't be that weird if the after-hours shit in the main living area went off. Those are the only sensors I know at Amelia's." "Yep, we're 90% filled up thanks to the show, but none of the guests have access to the private area. That's what tripped. The doors were locked when we brought Grandpa's cars home. I checked them myself." He pauses, giving me a slow, assessing look. "So is she here? Was she at Graham's last night?" "Yes," I answer slowly. "She's inside, Marty, and no, she hasn't been back to Thelma's." "I don't like it," Marty says quickly. My spine turns to steel. A damn mouse or the odd raccoon coming through a window wouldn't set the system off. It's set up to detect human motion, he continues. It's gotta be bigger than that. My tension eases. He's all caught up in the security system pinging, and not the fact that Shell spent the night with me. I wonder if it's dawned on him yet. "Yeah, that's what Falk told me. He said the newer ones are all set up that way when we installed the new system for Aunt Faye. Hey, where's your buddy Hudson?
That's where my mind went too,
He replies, scratching at his neck.
There's still something about that dude I don't like, but he was at the show while the sensors were going off. I saw him myself.
And that other asshole, Muddy Boots, is he still showing up for work?
Yeah,
Marty exhales.
I finally had a chance to dig into him and tried to chat a couple times when our shifts overlapped. He's a real surly asshole, barely makes eye contact when you talk to him. His name's Remington, or Rem for short. His work records look solid, and a couple other guys mentioned him hanging out at the Bobcat most nights. He drinks and smokes like a chimney with a dog-shit personality, but can't say there's much evidence he's a professional crook.
What about last night? Anybody see him? I stopped just short of mentioning how Shell thought she spotted him.
Unfortunately,
Marty grumbles.
I checked on that this morning, too. Guess he was at the show with Carolina Dibbs before they stopped off at the Bobcat for a nightcap. They left together. If he was drunk and warming her bed, then he probably wasn't out sneaking around Amelia's.
I wince when he mentions Carolina the town skank. A walking head case of bad decisions who sets her heart on guys who'd rather be celibate than pick her. The only dudes who match up with her are travelers who don't know any better, and usually the type who are bad news. Was anything missing? Out of place? I ask.
Nothing. I think I'm gonna hit up Falk myself and have some indoor cameras set up where it won't infringe on anybody's privacy.
Marty runs a hand through his hair.
What we have always worked well enough, but lately, with too many little intrusions happening around town, I'm freaked.
I nod, trying not to let my frustration show. We still have 2 flawed suspects and no smoking gun. What are we missing?
So,
Marty looks at me quickly and then gestures at the house.
You and Shelley finally hooked up, huh?
Hooked up? I echo, frozen and glaring. He doubles over with laughter.
Come on, man. I'm your best friend and her big brother. Do you think I haven't seen the kissy faces you've been making at each other since the day she saved Herc's bacon?
God damn, he would notice, or we're just that hopelessly obvious.
Think you gave her a reason to stay home instead of running off to D.C.?
He asks, wagging a brow. Hell no, I say too quickly. Not in a million years. That job is her dream. He shrugs.
Maybe it was her dream, West. Either way, it's not my place to figure it out.
Like it's mine. The fact that he thinks she could be convinced to stay, to live a different life, laces anger through my veins. I hate that in another life I could have been her reason, her man, her future. In this one, I'm nothing but heartbreak, guaranteed.
19. When Pigs Fly. Rochelle. Unsure what woke me, I lie still, listening, and realize I'm hearing voices, hushed voices. They're filtering in through the open window, Weston's and Marty's? Oh, crap city. That's just my luck. Caught with my hand in the man cookie jar by my dumb brother. I leap off the bed, frantic to find my clothes. The pale dawnlight helps me locate them, including everything that was discarded in the living room, but now sits neatly folded in the bedroom. The fact that West is a caveman who picks up after himself makes me swoon harder for him. I stagger around getting dressed and leave the room. The house is silent until I arrive in the living room. Then I hear the men talking again through the window near the bookcase, which is open a crack.
She's found her place at the Smithsonian, Marty. You know how bad she's wanted that as well as I do,
Weston says.
That's not something she's giving up. It's not something I want her bailing on for what, exactly? A life with pigs and 2-bit monster truck shows?
Does he want me to stay in Dallas? My heart thuds at the idea.
I still say you ought to talk it out with her,
Marty says glumly.
The way she's acting, I'm not so sure she wants to be out east forever, Weston.
No, not happening.
Weston growls back. If you're worried about her getting hurt with what's going on. Look, we both know there's no future for us. It's nothing but a summer fling between old friends. My gut clenches. I have to close my eyes at the sting. A summer fling? That's not what I want this to be, even if it's what I said I'd be okay with. That's not who I want to be to West.
You sure?
Marty asks coldly.
You're both grown-ups, and it's not my place to butt in, but fuck, man! I'd be surprised if my sister does flings.
My heart tumbles over sadly how right he is. I also hate having my brother getting his hackles up, defending me from West. I'm sure. Shit. Weston pauses, leaving the air thick with brooding. It's how it has to be, Marty. You know what I was like when I came home? A drunk, a wreck, a disaster. The vet programs saved my ass. That's why I while away my free time trying to give back, trying to keep going. But we both know I'm one bad night away from relapse. I still have nightmares about what happened over there. I told you before. I could snap like a rabid dog. I could lose my shit on someone who doesn't deserve it. And I'll be damned if that's Shell. My spine shivers at his tone and his words. What the hell is he talking about? A drunk? A wreck? Never. He's got to be exaggerating. The Weston McKnight I know came home a different man, but he's too strong to be the broken mess he's describing. Way too disciplined. Have you told her what you went through over there? Marty asks quietly.
Fuck no. I didn't write home after I told her I would for a reason. She hasn't asked me either, thank God. And don't you go telling her and putting ideas in her head.
Yikes. The pain inside me boils into anger. I form my own ideas just fine, jackass. Don't need any help from Marty. Why is he so sensitive, so hurt, barking crap like a cornered dog with a wounded paw? Why can't I know what it was like for him after he returned from combat?
West, what the fuck? Why?
Marty asks bluntly.
Why? We're talking about Shelley, man,
Weston says, his voice trembling with hate, or is it self-hatred?
You know her as well as I do. She can't handle my shit, nor should she have to. I don't want her knowing my demons. Not now, not ever.
They think they know me, huh? Now I'm blinding pissed. No wonder. No flipping wonder he clammed up every time I brought up the military. He thinks, damn him, I'm not a kid. I can handle real-life tragedies with the seriousness and empathy they deserve. I spin around, march to the door, and push through it before my mind catches up with my feet. They must hear the screen door banging shut behind me, because they appear around the corner of the house as I'm walking down the steps. The frustration welling up inside me is a slow, sweeping flame. The guilty look on their faces coaxes it straight to the surface. Hey, Marty, I say flatly. I see you found me. FYI, I was having a summer fling with Weston. You know, hot monkey sex with the guy standing right beside you. The guy who can't tell me what happened while he was in the service because, well, you know, I'm not mature enough to handle it, or apparently my own future plans. I'm just grown up enough for sexy time, and not grown up enough to be anything except the little girl who follows you two around like a helpless puppy. The girl who gets in trouble and never grew a sensitive, self-aware bone in her body. Am I bitching out? Yes. And while I might feel kinda bad later, I'm definitely not feeling it now as I prop my hand against my hip and try to hate stare them down to the planet's core. Weston's eyes flash like blue sirens.
Shell, that's not...
Not what, West? The reason you won't tell me anything? I call BS. You think I can't handle knowing the truth. You think if I know your platoon was caught in an ambush in Afghanistan, I'll want you to relive it constantly or something. I'm glad Faye told me that much. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a defense. I'm also not done.
Shell, he growls back. It isn't like...
Like what? Like you don't think I'm so shallow, so immature that I can't handle the truth?
As you listen, remember that rest is also part of the experience. Enjoy this break as a small gift for your mind, and thank you for choosing this free audiobook.
That I'm not ready to hear why you were too messed up to write me? I pause, watching his eyes widen. Thanks. I really appreciate that. I love knowing what you really think of me. Good enough to be your toy, your fling, and nothing more. Shelley! Marty throws up his arms, jerking toward me. I twist away. Yep, I've gone too far, and I know it. I've never handled betrayal from Weston McKnight well. But this? After I thought we were almost over it, and having conversations like normal human beings... Tears scorch my eyes, burning worse than ever as I fight to hold them in. They're not coming out, not in front of these two backstabby, two-faced dunderheads. Stomping a winding path around them, far enough away so they can't stop me, I say, "Don't worry, boys, neither of you. I'll be gone soon. Graham's doing great, so I can probably cut my stay here short. I won't really need 8 whole weeks of misery. There's no good reason to risk hanging around for an early winter, neither." Weston takes a halting step forward, his brows pulled low like a descending thunderhead. Shell, enough. Just shut it and listen. Shut it? I stare at him with my mouth hanging open. Fuck you, West. The pain inside me ruptures like an abscess. I do the only thing I can to keep my nails from dragging across his face. Run. I run like a jolted fawn all the way to the B&B, digging my fingers into my eyes. It's a wonder I don't stumble over an uneven hole or a rock and break my neck. Maybe that would be a mercy. Maybe anything would be compared to thinking Weston McJackass ever trusted me enough to be honest. When I get home, I find the back door locked. Of course it is. My purse, my keys, my phone. They're all in Weston's truck. I throw my head back, wanting to scream bloody murder at the cloudy morning sky. I want to cry. I want to curl up into a kitten-like ball and let the pain bleed out of me. Mostly, I want to crawl under the covers and be numb until I don't feel anything for anyone, especially Weston. Gah! I don't even get to serve Hercules his breakfast. A sudden disruption, a noise or movement, has me pivoting, my gaze on the old barn. I see a man in the shadows, and also see Marty jogging toward me from Weston's place. Still pissed at the world, I head for the barn. "Hey, what are you doing over there?" I shout at the man. The tall, lean shape tells me a second later it's Carson. I can tell by how his platinum blonde hair shimmers, even under a gray morning in the shadows. "Having a smoke?" he says, patting his pants pocket. "There's no smoking inside, and naturally I adhere to my host's rules." I stop and stare. I don't see a cigarette, but I point to the front parking lot. Well, there's a smoking area with an ashtray out front. "I was just trying to get away from the bugs," Carson says. "Your mosquitoes are a little hardier than what I'm used to. It's cold enough to frost, and there are still too many of them around." I nod disinterestedly. I've so freaking had it with men today. "Listen, I don't give a crap about bugs, but that isn't the point," I spit. "You can't smoke back here, Carson, okay?" He gives me a stunned look. I know I shouldn't go off on him when it's an innocent mistake. Guilt flares in my belly as I see his lips move, trying to figure out if he should apologize. No need. He can't apologize for the real jerkwad who left my heart in ruins. The jerkwad's accomplice, Marty, arrives at my side a second later. "Shelley, there you are. I got your purse, and I'm real sorry if you thought Marty, just leave me alone, please," I hiss, grabbing my purse from his hand and plodding to the house without looking back, digging out the keys on my way. Inside, I go straight to my room and dive on the bed. Just why? Why does my life have this special ability to go from a diamond to a lump of coal in a matter of hours?
because there might be a hint of truth to that crap Weston said. Evidently, I'm a frickin' idiot. Our magic night together was nothing but an illusion, a cheap parlor trick. The bazaar, the dancing, the pretty cars, driving his monster truck. Coming so many times for him, I'm still achingly sore every time I move. It was all like a glorious dream, and just like every sweet dream, bam! Here comes the reality kick to the face. At least I have my answers. It makes sense now. Why he wouldn't even talk about the fundraisers he pours his heart into. Why he's so guarded, so sure I can't handle the truth. That's why he's helping the veterans groups. And he didn't want me knowing about any of it. Didn't want me to know anything except the hot seam of his lips and how hard he can work me over. God, I'm not a shallow woman. I'm not insensitive. I'm definitely not stupid. But his opinions are set in stone no matter what changes. He'll never see me as an adult, an equal, an ear worthy of hearing his heart. Just like my moron brother will never accept my choices, whether I want to be in D.C. or Dallas or even the freaking moon. To him, I'm the little sister, not the woman who knows what she wants and will pay hell to get it. I flop down on my back with a creeping headache and stare at the ceiling. As much as I want to sucker punch West right now, there's a reason I can't. Maybe he doesn't see me the way I wish he could because I don't actually know what I want. I just want him. I want the version of him that protects me so sweetly without this need to hide a distorted reflection only he sees. I've been changing my plans because of him for years. Haven't I? So why the heck can't one, just one, of my well-crafted blueprints work out? Drawing in a deep breath, I hold it for a count of 10, willing my mind to calm. I might as well ask for a ticket to Maui while I'm at it. I hate how my plans have always been so self-focused. Always about what I want, whether it's a prestigious position in historical preservation or the raging need to hear from West after he went off to war. Have I ever considered Weston's goals, especially this new West I've fallen too fast and too hard for? He's still battling with war wounds embedded in his mind, like stray shrapnel. While I was here, focused on my education, finding my career, he was literally tortured. If I love him truly, beautifully, just as I've always believed, shouldn't I focus on him, on what he wants and needs, if he'd let me? All the sighs. Maybe I'm not quite as mature as I thought. Maybe I'll only force my eyes open and see the real Weston McKnight when pigs fly. My mind is still a jumbled mess the next morning, a pale lump of gray matter against the brilliant pumpkin-orange dawn of Halloween. My only saving grace is that I have a pack of loud, hungry guests to feed, the stragglers who decide to stick around after the car show ended. I pull a batch of cinnamon muffin dough from under the mixer, dish them out, and pop them in the oven before grabbing the scrap bowl for Hercules. When I tiptoe onto the property of he who won't be named, the big baby's happy to see me, grunting with delight as he props himself up against the boards to sniff at my hand. Here you go, Houdini pig. Enjoy your special day. Plenty of pumpkin for the pumpkin, I say, dumping a generous pile of pureed pumpkin from Gran's last-minute serial killer pumpkin bars into his trough. Oh, how I wish people were as easy and forgiving as animals. That wish doubles when I see my sandals on the grass outside Hercules's pen, the ones I'd left in Weston's living room last night. Looks like he left them near the pig's trough, where I'd be sure to find them. A new crack spiderwebs through my heart. Welp, there's my answer. A lonely pair of shoes tells me exactly how Weston feels. He never wants to see me again. I feel a boulder on my chest as I carry my shoes back to Graham's. At least breakfast is a happy distraction as I throw together everything else for the guests. Half an hour later, the happy people file in. Everyone except Carson.
For most of them, it's their last breakfast before checking out. So once they're served, I gather the supplies I'll need to clean and sanitize each room. Faye starts running her tail off yet again, always overeager to help. No, I tell her, more sternly than before. It's my job and I'll finish it. I also badly need the work today to keep my mind off Captain McNasty. I've always let others do too much for me. Marty for sure. He was the one to run after Graham all these years, while I nursed my anger and pain, while I escaped over losing Weston the first time. Now I've let Faye cook and clean for days. Also, I could live out terrible fantasies with a man I desperately wanted to see. And even seeing him naked didn't show me who he really is. Time to do some more growing up, as Grandpa would say. Time to take responsibility for myself, for my own visions and dreams. I can't get my life figured out until I get myself figured out. That could take some time. I'm here for Graham, for Amelia's B&B after all, not for personal therapy, over an old crush I was a grinning fool to indulge. The next few hours, I give every empty room a thorough cleaning, and by the time I make it downstairs to put away supplies, I find Graham in the kitchen. She's whisking up fresh cookie dough by hand, some sort of pumpkin cinnamon decadence by the smell. Oh, Graham, I wish you'd use the mixer.
And miss my morning workout? Nonsense, girl,
she says with a devilish smirk. At least let Faye help. Where's she off to? I ask. Graham sighs.
She's packing up and heading home, Shelley Bean. Said it was high time to check in on her purr ball and that fancy new security thing the boys rigged up.
My heart crawls lower. She did?
Yep. Guess she felt she'd worn out her welcome. Between us girls, she's been a darling.
Why? What happened? Graham sets down her metal whisk and gives me one of her gentle stares.
Well, Lord knows I'm not a mind reader, but you might have scratched her feelings a tad when you snapped this morning.
Oh, no. I didn't really snap at her, did I? I'm not sure of anything. Also, Weston's smirky, handsome, and entirely punchable face flashes through my mind. Just how bad have I let him screw me up again?
I know you meant no harm, dearie, but she's rather sensitive to a person's feelings after everything she went through with Grady and his girls. I told her to shake it off, but evidently she worried she was getting on your nerves.
I turn, pressing my fingers into my eyes before facing my grandmother again. Graham, I didn't want her to feel like she needed to help me clean. I just wanted her to take a morning off. It's my job, my responsibility, right? I didn't mean to hurt her feelings or yours. Graham gives me a half smile and pats the stool beside her. I walk over on lead feet and sit down.
Fret not. It'll take more than a harsh word or two to upset this old gal. I know you didn't mean anything with Faye, and I told her so. She still chose to go, and she's got valid reasons besides being too up in her own head. She had to go back sometime and let West finish up priming that fancy new burglar alarm. No need to fret over it, she says, patting my shoulder. What I don't understand is what had you so keyed up so early. You love mornings usually. Why are you so out of sorts today? Is it that blasted pig again?
Graham, it's everything, I say, exhaling slowly. Everything but Hercules.
Everything, eh? And you're sure it has nothing to do with a man who's part swine?
Yep. I think she'll be a mind reader until the day she dies. I wish I knew how to explain what I'm feeling. It's not that, not just that. It's mostly me. She lifts a brow. The only thing I know for sure is that I'm here to take care of you, I say. And that's what I'll do until it's time to head home. Home. I'm still waiting for the day when DC feels like home.
You've been doing that too much, dearest heart. In case you hadn't noticed, I've been doing a fine job looking after myself, she says defiantly.
Yeah, you have. And it's too much. I've been working here every day the past few weeks, and I've still been knocking off when I shouldn't for fun I don't need.
Bah! What's wrong with that? All work and no play is never how it's done around here, Shelley. You're not turning into a dull girl on my watch.
I snorted how she blows that silly nod to the shining apart and throws it back together into a mangled mess. I certainly feel like Jack Nicholson right now, slowly going bonkers. I'm not here for fun, Graham. Graham smiles wider.
You know, life is only as complicated as we make it.
Don't I know it? Well, I guess I'm good at that. I've made mine pretty complicated.
That's an easy fix,
she says matter-of-factly. I look at her.
Uncomplicated, sweetness.
I roll my eyes. Easier said than done.
Hardly.
She reaches over and taps my temple.
It's your thinking that's got everything all knotted up.
I sigh, propping my elbows on the counter with my chin in both hands. Maybe. I definitely have some things to sort out.
Like what?
Life, I shrug. I don't know if I can go back to D.C., Graham.
Ah, so Weston's convinced you then. Mighty impressive.
This time I roll my eyes right out of my head. No, it isn't him. It's me. I don't know if I can go back, Graham. She gives me a quizzical look. I should be here, helping you and Marty. We're a family, I say. What happens to Amelia's if you can't run it anymore? We both know Marty can't give up his oil job to keep it going full-time.
That's my worry, and not yours.
But what about your life? And Marty's?
What about them? We manage just fine. The boy takes after his grandfather and takes things one day at a time. I wish you'd do the same.
I guess. I don't want to make her feel bad, like she's a burden, because she's totally not.
You guess what?
Well, Marty stayed here originally so I could go run off to college and find my legs. And you paid for basically everything. It's only fair for me to pick up the slack so he can do something he wants, even if that's just having a break from working 2 jobs. She picks up her spoon and shuffles back to the counter to stir her cookie dough.
I suspect that if there's something Marty wants, he'll do it, whether you're here or not, Shelley. He chased that North Earhart job for years and worked his way up, just like your uncle and granddad. But you wanted to see the world. We happily supported you because we love you. No regrets. That's how it is when you love someone. Seeing them happy means more than all the flowers on God's green earth.
I've heard that before, and wonder if there's something wrong with me for always being so selfish. Am I living with wires crossed in my brain? Did you always know what you wanted, Graham? Did you ever want to live somewhere else?
Been there, done that.
You did? What? When? I've never heard anything about it. I thought you lived in Dallas your entire life.
Not quite. After high school, I went to Chicago for a couple years. I took up a secretary job at a big company that sold pots and pans. It was good fun, for a time, but I was awfully homesick. Every letter I got from North Dakota only made it worse. I knew in my heart that the Windy City wasn't where I belonged. So I made a snap decision. I quit my job, packed my bags, and got a train ticket home. The day I was packing to leave, a visitor dropped by who assured me I'd made the right choice.
She sighs, and the smile on her face grows so big, so bright, I'm breathless waiting for more. Who? Setting down her spoon, she folds both hands beneath her chin and looks at me with shimmering eyes.
Who else, dearie? Your grandpa. Doug said life around Dallas went mighty pale when I left, and he was set on moving to Chicago. He wanted to know if I knew a place where he could stay.
My jaw almost bangs on the floor. Grandpa Doug followed you to Chicago?
He did. She giggles softly. I pulled my train ticket out of my purse and told him he could have my apartment because I was moving home.
What did he say? I smile for the first time today. Her laugh comes out so light, it's like a softly strummed guitar.
Nothing. Not with words. He just grinned, tore up my ticket, and picked up my bags with a whistle to follow him out to his car.
Holy crap. You're serious?
Completely. We were married a little over a month later. She winks at me. 8 months after that, your father was born. Calculating what that means, I laugh.
Graham, you were pregnant when you got married?
Not at all, she shrugs. In those days, lots of babies were born a month early. Something in the water or air, I guess.
Okay, sure. I snicker again under my breath. She walks over and kisses my cheek before throwing her skinny arms around me.
Keep laughing and quit thinking so much, Rochelle. Listen to your heart. You know what feels right and what doesn't. Let that be your guide. She picks up the spoon. I have cookies to bake, and maybe you should give Faye a call or drop in on her in person.
I give her a quick hug. You're right. A real apology should be in person.
The keys to the car are on the hook.
Faye isn't the only one I need to have a heart-to-heart with, but she's certainly a good place to start.
20. Like pigs to the slaughter. Weston. The music, the smells, the lights are driving me batshit crazy. I get why Uncle Grady let the kids go hog wild dressing up the bar for Halloween, but I'm not in any holiday spirit. If I see another jack-o'-lantern grinning at me, I might stab the fuck right between the eyes. I'm not working, just sitting here at the Bobcat, occupying a space where the only thing that exists is my own stupidity. I should go home, but I don't want to be alone. Also, don't want to be that close to Shelley. She hates me, and I can't blame her. After she heard me shitting out my mouth, there's no pretending I'm not the biggest jag-off in human history. Calling it a summer fling. Christ. I saw the stricken look on her face, heard the quiver in her voice, and watched in slow, agonizing motion how badly I hurt her. "Refill, West?" Grady asks. "No thanks. Like usual, it's just soda, but today it tastes like sugar acid." "Want to tell me what happened? Is it the break-ins driving you up the friggin' wall?" "Nah, but I've got Marty keeping an eye on that Remington dude. First little slip he makes, I'm dragging him to Drake personally, right after I beat his ass." Grady chuckles. "So it's the girl then," he says. "Come again?" "If it's not your thieves, it's your love life. I know you too well, boy. Whether you like it or not, I've got something to say anyway." He plants his elbows on the bar and leans toward me. Sometimes men think too damn much for their own good, especially when it comes to women. Hell, half the guys in this town did it with their wives, and fuck knows I did with Willow. If I hadn't let a Bengal tiger chase my head in the right place, I would have missed out on the best thing that ever happened to me. "Yeah, well, you had Sawyer and Avery to worry about," I say, taking another pull off my root beer. "Oh no, that was an excuse. The girls were crazy in love with her before I was man enough to realize I was too. I came this close." He pauses, pinching a sliver of space between his thumb and pointer finger, "to being too stupid to live. That's what I would have been if I hadn't told my brain to shut up." I tilt my head, looking at him sideways. When it comes to women, West, you gotta go with your gut. Always. Just like when you meet somebody sneaky, and we've had plenty of experience with that around here, or when you know something awful's about to pop off and you jump out of the way in the nick of time. That's your gut working overtime, and it wants you to listen. I look at him, shaking my head. No matter how spot on his wisdom can be, it's still annoying. Trust me, your head will try to screw you over, but your gut will make the right decision. He shakes his head. It's an emotional compass. It knows right from wrong, up from down, fight or flight. Yeah, right, I say insolently. I love my uncle, but he's laying out a line of shit, that's for sure. Just trying to cheer me up. An impossible job. I am right. When I first met Willow behind this bar with a broken-down truck and a damn tiger in a trailer, my brain roared warnings louder than that cat. My head told me she was something not worth getting mixed up with. Good thing my gut said I had to help. So I did. I called you to come get her truck, remember? I pushed the dead air out of my lungs. All of me feels dead today, and it's got nothing to do with skeletons and creepy crawlies hanging everywhere. Like I could ever forget Uncle Grady. Well, over the next few days, my head kept screaming, "Stop, get rid of her." Hell, I had 2 young girls to worry about. Mr. Brain never shuts up when he smells danger. But did I ditch her, man? He gives me a slitted look. No, I answer. Right. I knew I'd regret it for the rest of my life if I let Mr. Brain do the deciding. He's good with numbers and getting a bead on a target when you're at the range, but let's be real, he's shit at love. He straightens up and grins, his teeth shining through his thick black halo of beard. Look at me now. Happier than I ever dared imagine I could be. Sure are, and you deserve it after all the hell you went through. Nobody was happier than me when I heard you 2 were tying the knot, I tell him. Tell that to your face, he says slowly, because it looks like you just lost your childhood dog. I've lost worse than any dopey mutt. I might call Marty that, but in all honesty, Shell was always my best friend, too. And these past few weeks, she ascended beyond any friendship. Something slaps my shoulder so hard I'm jarred, and it's not Uncle Grady. I turn around. Marty. He appears out of thin air like he knows I've been thinking about him. Hey, he gives Grady a friendly nod and takes the mug of on-the-house beer handed to him. How you doing? Fine, I answer. You? I feel pretty shitty. He slumps down on the stool beside me, slurping his beer loudly. Concerned, I look at him. Why's that? Because I fucked you over, and Shelley too, he says glumly. What? No, you didn't. You weren't the one who barked shit at her. I did. If she hadn't heard us talking outside, if I hadn't stuck my nose into your biz, the 2 of you would be fine and dandy. Instead, you're sitting here wishing that Pop was straight whiskey and she's at Graham's, rage scrubbing the grout in bathrooms with a 10-year-old toothbrush. I shrug, hating how well he reads me. It wasn't your fault. I knew it wouldn't last, and so did she. I should have just kept my dumbass thoughts to myself. Like you have the past 10 years or so? He asks, leveling a look. Sure, what's another decade? You know the life I live, Marty. Managing. Damn it, dude, that ain't living, he snaps, spinning his stool to face me. Why don't you just tell her? That's the only reason I'm pissed at you. Why don't you come clean and give her what you really think? Because I know that crap you said this morning isn't it. I stop and stare at him coldly. If you're so sure, you tell her for me, I say. Huh? Tell her I'm an alcoholic. Tell her I watched good people die while I was wearing several good people's guts. Tell her I came home too fucked up to even send her a hello by pigeon. Tell her how hard you and Uncle Grady had to work to make sure I didn't fall off the wagon into a bottomless pit. I let out a sarcastic laugh. That's the kind of man chicks want to marry, right? A man who still gets nightmares when he isn't even asleep. Shell isn't just any woman, West, and you know it, he says softly. And you're a recovered alcoholic by any sane measure. You went through hell. Yeah, you stumbled, you tripped up a lot, but you still got up, got help, and now you're stronger than ever. Marty takes a fierce swig off his beer. But honestly, none of that shit's what I'm talking about you telling her. Confused, I frown. What do you want me to say? That she was the whole reason you decided on the army in the first place, dude. Everything you've told me 100 times, that you were worried if you stayed, she'd turn 18 and never leave. She'd never experience the world, never chase her dreams if you were still in Dallas. You left so she could have a life. She did what you asked, she saw the world, and she kicked ass. Don't you think it's time she knows she can stay if that's what she honestly wants? She's a grown woman. She's my sister. I have trouble seeing it myself sometimes, but God help me, I'm going to start. What if she doesn't want to be here? What if she's just confused? He shrugs. Only one person I know who seems confused, and he's standing right in front of me. Fucking touche. I shake my head. I can't be the reason she uproots her whole life, Marty. Believe me, I'm not the man she needs. That's for her to decide, don't you think? She got understandably pissed at us for doing too much choosing for her. You think? I laugh again, bitterly. I don't know what to think right now. My mind is a fucking minefield. Then stop thinking, Marty says. Go with your gut. I heave out a groan, swiping a hand over my face. God damn it, man. You and Uncle Grady should partner up as the town shrinks. The angry pull I take off my root beer dribbles down my chin, and I wipe it with my hand. Sounds like a good gig. Psychologists make bank without having to step out into sub-zero weather that'll freeze your nads off. Yeah, you could start by charging about 5 cents a whack, I say. A nickel is about all his advice is worth. He laughs and takes a drink off his beer. Change of subject, but did you sync up your aunt's security app yet on your phone? I have it set up, but I haven't activated it yet. I gotta do that at her place once she sets up her code. She said she'd do it once she's back. She went home this morning, I hear. I wasn't sure if you knew or not. No, I didn't. She's there now. He finishes his beer and sets the glass down, along with a $10 bill, and stands up. You might want to swing by before you go home. Could be all sorts of shenanigans tonight with Halloween and all. I will, thanks. He slaps my shoulder. That's what friends are for. I check the clock. It's a little after 6, and I push my empty glass to the bar's edge. Heading out? Grady asks. Yeah, I gotta swing by Aunt Faye's house to get her new security app working and activate the system. Marty said she left the B&B this morning. Shame. She was having a blast when I swung by the other day with the girls, he says, stroking his beard. I was thinking she might move in with Thelma for good. I'd rather see her do that than move into senior housing in Dickinson or Miles City. I think she'll get too bored and go stir-crazy. I'd never thought of that, but I nod in agreement. They get along so well. Plus, I bet she'd be an asset in Thelma's shopping wars with Granny Coffee. Maybe I'll drop a subtle hint or 2. Or 3 or 4, Grady says with a laugh. Smiling, I stand up. I'll let you know how it goes, Unc. Thanks, West. And don't forget my advice. Stopping, I dig around in my pocket and toss a nickel. It lands next to him with a clatter. What's this? I don't take tips from you. I just give him a wink and walk away. My mind is glued to Shelley for the entire drive to my aunt's. If her heart wasn't permabroken years ago when I never sent those letters, I'm sure it is now with that summer fling bullshit I coughed up. I lied to us both. If she was just a damn fling, I wouldn't have shot her between the eyes purely so I could save face. That's all it was. Saving fucking face. And for who? Marty? God, my own ego? Yeah, I've got to talk to her. Sooner would be better than later, but nothing has changed with me. All the instincts in the world howling at me to find her and fall to my knees with a gut-wrenching apology can't change what I am. It can't change the stabbing fact that she deserves so much more than I can ever give. If I was as confident as everybody else that I'm stronger, that I'm fixed, maybe it'd be different. But the ugly truth remains. I never thought I'd become dependent on the bottle the way I had. Who knows what other bad habits I might fall into when I'm still haunted by the metallic stink of human blood, the crack of bullets, the metal confetti that tore bigger heroes than I'll ever be apart. No, fuck. There's no guarantee at all the pain won't chew me to the bone and lead me into another trap. Shell needs to go home before I make her suffer. She needs to forget Dallas, lose herself in old-timey things, and find some city slicker with a gold-plated dick to build a life with. Marty was right about one thing. Her being happy is what always mattered the most. Hell, I'll be better off knowing she'll never be around to witness my self-destruction. Some shit in life you can't plan for. Just like I never planned on a dark night of hell pinned under rubble, or that a few crushing headaches would turn me into a drunken wrecking ball. I turn the corner to Aunt Faye's street and notice her van isn't in the driveway. Must be in the garage. A smile pulls at my lips, thinking it's the first time in ages she's been able to park inside it. She sold most of the stuff overloading her garage at the bazaar. I hope that means her garage sale days are behind her with winter coming. Her house is on a large lot at the end of the street, a good quarter-mile from the closest neighbor, which makes it hard for anyone to keep an open eye on her. Moving in with Thelma Simon would be better for her spirit than senior living. She was happier at Amelia's. She always is when she feels useful, but whether or not that lasts depends on Thelma. I pull into the driveway, kill my engine, and catch a quick glimpse of a calico cat skittering away from the back porch. The elusive Mr. Whiskers, no doubt. It's hard not to think about the day we spent here, fucking Shell in the back of my truck. Still, I force myself not to dwell on it as I climb out and make my way to the back door. With a couple familiar knocks, I open the door at the same time. Aunt Faye, you home? I'm here to set up the new system. Silence. The kitchen is empty, dark, and I walk toward the back staircase to shout up to the second floor. Hello, Aunt Faye? Nothing. I walk through the kitchen again, the dining room, shouting her name the entire way as my steps slow. My gut steams, my instincts peaked like a wolf sensing footsteps in the night. The moment I enter the living room, that inner wolf springs up with a growl. Her feet are sticking out from behind the sofa, dressed in those candy corn fall socks I know she loves. The rest of her isn't visible. Aunt Faye, I stumble around the furniture, my heart in my throat before I even see the pool of blood under her head. Oh, shit. Shit. I drop to the floor next to her, casting a wary eye around the room for the dead man walking who did this, if it wasn't a hideous accident. But any asshole perpetrator is already gone. Aunt Faye, I whisper over and over, asking if she can hear me. My fingers reach for her throat, feeling for a pulse. I find one, thank God, before I pull out my phone, dial 911, and demand an ambulance. After a quick assessment, I notice all the blood's coming from her head, so I collect a towel from the kitchen and carefully ease it under her as gently as possible to stall the bleeding. It's fresh blood. She hasn't been lying here long. Thank God Marty told me she was home. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stopped by till tomorrow. What if she was here like this all night? Fuck. Don't quit on me now, lovely lady, I whisper when she stirs. You've come too far to leave like this. Vicious memories claw at my brain, triggered by the blood smeared across my hands. Hellfire, screaming, smoke, blood. My ears pinpoint on a distant, shrill sound after feeling blown out by that explosion. Vicky Wattell, shrieking just feet away from me. Her legs are gone. She howls like she's possessed by the pain, a puppet of agony with stark red death pooling under her. I try to crawl forward to help her stop the bleeding, but a bullet cracks past my head. It grazes my helmet, making a deafening noise that makes me think my eardrums just ruptured. "Vicky!" I roar, finally reaching her, just as another bullet cuts by and another airstrike detonates the world around us. I think I black out for several seconds. Her screams have stopped by the time I'm conscious again. She isn't moving now. There's just more blood, this time running from a fresh hole in her head. Fuck! I smack myself on the side of the face, once, twice, 3 times. I'm grateful Aunt Faye's too out of it to see me going to pieces when she needs me most. She needs me in the here and now. I keep talking to her softly, holding her hand, letting her know that help is coming, running through my entire litany of ultra-dumb dad jokes. Meanwhile, I scan the area as I count my breaths and hers, trying to figure what the ever-living fuck just happened. Was it really an intruder? I noticed the corner of the rug turned up. She might have tripped, hit her head on the coffee table. Only it's too far away. If it was a freak accident, she wouldn't be lying here, so near the fireplace. Then I see the broken vase, all heavy crystal blown apart like pearls. She could have been carrying it, but it's near her feet. Further scanning doesn't show anything out of place. Damn, why didn't I activate the new system earlier? Because I couldn't until she decided on the code she'd remember. She wanted it to be something meaningful and asked me to wait till she was home from Amelia's. Flustered, I pick my phone up off the floor where I'd set it down after calling the ambulance and punch Uncle Grady's contact. "Weston, it's Aunt Faye," I tell him. "She's unconscious and bleeding. Come now."
21. Sweating like a pig. Rochelle. Will this joke of a day ever end? After driving over to Faye's and apologizing, which she gracefully accepted with her own sage advice about life, I came home with plenty to think about. That's been my entire day. Thinking. Since there was only one guest room still occupied by evening, guess whose? I kept myself busy by scrubbing the grout in all the bathrooms with a cleaning paste I'd found while cleaning out the storage closet. The grout is now pearly white and sparkling like a cleaning commercial. Not that it was in bad shape when I started. I just wish it gave me a better distraction from the anxiety stomping through my mind like a herd of hungry bears. Of course, that was kinda hopeless when Marty stopped by while I was scrubbing to apologize again and tell me he'll talk to Weston. I said don't bother. I'm not ready. Or maybe this is just something I need to figure out on my own. I told him I appreciate his concern, but whatever's happening between us is our problem, not his, not anyone else's. I'm still not sure if I'm desperate and angry for Weston to see me as a grown woman, or if I need to accept the fact that he was right. There will never be anything between us. Nothing besides the best romps of my life during a blazing summer fling with an old friend I could never bring myself to let go. Look, I'm not keen on acceptance, nor have I made up my mind about which way I should focus. But I sure wish he'd get home soon. This is the 3rd time I've walked over to his place since supper, and there's still no sign of him. Hercules, however, is happy to see me every time,
pushing against his pen with a chirping grunt that sounds like a human baby trying to laugh. I lean in too close, and he snuffles at my hair. A few inches lower, and I'm sure he'd lick my face. Easy, big guy. I'm not going anywhere, at least for a few more weeks, I tell him. I give him a final scratch behind his floppy ears before making my way back to the B&B, almost wishing we had more grout to scrub. I might just have to fold up on the couch soon for a scary movie and see if Graham wants help passing out candy and cookies to trick-or-treaters. Because you know it's bad when you're wishing for dirty grout. Maybe the guest who called in earlier today, asking about a room, will show up tonight. Checking them in and a little polite conversation will keep me busy for 5 whole minutes. Ugh. I just don't get why Weston shuts down with his emotions if he's not running them off like a boar on the warpath. We always talked in the past. We always had secrets we shared since the first time we connected on that day he pulled me inside for cookies. He always had this special talent for dragging me out of whatever funk I was in. Like when my parents died, and I was so devastated, and again when he told me he was leaving for boot camp. The sigh that leaves my lungs feels heavier than concrete. Both of those times revolved around me, didn't they? Just like when I'd wrecked the motorcycle. But then again, he never talked much about himself. Opening up now just isn't something he'd do, not with me. Because apparently I've always been the brat next door he had to save, never the other way around. The bitter fact that it makes sense puts a new ache in my heart. Jackass or not, he's always been there for me, but I've never been there much for him. Certainly not when he needed me the most, not during that time he came home hollowed out, gutted by all the things he could never bear to tell me. How the hell do I help him now? I kick at the ground, sweeping a few dried-out fall leaves away with my foot. A stinging nettle growing at the corner of Grandpa's barn catches my eye. I walk over to pluck it out before it gets bigger. The plant has these tiny hairs, but they're actually sharp barbs that hurt like a grease burn if they get in your skin. As I'm reaching down to grasp the weed close to the roots, any higher up and I'll be cussing up a blue streak from the pain, I notice a cigarette butt on the ground. Then another, and holy crap, it's like the back of a bar. Except I doubt Grady ever lets people toss garbage around the purple bobcat like this. The mess irritates me more than the nettleweed. Once I've torn it from the ground, I carefully tuck the roots in my back pocket and then use my phone to shove the weed in deeper so it won't fall out. I'll use my shirt to pull it out at the trash. Sighing, I stuff my phone in my front pocket and use both hands to scoop up about a dozen cigarette butts and carry them to the parking lot trash can. I'm going to have to mention this to Carson, since he's likely our only recent smoker. Geez, I even told him the only place he's allowed to smoke is the parking lot, didn't I? We keep it over asphalt for a reason. We've had a dry autumn so far without a lot of rain, so one stray smoldering butt could even start a fire in the grass by the barn. Throwing them on the ground isn't just rude, it's potentially dangerous. As I drop the butts in the trash, I wonder why I never smelled cigarette smoke on Carson. Usually I can, since it's something I got sensitive to at college. Too many drunken students puffing away at all hours, right outside my dorm room window. Then again, whenever Mr. Hudson's around, all I smell are those god-awful truffle almonds. Seriously, is he actually leaving tomorrow? I thought he'd be on his merry way after the car show ended, and his current stay ends after tonight. I'm dreading yet another extension. No matter how much he likes to pay in advance. Maybe I can kick him out if he keeps littering like this. Thank goodness Faye sewed up his pocket, at least, so he hasn't dropped more of those gross snacks around like bird poo. I'm still pissed at how sick they made Herc. Honestly, though, tonight I'm just pissed at everything, period, including myself. I need to talk to Weston ASAP, even if it leads to another screaming match. I can't handle things melting down so abruptly. I'm in the process of trying to pull the weed out of my back pocket with the hem of my shirt so I don't get stung. Way easier in theory than reality. When I hear sirens. Multiple vehicles, ambulance, and police. Back in D.C., I wouldn't even blink at the wailing noise. But Dallas is a speck of a town. When sirens shriek here, it almost certainly involves someone we know. Someone close. A rough knot forms in my stomach, and I hurry into the house. I can use a towel to get the weed out inside. Graham emerges from the private area.
Was that an ambulance I heard?
Yeah, and police sirens.
Oh dear, I wonder what's happened.
Graham places both hands over her heart.
Granny Coffee isn't getting any younger, and the way she rides that two-seater bike around town is downright dangerous. I sincerely hope it's not her.
I smile. Though they might be strawberry arch enemies, Graham and Granny have been frenemies for years. Hopefully not, I say, and I don't think it's her. I've seen Coffee riding her bike around pretty safely with that flower helmet she always wears. Hopefully no one we know.
That would mean it's a stranger. Maybe the guest we're waiting on today. Lord, that would be dreadful. And after everything that's come to Dallas the last few years, strangers and trouble have a sad habit of mixing too well.
Let's not jump to conclusions, Graham, I say. Maybe it's nothing. Just a fender bender on the highway or something. No need to think it's a shootout or mafia guys coming to raid Main Street.
Well, I think I'll call the sheriff and find out.
Graham, you can't just call Drake on a whim. That's private business, and if it's serious, he's probably busy.
Fair enough, I'll wait. But it's also public business, she says, walking behind the desk to use the landline. I can't just sit here hearing sirens whipping right by.
I'm not sure sirens qualify as public business, I say flatly. But the sound of a vehicle pulling in has me hurrying to the door. I'm relieved to see my brother's truck. Marty's here. Maybe he knows something. My small relief dries up the instant he jogs to the house, throws the door wide open. He's panicked. Casting me a severe look, he goes straight to Graham and tells her to sit down.
Why, Marty, what's going on? She asks, sinking reluctantly into the chair.
Knowing it has something to do with the sirens, and that the news isn't good, I step around the desk to stand next to Graham, ready to lay my hands on her shoulders. Graham, Marty kneels down beside her chair, flashing me a worried look. Weston just called. He found Faye on the floor at her house, basically unconscious.
No, I was just there. My hand flies to my mouth, stifling a gasp. The ambulance? Graham asks sharply.
Oh, no. No. Marty nods sadly. They're taking her to the hospital in Dickinson right now.
Was it her heart?
Graham asks, wincing and throwing her hands up.
The poor thing.
Poor thing is right. She only left here early thanks to my rude mouth. Guilt hits like an uppercut. Sure, she'd accepted my apology only hours ago and insisted she went home because she had a lot to catch up on, like that fancy new system Weston and Faulkner rigged up. But still, it's partly my fault, and totally shameful. No one knows for sure right now, Marty says. Wes didn't stay on the line long. He just said she was bleeding, like she might have fallen and banged her head or something. No one's sure, though. Drake's at her place now, scoping things out. Graham stands with a sigh. I have to see her, and someone needs to tell the McKnights the head trauma unit can be hit or miss. Dean Coffey wound up there last summer after that camel chucked him off its back. I try not to smile because this is no laughing matter, even if years of Dean's half-baked antics around town are legendary. I'll take you tomorrow, after we know more, Marty says. It's too late for visiting hours tonight.
Rubbish! I want to be there tonight, even if I have to spend 10 hours lounging in the waiting room. She's my best friend, and she worked her tail off for us, young man. We return favors in this family.
I know she did, Graham, I say. and Marty will take you to see her tomorrow. Nice try. Do I have to break out your grandfather's old Corvette and drive there myself?" Marty and I look at each other in horror. Finally, he shrugs. "All right, Graham, I'll take you." Looking at me, he adds, "It's only an hour away. We can always check into a hotel if she wants to stay the night." I nod in uneasy agreement. I want to say I'll come along too, but Graham is already talking, telling me about the new guest who could show up any time tonight. Right, I can't go. Someone needs to be here. "No worries, I've got it covered, guys," I say, hunting for Graham's purse while she disappears into the bathroom to get ready for the drive. "I'll call you as soon as we know anything," Marty tells me. "It's amazing how shit the past 24 hours were." "When will it stop? And please do as soon as you know anything." He starts heading for the door to wait for Graham, but stops and looks at me. "How about you, Shelley? Are you okay?" "I'll manage." I have to look away. I just hope it was nothing serious with Faye. "Me too," he says. West sounded shook up. He's following the ambulance to the hospital and meeting Grady and his family there. Would you rather take Graham and have me stay here? I shake my head. Weston doesn't want to see me, especially with a nightmare unfolding. I know that. Also, this isn't about me. It's about Faye, the McKnights, Marty, and Graham. I refuse to inject extra drama into the situation, unintentionally or not. No, that's sweet. But she wants you to take her. You're a better driver at night on the back roads, too. Just tell me how everyone's doing the second you hear, okay? Will do. It's interstate the entire way, so it won't take long to get there. They leave a few minutes later. Anxious and alone, I consider texting Weston an "I'm sorry to hear" message. But he's driving, I'm sure, following the ambulance and worried sick about his aunt. He doesn't need distractions. To keep myself from reconsidering, I set my phone on the desk. Then, lost as to what to do, I walk across the lobby and click on the flat-screen TV hanging above the old fireplace, just to break the silence that feels ominous. The evening news breaks for a political commercial, some lady running for something or other in Montana. We get their broadcasts since we're within spitting distance of the state line. With T.E. Franklin for governor, we'll keep Montana safe. The ad drones, showing a smart-dressed woman in front of people who look way too excited for an election rally. Justice for hometown heroes and punishment for corporate bullies. No more violence or vigilantes. No towns left behind like Heart's Edge. No burden too big. No place too small. We are Montana. I wrinkle my nose. I haven't missed that. D.C. is the epicenter of lofty promises and scandalous disappointments. These types of ads are everywhere there, and politics even bleeds into the Smithsonian. I learned a long time ago to bite my tongue and not ruffle anyone's feathers, no matter what they believe, because it's a lose-lose scenario. I remember hearing about some major craziness in Heart's Edge, too. Giant companies using the town as an illicit test site, several brutal fires, a ghost town whose discovery had every history buzzing, and mafia creepers getting busted left and right. Definitely makes me thankful that Dallas hasn't gone off the deep end yet. I click the remote to a cable channel with old westerns and set down the remote. Grandpa loved winding down his day with these old shows. They're the reason the first gift I remember getting is a set of cowgirl boots and a pink toy pistol. Yeah, I don't want to go back to D.C. I tried to fit in, tried to believe it was everything I wanted because that was my plan. The best laid plans I made when West made me promise him I'd get out of here. That's why I did it. For him. Because he asked, and I couldn't break that promise. Because I loved him. Because I wanted him. Because I still flipping do. But apparently he still wants me to leave, just like years ago. He still thinks the idea of us is radioactive, even if it's for very different reasons now. I rub at the tension in my neck. God, I hope Faye comes home okay. and I wish she hadn't gone home early thanks to my latest round of heart fencing with West. If she'd stayed, maybe her fall never would have happened. I sigh, knowing I've caused nothing but trouble since the day I came home. Weston is probably counting down the days until I'm gone. I walk into the kitchen, wondering if I should brew tea or just sit down at the counter and allow myself a good cry, mourning my shit show of a life. Never one to give in that easily, I go for the tea, then rummage around the cabinets for honey. The tea is still brewing when an odd noise rings in my ears, almost like a big truck pulling in. Maybe the guests are here and they're hauling a camper or boat or something. Walking into the lobby, I look at the TV. The Western keeps playing, but the sound is so low I wouldn't have heard it in the kitchen. Back in the kitchen, I hear the truck again, a diesel engine growling, idling. I walk to the back door and the noise gets louder as I open it and step outside. My heart drops when I see the barn door open. Several dark figures milling around a hulking freight truck with its lights off. I don't even hesitate. I go running, and just as I round the door, I see him. A tall figure turning toward me with a surprised look as he stuffs one of those rancid nuts in his mouth and crushes it between his teeth loudly. "Carson! What the hell are you doing?"
22. Broken Piggy Bank. Weston. I hate hospitals. They stink, echo, sweat despair from the walls. Mostly they're just so damn clinical. Luckily, the ambulance driver, Leroy Swells, also has a monster truck, and he reminded me to grab Faye's purse because I'll need her info. As the large glass double doors slide open and I step inside, I beeline for the front desk. There, I set her purse on the counter and try not to feel too weird rummaging around in it. They just brought my great aunt in, I tell the admin lady. I'm here to give you her info.
Thank you, I'll be right with you.
I stand there, waiting impatiently for this sloth, and eventually give her Faye's information before I'm told to take a seat in the waiting room. A doctor will be out to see me as soon as possible. I'm well aware that probably means 5 hours. Sipping on the worst battery acid disguised as coffee I've ever tasted, I try to keep my head attached to my shoulders. Who did this? What are we missing? Was it a mistake to let Marty go sniffing at that Remington dude the nice way? Were we mistaken about Mr. Muddy Boots entirely? And what if he's not done busting in the heads of helpless old women in his heists? Fuck. So many disturbing questions. I stand up with relief and wave wildly the second I see Grady, Willow, and my little cousins march through the front door. Avery and Sawyer look scared. I hate seeing the fear on their 11-year-old faces. Heard anything yet? Grady asks quickly. No, nothing. She's in their hands and we're waiting for a doctor. Grady runs a hand through his thick hair and swallows loudly. I know what my uncle's thinking. Faye's far more than our aunt. For years, she's been our rock, always there for us like a stand-in grandmother through thick and thin when no one else was. When Grady's first wife was falling apart from a rare neurological disease, she stepped in to shore up his family and help him get the bar off the ground. When I was the asshole going to pieces thanks to my own scrambled brain, she was there. Never judgmental, always kind, ever ready to swing by and clean my place or leave me a good home-cooked meal while I scrambled to build my shop and make people trust me enough with their precious cars. Damn, I don't get it. Tell me what happened, West, Uncle Grady says, his brown eyes hot lava pools. I don't know. Flustered, I repeat what I told him over the phone. I found her crumpled on the living room floor, bleeding from the back of the head. Don't know if she had a heart attack and tripped, if she fell and hit her head on her own, or what. I shrug, my eyes flicking to the munchkins. I can't spill the gory details in front of my upset little cousins. Willow seems to understand and gives me a sad smile before she asks if they want something from the vending machines. Grady stops to kiss them all on the forehead. Once they're safely out of earshot, I say, "There was a broken vase on the floor, blown to bits by her feet. No water or flowers, just the vase. I can't say if it means anything or not. Drake's at the house right now with a deputy, giving it a complete once-over. He said he'll check in first thing with whatever he finds, or doesn't." Uncle Grady nods, running a hand through his thick beard. "Does he think it's connected to the last break-in?" He's definitely wondering, same as me. Shit. I pause to sigh. I just wish she would have told me she'd gone home earlier. I could have set up the system then and prevented all this, or at least we'd have a real suspect to go after. Grady lays a hand on my shoulder. "This isn't your fault, West. The system wouldn't have mattered if it was something medical, after all, or an accident. We can't go jumping to conclusions without hard proof. Quit blaming yourself for everything." I would, only this is my fault, Uncle Grady. "Bull, I'm not going to argue with you, son, so just stop. No one thinks it's your fault." The door opens again before I can protest. Marty and Thelma Simon hurry inside the building. My breath stalls as I look for Shelley behind them, but she's not there. "Sorry," Marty says. "Graham insisted on coming tonight. Shelley wanted to come along too, but someone had to stay at the B&B. I'm instantly concerned. She's there alone? Marty doesn't have a chance to say more than yes when a nurse steps out asking for Faye's family. We all move toward her, identifying ourselves.
Faye's being assessed right now,
the middle-aged senior nurse says.
Head wounds are always scary because they can produce a lot of blood, but sometimes they aren't as bad as they look. I'm pleased to report that looks like the case here. No fractures to her skull or critical blood loss. She's heading to cardiology right now to make sure her heart's okay.
Is she conscious? I ask, sighing with some small relief.
Yes, she came to in the ambulance,
the nurse replies.
Are you Weston?
Yeah, her great-nephew.
She wants to speak to you as soon as she's able.
The nurse smiles.
She's very insistent. The doctor said she would hardly calm down until she knew she could reach you, so I'd like you to come with me and wait. Her scans should be finished shortly.
Thanks, I appreciate that. I'm her nephew and his uncle, Grady says, pointing a thumb at me. Can I come too?
Yes, but the rest of you will have to wait. Visitor policies.
We'll be right back, Grady tells Willow and the kids as we follow the nurse through a large set of swinging metal doors. 5 minutes later, Grady and I look at each other as soon as another set of doors close behind us. We can already hear Aunt Faye, and she sounds pretty pissed.
I told you she was very insistent,
the nurse says. As soon as we enter her room, Faye lets out a deafening gasp, her frizzy hair bobbing.
Oh, thank God you boys are here.
How are you feeling? I ask, arriving at her side with Grady right behind me.
That doesn't matter,
she says somewhat breathlessly.
Weston, I have to tell you what happened. I was in the living room, wondering what I should put in the corner where that shelf was, the one you carried out to the garage. I sold it. Did I tell you that?
I glance at the doctor studying a screen in the corner and grimace. This is Aunt Faye. Her explanations are never short. No, you didn't, but I'm glad to hear it.
Yes, well, I sold it to Thelma right before I left Amelia's. She wants to put some of Doug's old wood carvings on it from down in the basement. It's still in the garage, though, because we need you to haul it to her house in your pickup.
She waves a hand in the air.
Anyway, I was in the living room, wondering what to put in my corner when it felt like a piano came down on my head. He was there, both of them, barging in through the door I forgot to lock. He just hit me without saying a solitary word.
Who did? I ask, swallowing a growl.
It happened so fast, I wasn't sure until I woke up in the ambulance because I never got a good look at them. But then it dawned on me,
she says slowly, licking the corner of her lip in thought. I wait for more, but all she does is nod. You remembered something? Uncle Grady asks, far more calmly than I could.
Yes,
She points at her nose.
I could smell them.
Smell who? Grady asks, his brow furrowed.
That strange little squirrel of a man and his hideous nuts. I could smell those almonds he's obsessed with. Ask Thelma, they stink terribly. But, boys, you've got to warn her. If he did this to me, he could go after Amelia's for one last snatch and grab before he makes his getaway. He lives for antiques.
Carson Hudson. His name falls out of my mouth like a dry curse. Aunt Faye nods solemnly. Damn, I knew it. I should have kept a closer eye on that little rat. She also mentioned 2 men. The fact that he's got friends helping him launch armed robberies against seniors sends rage pumping through my veins. If Drake doesn't find him first, I'll kill him with my own bare hands. Then my heart hits the floor as another thought douses my brain. Shell. She's home alone, managing the place with that freak who could sneak back any time. I slap Grady's shoulder. Hunk, I gotta go. Why, Hudson? Is he the pushy weirdo crawling all over town for antiques? He asks. That bastard's been pulling this crap under everybody's noses the whole time? We've got to tell Drake. I don't take time to answer. I just bolt from the room, jogging down the hall to the waiting room. Marty, I call, nearly bowling him over. He holds up a hand and gestures to the phone pressed to his ear. I hope to everything holy he's talking to Shell. Scrambling to his side, I try to listen in while Thelma grabs my arm.
It's a guest,
She whispers up at me.
He called my phone because I have the number posted on the front desk. He needs to check in, but apparently he can't find Shelley. She should be there.
Fuck. Thelma doesn't have a hint of what's going on like we do, but concern lines her face. My heart bangs like a war drum now, hammering so hard my vision blurs. It's a miracle I don't exit my own skin when my phone goes off. Snarling, I pull it from my pocket, praying I'll see Shelley's name on the screen. Nope. Dallas Police, Drake. That's what I see as I swipe the answer icon. Sheriff, it was Carson Hudson that assaulted Aunt Faye. She smelled those damn nuts he's always got, and he had an accomplice. Weston, he says slowly, cutting me off. Listen to me. The seriousness of his tone turns me to stone. I'm listening. Okay, now I'm already on it, Drake says. I'm going to start at the beginning and let you know what's happening. I'm driving as we speak. A North Earhart chopper is about to lift off from the oil fields to be our eagle eye. It's definitely serious if he's breaking out one of the company egg beaters that doubles as a police search vehicle when times get rough. What the fuck is going on, Drake? I whisper. I can't take not knowing. Your pigs showed up at Faye's house while I was there, squealing up a storm. I got him in the car to drop him at your place, and the second we got out, he pulled me over to Amelia's, rooting around Doug Simon's barn. He was chasing this fancy-looking snack wrapper. That's when I saw the old storage barn open and had a look inside. Definitely several cars gone, including the Corvette. Motherfucker. Now I know I'll be racing old Doug's ghost to beat the hell out of Hudson and his friends. What about Shelley Simon? Did you see her? The few seconds of yawning silence that follows shreds what's left of my paper-thin patience. Drake, did you see her? No, he says firmly. I headed for the lobby, found one of her sandals on the ground outside, not far from some big-ass tire tracks. Almost like your rigs, except this one had more wheels like a freight truck or something. The kind that can carry cars. My lungs suck in a scalding breath and hold on till it sears. It's all I can do to avoid exploding like a human hand grenade. I'm thinking it's heading west. Those pricks made their move, and they won't want to hang around here too long with the loot. Hell, that break-in at Faye's may have even been a diversion just to keep us busy. No worries, man. I've put out an APB for any type of oversized flatbed truck or hauler loaded with vehicles. My mind spins like a ratchet, full of the worst possibilities. I haven't felt this helpless in years, not since Hellfire. screaming, smoke, blood. No one can hear me scream, not even the damn insurgents. Not when I'm covered in blood, cradling what's left of Vicky in my arms, hating that sluggish fuck-up of a dual airstrike for putting us in this shit. Someone moans. Private Ripley, maybe, if he's still alive. I'm crawling toward him when I realize I can't feel my arms or legs. They're still intact, but there's something wrong with my head. My nerves. My limbs give out and drop me on my face just as more thunder lands on the hills they've been shooting from. When I lift up to see, it's my gut that aches. I'm hunched over a toilet in the back of the purple Bobcat, trying not to heave my intestines out. How fucking long did I black out this time? The door opens, and I'm expecting Uncle Grady with his usual concern and gentleness I don't deserve, ready to help me up for a sober ride home. No. The Barnett's butler, Tobin, his expression dead behind his spectacles. There's someone in his arms.
"The love of your life, sir,"
he says in that eerily old-world polished accent.
"I'm afraid you were a tad too slow."
He drops the bundle in his arms in front of me. It rolls just enough so I can see Shelley's face, pale and dead, and...
"Weston? West, you there?"
Drake's voice cracks like a whip. Oh, Jesus. I'm shaking, hallucinating, barely propping myself up with my hand on the wall. A couple doctors walking by slow down and look at me with concern as I jerk back. Another one of these pathetic fucking attacks when she needs me the most. I can't do that shit. Not right now. I can't let it eat me up, or that little vision will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. "I'm here," I shout into the phone, wiping the sweat pouring down my neck. "Focus, you asshole. Focus. Think. Move." Was Marty the last person who saw her? He said she stayed behind at the B&B while he drove Thelma up here, I tell Drake. "Gotta be by my estimation," he says. Okay, that gives me a timeline at least. A couple hours ago she was fine, still at the B&B when they left. If she was gone by the time that guest blew in and called Thelma looking for her, that must have been a good hour, maybe more. Also, it takes time to load up valuable cars in a damn near priceless Corvette in a big rig hauler. I haven't worked on anything that huge since Afghanistan, but I'm guessing they can't rocket down the highway. Plus, they'll stick to back roads if they're smart, keeping a low profile. They have to be somewhere between here and Dallas, unless they went east. Drake has good reason to believe they're heading west, though. "Any guesses where they're going?" I ask. "Interstate to make time, then they'll use the back roads," Drake answers. "I'm thinking they're heading toward the state line. Unless they've got an evil lair or something, they'll want to head for the nearest coast to unload those cars." "I'll hit the back roads now." Before he can respond, I add, "It's gotta be Hudson spearheading it, no matter how many minions he's got, and I'll bet you anything he roped in that Muddy Boots Remington asshole." "Absolutely," Drake answers. "I'll tell you not to do anything foolish, but I know you won't listen. Neither would I if it were my girl in this situation. Just stay in touch." "Will do." I click off. Fuck. He just had to call her my girl, didn't he? A savage reminder of the chance I've lost if I don't move. Worried that calling her phone may draw attention, I send a quick text to Shell. "Where are you? Everybody's worried." "Weston, what the hell is going on?" Grady asks, racing to my side as soon as he sees me. "What did Drake say? I've already called up Ridge and Falk for backup." Before I can answer, Marty tells me. "Bad news. Her phone's still on the front desk at the B&B, according to our guest." Damn. Already on my way to the door, I shout back at Grady. "Call Drake. He'll explain everything. I need backup, but I need you to stay here with Aunt Faye. Have them meet me at my place ASAP." I've never barreled home so fast in my life. The second my truck squeals to a stop in front of my place, I'm out, flying into the house. I run upstairs to my gun safe, then to the kitchen. A quick look through the mail holder turns up something Shell picked up off the ground weeks ago. I remember seeing it because I loathed its sight, suspicious as hell from the very start. Half a heartbeat later, I come bursting out, holding a plastic wrapper crinkled in my hand and that damn modified dog leash dangling from the other, plus a small bushel of bananas swinging from one finger. Herc, wake your ass up, I say, tearing off a banana to unpeel and smacking it against his pen like a drumstick. The pig shuffles up to my side of his pen, blinking and mashing his nose against the opening between the slats, snuffling impudently. I know, you're tired from the ruckus and Drake bringing you back, but buddy, I pause. I still can't believe I'm asking the world's worst-behaved pig for help. Come with me on a car ride. Help me out tonight and I'll keep you in bananas and peanut butter for the next month. He grunts back, snorting off my offer like an insult. My eyes narrow. All right, damn you, the next year. Please don't be a dick and help me help Shelley. Ree, he gives back a shrill squeal the instant I say her name, bouncing on his stubby legs. Despite the stress, I smile and push the wrapper I saved toward his snout. That's right, take a good smell, I say, holding it out as I hop into the pen. He goes hog wild, every pun intended, when he gets a good whiff of the bag, now empty of those rank-ass almonds. I almost think he understands as I toss him the banana he wolfs down in 2 bites. Then I wrangle him into his altered big dog harness and throw the gate open. He doesn't even fight as I grab a small ladder and haul his lumbering ball of a body into the passenger seat of my high monster truck. No easy task, believe me, and shut the door before climbing behind the wheel. I'll have time to contemplate my own sanity and the many atrocious choices in my life later. Let's roll, I tell him, starting the engine. Tonight it's just you and me and a whole lot of asses to kick. We'll bring her home.
23. 2 timing pigs. Rochelle. My throat is all lapping fire, and it takes me a few painful seconds to figure out why. Carson. He choked me. He wrung my neck like a wet towel in the barn. As soon as I'd yelled, he threw something over my head. Or maybe it was one of the other 2 guys I saw with him. I'd fought like hell. Kicking, screaming, scratching, but he had numbers and surprise on his side. I went down hard with his filthy paws around my neck. Even if they're nothing like Weston's strong hands, they got the job done, squeezing my throat until I blacked out. There's still something slung over my head, a thick black hood that makes every breath stifling. Pathetic. This is turning out like one of those way too predictable horror movies, especially considering it's Halloween night. Now it's just a question of when they dispose of me. I'm twisted, lying down on my back. It feels like the small sleeper compartment of a semi, because it's certainly a truck, and we're moving. I can hear the engine growling as it rumbles down the road at a good, vibrating clip. I start hearing voices, too. Shit, man. Shit. You didn't tell me I was getting into this when I signed up for your fucking gig. Transporting stolen cars is one thing, but kidnapping a chick? A rough male voice says. What did you expect me to do? Kill her on the spot and toss the body in a ditch for the coyotes? I recognize that oily voice that still sounds too steady even when he's obviously miffed. Carson. My heart lunges up my throat. Of course he was behind everything this whole time. I should have listened to my gut, even when it seemed so unlikely. I had a bad feeling about him ever since that joke of a date, and now I'm betting that date only happened at all so he could snoop. Find something valuable enough to make all these weeks in Dallas worth his oh-so-important time. If I wasn't hurting and terrified, I'd whack my own forehead. I don't want nothing to do with murder, Carsey. You got a body to hide, I'm not your man. I agreed to help you get shit loaded up and drive this rig, not bash old ladies in the head and beat on little girls. The other man snaps, adding, You're goddamn lucky I could jack this rig from the company without anybody noticing.
Company? North Earhart? He must be the elusive Muddy Boots, I realize. Enough belly aching. It'll all be worth it in the end, I assure you. We'll be rid of her well before we reach Everett, Carson says. The Pacific Northwest is crawling with hiding places. Ever heard of D.B. Cooper? He pulled off the ultimate heist, hijacking a plane and bailing out over dense Washington forest with 6 figures in cash. It's the towns you have to worry about, places like Heart's Edge and their pitiful little citizen police. My uncle lost his lucky star there, quite literally, when I was just a boy. Man, whatever. I still can't believe stealing a few cars got this complicated. We would have been better off if we'd done it right after the car show, Muddy Boots says. You think I don't know that? Never mind. Obviously, I thought Miss Simon and the neighbor bull would stay at the dance longer. That's why I sent you there to get the keys and title for the Corvette out of my room after we snatched it from the safe. What the hell? They broke into the safe? Moving carefully so they won't notice any movement, I ease one hand up to whatever it is covering my face. Not a hood, my fingers tell me. Feels more like shirt material. Finding an edge to the fabric, I roll it up slowly, hoping I can get a clear peek from under it. If they'd come down the road at the wrong time, they'd have spotted the semi for sure, Muddy Boots says, irritation grinding in his voice. I didn't dare back into the place after they got home. If you'd have been quicker, we'd be in Washington tonight counting our money, Carson says bitterly. Fuck you, dude. Getting in the house was easy enough, but that safe was a royal bitch. Took me almost an hour to crack the code and get it just right. I thought you gave me shitty equipment, but I finally got it, didn't I? You're welcome, Dick. Oh, yes, the FBI's finest would be green with jealousy. Thankfully, despite your hiccups, this plan will work just as well, Carson says. We have time. No one will know we were gone for hours. We also have the advantage of Halloween night. It's the psychology of the thing. Far more people than usual like being tucked in and off the roads by now. Also, you're forgetting the whole point of our little hit and run with the old woman. A crime like that eats up the podunk police force's energy. It should keep them occupied for hours, plus any local vigilantes, too. Anger thrums in my blood. He talks about hitting Faye in the effing head like she's a bone you throw to distract a bad-tempered dog. If I've already signed my death warrant, I hope I get a chance to stab this turd in the eyes before I'm gone. Stick to the back roads until we hit the state line, Mr. Remington. Then it'll be free sailing to the port in Everett by noon. Perhaps we can stop for breakfast somewhere midday. I'll need to follow up with our buyer. He lets out a disgusted sigh before asking, And you did make sure the cars were chained down tight and covered, yes? Duh. I did that while you and the guys were dealing with the girl. You're sure you didn't kill her already? He sniffs. She hasn't made a peep since you threw her back there. I'm certain she's just passed out from the shock. It's hardly the first time I've had to render someone unconscious. He clucks his tongue like the inconvenience of knocking me out cold upsets him. Such a feisty young thing, too. I wish I'd gotten a chance to find out what's under the hood. However, it can't be helped. Not now. Gross. I wrestle back a gag. Yeah, Muddy Boots says awkwardly. So, when do you think she'll wake up? And what do we do if she freaks out? Carson doesn't answer. Instead, there's this loud shuffling sound. Something grabs my leg, a hand, feeling for me. Don't react. I force myself to go limp as cold fingers grapple around just below my knee, giving my leg a firm shake. Out like a blown candle. I doubt she'll be a concern for a while, Carson says, releasing my leg. That ain't my question. The fuck we gonna do when she wakes up back there and starts screaming? Simple. Knock her out again. Now quit stressing. You're acting like a virgin with this sort of thing. I'm sure that's not the case. considering your ability to recruit a few more hands for the job at that seedy little bar, Carson says. I carefully ease the fabric bunched around my head higher, enough to peer out under it. Yep, it's a semi, and I'm in the sleeper. Carson sits in the passenger seat with muddy boots at the wheel. His accomplice wears a blue baseball cap, puffing on a cigarette, like it's nothing more than a casual road trip. Sigh. Now I know where the mystery butts came from, and why Carson never smelled like cigarettes when he pretended to smoke. It's dark outside, and darker still inside the cab. The few snatches of faint light through the window tell me nothing. I couldn't guess where we are. I just know I'm isolated, hurt, and at every disadvantage in a nightmare scenario like this. My chin quivers. Carson is right. No one will know I'm gone for hours, days, weeks. It's Halloween flipping night, when the few people who aren't busy with their kids and parties are creeped out enough to bed down early and wait for morning to banish all the imaginary ghoulies. Do we really have to kill her? The driver asks reluctantly. Fuck, man. I don't know if any payday's worth that. Bad karma. Can't we just, let her go if she doesn't know anything? If I weren't chilled to the bone, I'd laugh at the irony. This gruff, horrible man might be the only thing between a knife and my throat, pleading my case with his own selfish worries. Let her go? Carson echoes slowly, like he doesn't understand the words. Yeah, just toss her out somewhere in the boonies and let her find her way home hitchhiking or something. She knows who you are, you idiot. She knows what we did. She damn sure knows who I am, despite working under an alias, Carson says. So what? You really planning to come back to this town after we're paid? You couldn't give me $1 million to come to North Dakota again. The thought of busting my hump all winter for the oil company was shitty enough before you came along. You said you've got a shipping container waiting for us, right? Muddy Boots snorts. The Corvette will be out of the States in 24 hours, and we'll have a cool 1,000,000 clams. That's plenty to fuck off with and lay low. Just disappear. It's one more deal, Carson spits, sinking back in his seat with a sigh. I have more inventory to unload besides these autos. I thought I'd gotten right fucked when that stupid meteorite turned out to be nothing more than fool's gold. If it were real, it would make what we're getting for these cars look like trifling pocket change. My uncle nearly had a one-of-a-kind Martian rock worth millions once. Nearly? What happened? Let's just say he was crossed by one of the local yokels in a shitty little town a lot like Dallas, Carson says, venom in his voice. Fortunately, I didn't walk away empty-handed with those lying rocks. I saw the Corvette in the photos with the old woman who runs Amelia's when I broke in. Didn't take me long at all to find it in the barn. I'm going to be sick. It was the pictures Faye posted for her garage sales that brought him to Dallas. The not meteorite that was a total insider joke lured him just like I'd thought. Like West thought, too. My stomach flips over, hating that I'll never get a chance to talk to him now and tell him how right he was. I'll never find out if he had an apology waiting for me either. You hit the jackpot, all right, the driver says. You have no idea, sir, Carson says, the first time I've ever heard him excited. $1 million car in nowhere, North Dakota? You can't retire on it, but it's a start. Sometimes I wonder if old Uncle Gerald was looking down on me after all. Carson chuckles while the other man shifts awkwardly in his seat. Dear God, my heart might just sink to my knees. What the hell do I do? There's no way Weston can save me this time. Without my phone, I can't even communicate. I need something I can use as a weapon. Carefully shifting my eyes, I scan the inside of the sleeper cab without moving. It's too dark. I can't see anything. I don't dare move more than my neck. The slight jostling motion at my feet tells me I lost a sandal at some point. Pathetic. I'm armed with a single frail leather shoe against two grown men who are very willing to murder. In D.C., at least I'd have my purse with a can of mace tucked away. Slowly, feeling returns to the rest of me, that needling sensation fading. Either that or the fear is so palpable, I'm just adapting. But why is there a spot near my hip that's burning like a rat crawled under my shirt and started biting? Did they throw me around so hard I picked up a splinter or... Wait, that stupid nettle. That stupid, miraculous, holy crap, I might have a Hail Mary nettle. It's still poking out of my back pocket, grazing my belly. It's not a switchblade, but it's technically a weapon of the silliest kind. Now I just have to wait for an opportunity to use it. Easing my vision back to the front, I try to see if I can make out any landmarks or signs from the road. We aren't on the interstate. This is a narrow 2-lane road, and pretty rough from the way the truck keeps bouncing. The only signs we pass in the dull light of the headlights are mile markers, and they don't tell me a shitting thing. From the conversation, we're heading to Washington, but I don't know how long I was out, or how long we've been on this road. I see headlights coming toward us, distant glowing dots. Is there a way I can signal? Think. But any move I make has to be a kill shot. If I let them know I'm awake, I'll be in a world of hurt. Carson already choked me until I blacked out. He won't think twice about doing it again, or worse. The other vehicle, a low-riding car, zooms right past us into the night. Shit. I have to think of something ASAP. Maybe there's a fire extinguisher back here, something heavy enough to dent a cranium or two. Cautiously, I ease the makeshift hood up a bit higher to look around, but it's just too dark. Seriously annoying. Holding my breath, I lift my bare foot, trying to feel for anything I haven't noticed, but I freeze when the driver speaks again. "You sure she's still out?" Muddy Boots asks. "It's been a while. Maybe we better pull over and check." "Will you quit worrying?" Carson growls. "We'll hear her if she wakes up. She fought like a puma earlier." "The way that pig came flying out of nowhere, I thought it was going to chew your leg off while you carried her to the truck," his partner says with a low chuckle. "It did bite me, the piece of swine shit. My leg is still throbbing where it tore my pants. I'm very lucky it didn't pull a few drops of blood for evidence." Carson snarls. "Only wish I'd had a chance to shoot it." There's a low crunching noise. "Hey, what kind of peanuts are those? Smells like shoe polish," Muddy Boots grumbles. "Listen, we're in for a long haul. I gotta stop for real food and a cup of coffee soon. Never mind checking the tires. These back roads are choppy as hell on a truck this big. Never gonna make it through the night if we don't. Plus, we can check on the girl." Despite my paralyzing fear, I grin, telepathically beaming a silent thank you to Hercules for his valiant efforts to defend me. "One stop, damn you. Make it quick. We may be over the state line, but we're still far too close for comfort. There's a town coming up in 15 or 20 miles. Glendive, I believe." Carson drums his fingers against the door impatiently. "Why was she still there at the place anyway? I thought you said they were all friends with the old lady. You were certain everyone would be gone," Muddy Boots says after a painful silence. "How the hell am I supposed to know? Miss Rochelle and the neighbor Neanderthal were inseparable. I figured she'd go to the hospital the second they heard about the old woman and her unexpected headache," he sighs. "You wouldn't believe the time I had convincing that old biddy to go home this morning. Then I had to stop her from calling her nephew over with that last-minute offer for that stupid vase. I knew once he got off work he'd drive right over. We're lucky she never knew what hit her." Fury whips through me, knowing this appalling jackass somehow got Faye to leave when I thought it was all me, and only me the whole time. Whatever. He's not getting away with this. That's for damn sure. If I could kiss the handful of nettles poking me in the butt right now, I totally would. Someone has to get in a parting shot before they disappear. If I'm lucky, maybe he'll never see it coming. Maybe I'll render him blind. Maybe I'll shake them up just enough to buy time. For myself, and for that tortured lunk, a childish part of me still hopes will find me.
24. Pigs and Whistles. Weston. My heart jackhammers, and I stomp the gas pedal to my floorboard. Herc gives a disappointed snort next to me. I know, damn it, I tell him. They weren't at the last rest stop, and we're wasting precious time. We've made 3 60-second stops at 2 gas stations and a rest stop near the state border. Each time I came bounding out with Herc, giving him a chance to do a sniff test for any sign of Carson's shithead and those puke-tastic nuts that might as well be his personal fragrance. So far, nothing. I don't have anything to go on besides my gut, assuming this is the route they're taking, or that they'll even stop at all. The only thing I know for sure is that a rig like that, fully loaded with cargo, can't fly through the night faster than my truck, or the makeshift crew I've rounded up. They're coming along just 10 or 20 miles behind me now. Our target has to stop sometime. Fuel, eats, even just to cool their heels and check their loot. And when they do, that's our chance to gain ground and catch these snakes knotted up. I swear I'm going to beat that slick dick SOB and his partner within an inch of their lives when I get my hands on them. Once for Aunt Faye, and 10 more times for Shell. Just wish I'd listened to my gut sooner. I should have dug deeper into Carson Hudson. Should have done more. Should have assumed like bastards attract like, and he wasn't just an oddball lone wolf. Now Aunt Faye's in the hospital, and Shell's been kidnapped. A nightmare come true, and all because I hesitated. The pig sniffs and noses at the dashboard restlessly. I tear open a banana and push it to his mouth to calm him, which it does for the 2 seconds it takes him to swallow it whole. My phone rings. Grady, the dash screen shows. I punch the button on the steering wheel to answer. Uncle Grady, where are you? He asks. I don't know, somewhere in Montana. I tell him the highway number and the last mile marker I remember. The speedometer is tapped out. At this speed, in rural darkness, signs blur by awfully fast. It's impossible to read them, and the GPS isn't well detailed out here in the sticks. Any sign of them yet? Uncle Grady asks. The boys took the trucks you told them to, and they're coming, right behind you. Not coming fast enough, and that's the fucking problem. Nothing. If that prick was ever at the last 3 stops, Herc would have sniffed him out. Grady chuckles. Still can't believe you enlisted the pig. I mean, I can't talk shit considering I got a hand from a tiger once, but just keep it together, West. I'm on my way too. A flashback strikes, making me squeeze the wheel harder. The ambush, the trap, the massacre. I saw what happened when I let too many good people come together in one place, when we don't have the intel or the support. Hellfire, screaming, smoke, blood. Have you ever smelled human flesh burning before? It becomes my whole world with every breath, and I don't want to breathe. Oh, Jesus, I don't want... No! I yell it so loud, Herc's chubby head whips around to look at me. If there's ever a time I won't let those memories drag me back to hell with their sharp teeth, it's now. No, Uncle Grady, stay with Aunt Faye and the kids. The family needs you right now, and I've got enough backup. How close are they? Under 10 miles, last I heard. They're gaining ground fast, finding their bearings with those big old trucks. Falk and Ridge rounded up everybody they could, and they're right on your tail. Don't worry, West. We'll catch this son of a bitch. My gut burns with hope. He needs to be right. I can't have others hurt again on my account, for my mistakes. My throat locks before I can protest. Uncle Grady, Weston, listen. You aren't in this alone, not this time. And I know this isn't the time or place, but you've never been alone. It's past time you realize it and accept the help. At least consider it payback for helping me save Willow. He pauses, his breath this gentle harshness that makes me feel weirdly comforted. Now, Drake says they've got the chopper moving northwest, just in case. They're completing a 40-mile grid. If they don't spot anything, they'll head south, right ahead of you. Just tell us if you see a white hauler pulling a pack of covered cars. He's right. I have to save Shell, and if all the strongest men in Dallas have my back, time to man up. Accept the aid. For her sake. Her life. Goddamn, everything I've always done was for her. How do you get the truck's description? I ask. They jacked it from North Earhart, according to Marty. Also, the guy checking into the B&B saw it tearing down the narrow little road that leads in there. He told Marty that, too. My heart starts pounding harder. Did he see if they had a woman? No. He just thought a truck that big seemed a little out of place there on a night like this. Grady says quietly. Another powerful wave of guilt lifts me and chucks me on my face again. Fuck. All of this could have been avoided, stopped, if I'd just gone with my instinct and went after Hudson. Stomping my foot harder on the accelerator, I hear my engine growl like a werewolf. The truck must be hurtling down the road over 90 miles per hour, and we're tapped out, which causes me more frustration. Hercules buries his snout against my arm with a grunting heave, as if to say, "Patience, dude. You're not gonna save her if you break our wheels." I know, I whisper back. Uncle Grady coughs, still on the line. We don't say a word to each other for the next 5 minutes. The faint lights up ahead hint at a town on the hilly dark horizon. I see a big steel building coming up, bathed in spotlights, a few neat rows of big rigs either fueling or pulled off to the side. Laird's Stop, gateway to the west, the massive wooden sign bathed in a spotlight announces. Herc starts grunting like he knows what's coming up, even before I wrench the wheel and barrel in. I barely remember to hit the brakes to slow down. Unc, I've got to stop and check out this Laird's place. Quite a few trucks around, I say. Perfect hiding place, Uncle Grady whispers back. These types do their shit in broad daylight, and the same holds true for public lights, too. I nod, even though he can't see me. It's the dead of the eeriest night of the year, but the place looks busy enough, lit up like a bustling carnival. A few dangling, overstuffed bats and grinning pumpkin cutouts stare out from the windows. A few of the rigs even have rubber spiders stuck to their windows, dark and empty-looking. I'm parked at the edge of the lot, helping pull Herc around with his leash when I see it. Not one, but 3 different haulers packed with cars. They're parked next to each other, and 2 of them are covered. Damn. Don't fail me now with that nose, I whisper, leading the pig forward. For the first few steps, he just snuffles at the ground, sweat beads on my brow. Forward. All the trucks look deserted, which means their drivers are either sleeping or inside the truck stop, and it's all-night diner. I'm about to take a few more cautious steps when the pig goes stock still, head up, snorting at the night air. He kicks his front hooves, lunging forward, and oh shit, away we go. I have to grip the leash with both hands to stop him from tearing my arm off. He strains toward a mud-splashed truck, squealing fiercely, the same giddy, hyperactive reaction he always gets when he's close to a face full of truffle almonds. Shit. I urge him back to my truck, step by halting step. As desperate as I am to go rabid, to find them, to end this, I can't just shoot my way into a public place with a bellowing pig yanking me around. I've got to get him in the truck and update Grady. I need my gun from the glove box. It takes too long to get the straining, protesting pig back in his seat, and then to reconnect the call that dropped somehow while I was busy. "Uncle Grady, they're here," I whisper, my eyes glued to their hauler. "The second I see them coming, I'm going in." "Weston, don't," my uncle barks. "There's no telling if they're armed or not. The boys are only a few minutes behind you. Stay put, wait for backup." His words are fucking acid. I'm trembling from how they singe my ears, the torture of the ambush I led people into unknowingly flooding my brain. Grady's older, level-headed, carrying a wealth of experience I ought to appreciate so I don't make the same hideous mistake twice. But how the hell can I sit here and do nothing if I see them coming? If I know she's with them, chained up in the back of that thing, or worse. "They've got Shelley," I snap. "I'll give you 60 seconds, but any more than that and I stop dead silent as a beat-up SUV does a tight turn in front of the hauler. The vehicle slows, its headlights winking out a second after I catch two silhouettes moving around the rig, and then it darts for the exit to this place. "Shit, I think they've got an escort," I whisper, the last piece clicking in my brain. My eyes flick to the two tall figures scrambling into the hauler. Its engine chugs to life a second later, and they don't hesitate a second before the massive 18-wheeler lurches toward the blind SUV standing guard by the exit. "Uncle Grady, I can't wait. Tell the boys to keep driving and catch me on the road. Sorry," I mutter, even though I'm not. "Weston!" he calls out, but I'm already moving, throwing my arm in front of the pig for support. "Hang on to your curly little tail, Herc. It's about to get bumpy." The SUV is big, old, and battered. It's also almost 3 times smaller than my ride on its titanic wheels. I go tearing straight for them just as the hauler slips by. They don't have time to react before I clip their tail, sending them spinning. The pig squeals, almost like he's frigging happy about it, while I white-knuckle grip the wheel. That stunt bought us a few seconds, and I'm sure Tweedledee and Tweedledick in the rig saw everything. The hauler screeches as it takes off down the highway. It takes me half a minute to get my monster truck up to full speed, ready to overtake them when a set of lights flash behind me. That goddamn SUV. And they're up my ass with a snarling man leering out the passenger window, a shotgun drawn. Shit. I duck and have no choice but to slow as the first shot grazes my back windshield. Thank God Herc's stubby enough to not have to worry about getting his snout shot off. The rear takes more buckshot. It clangs off the metal like hail, like shrapnel from almost a decade ago. "Hold it together, you reprobate," I whisper to myself, my hands tightening to a death grip on the wheel. The SUV has the speed advantage over my truck. They're trying to pull dead even with the driver's side, not giving a damn if they head-on collide with a car on the other side of the road. I can see a flash of hateful eyes and crooked teeth bared like a disheveled wolf. Probably one of the few meth heads they recruited off Carolina the Skank. I swear if I survive this, I'm gonna make Uncle Grady give her a lifetime ban from the Bobcat. The shotgun roars like a cannon. Too close. I stomp the brakes, skidding dangerously close to the edge of the road and what looks like a ditch. "Fuck off!" I roar, watching the SUV rocketing ahead, getting between me and the hauler. The vehicle could be a rabid coyote slowing down ahead, that shotgun pointed back in warning if I tried to approach. And you'd better believe they want me to, so they can blow my merry brains out. I'm still moving, but too slow, assessing my options. None of them are good with the advantage they've got. I have to knock that SUV out of the way and stop that hauler if I want to rescue Shell. Herc gives me an urgent oink that sounds way too much like think. "I'm trying, Porky," I grumble. "We're so close. If I just had a little help to get that bastard in front of us out of the way." My brain freezes. There's a flash of headlights in the rearview mirror. Make that lots of headlights. A small convoy of tall monster trucks just like mine coming up fast. Adrenaline arcs through my system like a blown circuit, and I punch the dash screen so hard it almost cracks. "Call Falk," I tell my phone system. "No time like now for some company, huh?" he answers in his excited Oklahoma twang. "I'm guessing that's them up ahead?" "Yeah, be careful. They've got friends in that shitty SUV in front of me, and they're armed. We have to surround them, flank them, force them to stop. We have to get ahead of the rig. If that hauler goes into the ditch, it could roll." I swallow, knowing that would be the end of Shelley. "Man, they don't stand a chance. There's half a dozen of us, and the chopper's on its way. We'll stop them," Falk says. "We've got your back, Weston. Just lead the way." Another voice cuts in. I realize it must be Ridge Barnett. "I'll distract those dumbass minions. I've seen this crap in action movies 100 times. Before I can protest, Ridge's truck pulls even with me, waiting for me to make a move. It's now or fucking never. The trucks are almost in a military formation, racing up quickly behind me. Pressing the gas, I charge forward again, staring that SUV dead in the eye like a four-wheeled Reaper. "You feel lucky tonight, Herc?" I ask the pig, never taking my eyes off the potential bullet between the eyes in front of me. He squeals loudly. "That's what I thought. So the fuck do I?" I wrench the wheel just as we're coming up on the SUV's taillights, letting them think I want to clip them again. But I stomp the brakes, falling back at the last second. I don't think they ever see Ridge coming. His truck barrels ahead, so fast the alligator mouth decals on the sides are just a blur. I imagine those jaws moving, snapping at the SUV as he smashes into their rear. Both vehicles go spinning off the road together in a whirling screech and 1,000 tiny metallic flashes in my headlights. "Somebody stop for Ridge and make sure he's all right," I say into the phone, fixing my eyes on what's in front of me. Nothing between us now. Nothing guarding those motherfuckers. Nothing stopping me from bringing her home. The jackasses in the rig realize they've lost their escort, too. The semi starts swerving, fishtailing to block me when I get so close I can read their plates. I take advantage of their chaos, veering out and rushing in tighter again, using it to flank the hauler's side till I'm right next to them. The semi lunges over, trying to force me off the road. They're fast and unpredictable. I'm just smarter. Or is it desperation? Stomping the gas, I wait till I'm even with the passenger window. I recognize that vicious face instantly. Hudson. His window's down, a gun wagging out of it. Shit. I hit the gas, speeding forward. Gunshots rip the air for what feels like the 100th time tonight, bullets pinging off my rear. My brain aches at what they might have already done to Shell. What they'll do for sure if I don't block them, stat. The semi chugs onward, undaunted even with several more big trucks closing in from every side. We play this game of chicken, them trying to drive me off the road while they fight to muscle the other trucks away. I dodge them every time, coming dangerously close to the edge, but stay clinging to the road. "Hang on, Herc," I say when I spot a tight turn coming up. Without hesitation, I drive the truck into the ditch. We bounce violently a few times, but it works. If there's one thing these massive tires are good for, it's handling rough terrain, and that gives me an advantage. They can't cross the road's shoulders. The semi will roll, and I'll bet anything these two cowards won't gamble with their lives. The longer I follow, the more pissed off Carson Hudson gets. Fresh bullets ricochet off my truck, spinning back into the night as they try to shake me. My truck kicks hard as I roll over what feels like a half-broken fence, speeding along the semi like a shark trailing a juicy whale. I still see a cluster of headlights to the side, several more lights pulling ahead of them. A bright white light spears down from above. The chopper. Now they're screwed for sure. But what the fuck will they do if they don't surrender? Like a pack of wolves, the monster trucks surround them. We're about to overtake the truck when the semi swerves again, struggling to keep a few more trucks behind them. I stomp the gas so my truck climbs onto the road again, flying past the car trailer and running beside the passenger window again. This time, I see something besides Carson's sneering Wolverine face. A mass of red hair, a slash of movement, tangled arms. Shell. She's fighting for her life, trying to distract them, or maybe straining to get the gun out of his greasy paws. Fuck. She's going to get herself shot if I don't move it. My eyes flick past the twisting hands, ignoring the single loud shot that must punch through their roof straight to the screaming driver, that Remington asshole I see. He looks like he's losing his shit, roaring panicked words in the cramped space, highly distracted. It won't take much. Just a little nudge to make him lose control, lose speed, lose traction. I swallow hard. It's a gamble because Shelley could get hurt. Still, if I don't get that gun out of her face ASAP. Hercules growls like an overprotective dog. He knows what's coming. He understands. Brace, I whisper. I wonder if it'll be my last word as I foot punch the gas again, tearing out in front of them and open my window to fire several quick shots at the semi's hood. The noise is deafening, and it works. The semi slows in a singing shriek of tires, careening toward me, out of control. Then it's like the whole rig gets yanked back by some invisible tether. I stomp my brakes, slowing, watching that serpent of a truck fishtail wildly and go over into what I can only pray is shallower ground than the ditch I was in a minute ago. I'm right behind them, plodding after the hauler to the edge of a flat farm field where we both roll to a stop. The force nearly rips my arm out of my socket when I pop the door, leaping into the darkness with my 9mm. My ears are still so tattered from the explosive off-road skid of the semi that it suddenly seems eerily quiet. Then a loud, clear, panicked scream splits the night. Shell, I snarl, running through a plume of dust to the truck's window. It's still open from Hudson's failed shooting antics. I leap up on the footboard and reach through the window. The monster trucks are catching up to us now, swarming around the trailer, the chopper beating the air loudly as it hovers overhead. I have to get inside, get to her, before they lash out and kill her. I'm throwing the door open when a head pops up, not hers. I don't hesitate as I swing at Hudson's shocked red face. His head cracks so hard with my impact it spins in the other direction. Get out of the way, Shell, I shout, grabbing the bracket of the side mirror with one hand and the top of the door with the other. I leap off the running board and hoist myself up with a move I haven't used since boot camp. As soon as my hands are on top of the truck and I'm dangling, I swing up, plowing through the open window feet first. A gunshot barks. I know I've been hit by the sickening, familiar thwack before I feel it. The fire, the pain, the bite in my thigh confirms it. But that's not what catapults my heart into my throat. It's Shelley's ear-splitting scream.
25. Pig and Clover. Rochelle.
You dick! You shot him! I scream at the driver. Yes, I'm afraid, but I'm also flaming pissed. Using the same nettleweed I'd used on Carson like a scourge, I attack the driver, flinging it into his eyes. God, it feels good to mash this weed in his face. I enjoy his pained gurgle more than I should. While he's scratching at his eyes, howling, I punch him in the temple with my other hand, pull his hair, try to hurt him as badly as possible. I need to distract them before they kill West. The moment I heard Carson say the words, "monster truck," my heart leaped into my throat. But I wasn't sure what to do, when to strike, Not until the truck went spiraling off the road in a slow-motion earthquake. I heard the gunshots and ripped the cover material off my head, readying the only weapon I had. With a lucky flick of my wrist, the nettles lodged in Carson's face, leaving behind their thorns, just like I'm hoping with Rem the driver now. I can't overpower them physically, neither can Weston if he's dead. Everything happens so fast. I can't think, just react, just move. Shelley, stop, a gruff voice orders. Get back, I got him. Weston's voice penetrates my hearing like he's shouting down a tunnel. Maybe because the rumble of the diesel engine no longer fills the cab, and my ears shook to near deafness when we skidded off the road. I scramble, fighting my way back through the narrow sleeper door. There's an odd silence through the lingering snap and pop of metal pieces settling, the two cursing, whimpering men sandwiching me, and the ferocious growl of the man who's just kicked his way into the truck feet first. I lean back to see into the sleeper I've just retreated from. Weston occupies the space between the two seats, legs bowed and body fully flexed, his lips pulled back in a menacing scowl. If our lives weren't actually on the line, he'd be the portrait of Scary Hot. I'm not sure if Carson is dead or just knocked out, but his head hangs like a broken doll. Weston kneels down with a low growl, shoving a burly hand on the driver's throat. He has a gun, too, I rush out. Not anymore, West says, holding up the silver handgun I saw Muddy Boots draw. Are you okay? I'm fine, but Jesus, you're not. My eyes flick to the dark red wet patch on his jeans, completely staining his upper thigh. They shot you. Ignoring me, he slaps at Muddy Boots' face, testing him, and he doesn't even flinch. When I stumble back into the cab a second later, it's right into Weston's embrace. A massive, tattooed arm winds around my neck. Those bourbon-sweet lips I feared I'd never taste again devour me with a superhuman hunger. All the veils between worlds are torn tonight, and monsters are real. But holy hell, so are heroes. Shocked, stunned, and thrilled is an epic understatement. I could inhabit this wholehearted reunion kiss forever, but reality tugs at my brain, sending panic through my veins. I jerk away, stuttering. You got shot. Weston, you're losing blood. We've got to get an ambulance. I'm fine, he says matter-of-factly. He's so handsome, so perfect, so flipping stubborn. Once again, he came to my rescue in my darkest hour. It takes another minute for the rest of our reality to sink in. I cover my eyes as a blinding light sweeps through the windows from above. Is that the police? Close enough. It's Drake and Bella's company chopper, so I'm guessing the sheriff isn't far behind. He pulls me forward, hugging me with a grip that's intense, desperate. You sure you're okay? He asks again, this gentle thunder in his tone that makes my heart skip. The driver wakes with a miserable sob. My face! My fucking face is on fire! I can't see! My eyes are... Oh, Jesus, help me. For the love of fuck, help! West's arms tighten, holding me protectively closer, leveling his gun at the man's head. Shut up. You'll have a doctor soon if you quit bitching. He shoves the gun barrel against his temple. The other man winces as West says, Don't tempt me, jackass. You almost got her killed. I dig my nails into his arm, pleading with the blue death in those eyes. Don't. We're safe. They'll be arrested, I whisper. He nods silently, but I can see how hard it is for him to resist slaughtering these two clowns. Thankfully, there's a loud grinding noise a second later. The doors of the semi open, and several sets of big, angry arms reach in, yanking both the driver and Carson out like bags of trash. Sharp green eyes appear below, dancing in the artificial light. Falk leans in the driver's door. Are y'all okay? Took a mighty big tumble. We're good, Falk, Weston says, never pulling his eyes off me. but I can tell his voice is weaker, and his hand drifts to his blood-soaked thigh. Oh, God. We can't stay here. The dome lights are on with the doors open, strangely blinding, and I can see the slow, horrible bleed seeping through his jeans. We're not okay, Falk. Very not okay. Weston's been shot, I say loudly, trying not to panic. The man nods, jumping into the empty driver's seat for a closer look. The next few minutes are a flurry of movement. Falk throwing an arm around Weston's shoulders and helping him out of the truck with another man waiting on the ground. West insists he'll be fine, about 100 times, but the amount of sticky blood says otherwise. So does the way he staggers once he's on the ground, like it's taking all of his energy to move without collapsing. I see the worried looks on the faces appearing around him. My heart stops and drops to my feet. Fuck. We gotta get him lifted ASAP. No waiting for the hospital. That bullet could have hit a major artery. A voice hisses in the darkness. I think it's Drake's. Use the chopper. Yeah, right there. The loud whirring woof, woof, woof from above increases as a helicopter bounces down on the highway, landing in the middle of the asphalt where trucks have blocked off both sides of the road, their lights pointing down the road like a makeshift emergency blockage. Several guys hoist West up and rush him inside the helicopter. Not about to let him out of my sight, I push through the small crowd and climb in beside him before anybody stops me. Please, I can't leave him, I plead, as a pilot looks back. He gives me a nod, and a man in a police uniform shoves a set of earmuffs into my hands. Even with them, the noise is ridiculous. Crouching down, I help apply pressure to Weston's thigh. Someone tied a leather belt around it, a makeshift tourniquet, and it's already drenched in blood. Time blurs as soon as we're airborne. I cry, I pray, I worry. I keep my head pressed against his chest, counting every second with his heartbeat, begging it to hold steady with my cheek as the helicopter heads for what must be Dickinson. Sweet Jesus, it hurts. Even having my own life in peril less than an hour ago wasn't this brutal. He can't die saving me. He lived through a frickin' war. I can't let him go without an apology, without the life we're meant for. After what seems like an eternity, we touch the ground. Blue-dressed medics meet the helicopter on the rooftop and pull Weston onto a gurney. Stand back, they tell me. But I can't. I run to his other side, grasping his hand and speed-walking with them to the imposing metal doors leading inside. Don't let him die, I shout at the medics. I'm not dying, Shelley, he snarls weakly. Don't worry your pretty head. I'll be right back. He drifts off, his eyes fluttering shut. Terror grips me by the throat like a serpent. He sounds so faint, so detached, so close to slipping away. But it's Weston, isn't it? I have to act tough, if only so he can have a crumb of my energy. You'd better not go anywhere, you big lunk, I shout after him. I'll never forgive you if you do. Once I'm inside and wiping the sobbing mess off my face, a nurse tells me I can't go further, but that I can give him a quick kiss. I do, trembling as I pray with my all that it won't be my last. Then I watch him disappear to fate through another big set of steel doors. As they wheel him away, my legs go out. The aftershock of everything hits like a fainting attack. I'm too sad to even wince as I go down hard, my knees banging the ground. The next thing I know, I'm on a bed with Graham, parked in a chair next to me, stroking my hand with her wrinkled fingers. West. I try to jerk up, but I instantly regret it. My body feels too heavy, too sluggish, every muscle biting and sore. The pain rips me down in warning. There now, Graham says. I had them give you something to relax. You were so overwrought I feared the worst, Shelley Bean. Weston? His name sputters out more like a demand than a question. He's still in surgery, dear, but don't worry. The nurse told Grady the bullet fell short of a major artery. It's lodged in bone and it might take time to extract it. She pats my face. How are you feeling, Shelley? We came close to losing you. I hate the sadness bleeding into her voice. Fine. I'll live, Graham. I try clearing what feels like steel wool in my scratchy throat. I probably scarred my throat from screaming bloody murder during my nettle fight, and again to call down all the healing gods who ever existed to save my man. Mine. I decide right here tonight that he belongs to me as much as I always have to him. Need a sip of water? Graham asks. I nod, taking a long slurp off a curly straw that she holds in front of me. The stress must completely take over then, because I start laughing. Girl, it's so good to see you smile, Graham beams. If I knew these curly straws still made you laugh, I'd have had 1,000 waiting for you at home. How could I ever forget? You used to give us those kiddie beach cocktails with fruit and lemonade every summer we went swimming in Big Fish Lake. We always used our straws to spray water at each other, I say, both loving and loathing the memory that comes back. Young Weston's sleek, tanned body, boyish and utterly perfect when he smiled around the straw, mischief flashing in those starlight blue eyes every time he emerged from the lake to spray me when we weren't both chasing Marty. You'll see better days soon enough. The doctor says your throat will be awfully sore for a while, she says slowly, and your neck. It's already bruised from that lying, two-faced bastard scoundrel. My eyes widen in surprise. I can count on both hands how many times I've ever heard Graham curse in my life. I can't believe how he tricked us, she continues, her eyes pinched shut, shaking her head. Believe me, Shelley, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail. Sheriff Larkin will see to it, and so will I. Everything that happened flits through my mind like a colony of discontent bats, taking flight. How's Faye? Oh, she'll be just fine. Her injury's bark was worse than its bite. They're keeping her overnight just for observation and due diligence. They said you can leave whenever you're ready, but I said we aren't going anywhere. Not until we hear about Weston. No, we aren't, I agree. Thank you, Graham. Save your gratitude for the man of the hour. He was always the first one to jump in to save you, and I see some things never change, she says with a slow, far-off smile. I wish she was wrong. This time he could have died. His near sacrifice brings stinging tears to my eyes. There now. That boy's too stubborn to let a little scrap of metal shorten his days. Almost as bullheaded as you are sometimes, Shelley Bean. I nod, but deep down, I'm terrified that's not true. What if something goes wrong in surgery? Weston is my protector for life, and he's proven just how much I need him these past few weeks, even when I thought I hated his guts. He's saved my life twice in one season. I could have gotten him flattened by a front-end loader the first week I came home. Now, thanks to me again, he's lost God only knows how much blood. Go ahead. Call it insane because it absolutely is. I don't go looking for trouble. It just finds me. And so does Weston McKnight, this strange, gorgeous guardian man who's always had a gold compass to my heart. Hey, Shelley. How you holding up? I look up to see Marty tugging the curtain aside, concern etched on his face. She'll be fine with a few days' rest, Graham answers for me. Marty kisses my forehead, rubbing my shoulder like he wants to convince himself I'm really okay, truly still in one piece. That makes me want to start bawling all over again. Thank God, Graham. I was worried to death when I heard how that semi rolled and how West got tore up. Without him and that pig, I don't even want to imagine what would have happened. Pig? You mean Hercules? I bolt up, ignoring the groaning muscles in my lower back. Marty chuckles. Grady says he's fine. They brought him over to the Barnett's place tonight to stay. Weston had him sniffing you out like a bloodhound. He got a little shaken up in the showdown, but he's fine otherwise. Holy bananas. Saved by a wild pig and a wilder man. With a nod, I sink back down on the bed, happily deflated to know one little thing went right tonight. Say, are you up for talking to Drake? He needs an official statement. Probably good to get it down while your memory's fresh, so we can slap those pricks with abduction charges, too. Marty grins at me. Don't forget to tell him where you got the nettles. That was pretty clever. I'm glad you think so, I say with a snort. And yeah, sure, I can talk to him whenever. The weed was dumb luck. I meant to throw it away, but forgot when I saw the ambulance for Faye. It was still in my pocket when I caught Carson messing around. Save your voice, he says, patting my shoulder gently. I'll go grab the sheriff. The next hour is a disembodied whirlwind. I try to speak coherently without worrying myself sick about West. Drake sits at my side, punching words into a tablet while I repeat exactly what happened after Graham and Marty left to comfort Faye. I also learn how a wandering Hercules found Drake and tipped him off that something was very wrong. To complete the weirdness, he mentions Granny Coffee stepping up in our absence, taking care of the poor abandoned guest who'd tried to check in. Wow, looks like Graham might owe her a month's worth of strawberries, I say with a snicker. Sure enough, Drake says in his flat Yankee drawl, calm as ever. Now, you mentioned Carson Hudson, and that's not his real name, mentioning some meteorite business in an earlier interaction. I nod, but I'm confused. Yeah. You mean he used a fake name, or what? He's a Carson, all right, but his last name's Bostrom. Took some deep digging in Boston police records to figure that out. Turns out, that uncle he mentioned, a man named Gerald Bostrom, was scamming folks all over the Pacific Northwest 30 or 40 years ago with similar schemes. Only, he got a little farther than his nephew. He had a nasty ring of stolen art going. Pretty nice black market business till his greed took over. Then he got in over his head with some space rock out in Montana. And that was the end of him. I raise my eyebrows, surprised that part is true. But Carson was awfully obsessed with the fake meteorites the Three Musketeers found, wasn't he? The same rock in Faye's photos that drew him here, like a wolf smelling blood. That's insane, I whisper. I'm guessing this wasn't his first try with stealing antiques? Drake shakes his head. Not hardly. I called Montana and had a chat with Sheriff Langley out in Hart's Edge about an hour ago. This guy showed up there under a third different name a couple months ago, sniffing after some secret gold in a lake or something. But an old lady in town noticed the resemblance to his dead uncle, and he blew town pretty fast. We also turned up some reports of petty thefts at antique shops and flea markets in New England further back. I'd bet my bottom dollar his prints will be a match for some of them. What about the other stuff that went missing here? Did you find Faye's gun? I ask. He smiles. A thorough search of the Tesla in the trailer with the Corvette turned up a couple real interesting concealed compartments. Faye's Winchester was tucked under the back seat, along with several other valuables he swiped from your grandma's basement. He called in the goons he recruited through Carolina Dibs to set up the big heist, going after your grandpa's cars. I nod slowly. Everything makes sense. It just doesn't make me happy. I want to barf for ever giving Carson the benefit of the doubt. A traveling antiques dealer? Ugh, why hadn't I trusted my instincts? I mean, what kind of sicko can stand the taste of those rotten swamp nuts? The more we talk, the more questions I ask, and the weaker my voice gets. A couple throat lozenges help, but my voice is totally exhausted. Drake has me sign the statement on the tablet, while Graham returns and insists on calling a doctor. Totally understandable, Miss Simon. the doctor tells me after Drake leaves. Your voice box needs time to heal. It'll be much better by this time tomorrow, I promise. There's no lasting damage. Knowing I can't get more words out, I just nod. The doctor looks at the nurse next to him. Nurse Amy has a pair of socks for you to wear, and then she'll take you down to recovery to see Mr. McKnight, if you'd like. For our sake, I hope you want to. The man practically threatened to start tossing heads around the room if you aren't there when he wakes up. The surgery went quite well, and he'll be going home in 3 or 4 days. That long? I squeak out. Yes. Regrettably, we need to keep his leg immobilized and under observation. The gun was fired at such close range that the bullet did significant muscle damage before it became lodged in bone. It'll heal, however. We need to take plenty of extra precautions the first few days, he says. My heartbeat picks up while the doctor rambles on with the nurse and Marty, explaining that Weston won't be very coherent when he wakes and that I need rest too, but I can sit with him for a short time. As the doctor exits, I roll on my socks and slip into shoes before leaning into the supportive arm Marty offers. We walk down several long corridors to the recovery area. West looks like the only one there tonight. Tears nip at my eyes as I look through the glass. How pale he looks. And that IV in his arm darkly complements the sling holding his leg up. I almost don't want him to wake up tonight, knowing how miserable he'll be. It hits me like a brickbat to the face, and I know this is my fault. All my fault. Let's go, sis, Marty says softly, guiding me into the room and one side of the bed. My brother keeps a gentle arm around me as I grasp Weston's hand. I'm so flipping sorry, West. How can I ever make it up to you? I whisper. His eyes stir, fluttering open. He stares at me for the longest second ever before cracking a faint smile. Told you I wouldn't die, he says, his voice a dry rattle. I try to talk, to laugh, but nothing comes out. Probably for the best when all I want to say will throw him into a coma. I love him. I've always loved him. I love him so much I'm shaking, so much it kills me not to tell him right here, right now. But I can't be the death of him after everything earlier, so I lean down, pressing my lips to his forehead. He lets out a long, groaning sigh. I can tell he's falling asleep fast. He'll be in and out of it for a while, the nurse says, entering the room. That's normal for a fella in his state. He's very lucky. I nod, blotting at the tears on my cheeks. Hell of a friend, isn't he? Marty asks, giving me a knowing look. I nod again, like my neck turned into dough, blinking back more tears. I told him to tell you everything, that you'd understand. But you know what an uptight donkey he can be, Marty says with a laugh. I just wish he would have listened before this crap came down. Frowning, I look at Marty. Tell me what? The army? Weston's struggles still make me feel awful, especially knowing I wasn't here for him when he came home. I already heard a lot from Faye. He went through hell during that ambush. After it, he was dead set on punishing himself for living when so many didn't. He pauses, shaking his head. But that's not what I'm talking about. I look at him, wait for more, wondering if my brain is just done working tonight. He sighs. The reason he joined the army in the first place, Shell. All those years ago, he was on the fence about it for months before he called the recruiter back. You never knew? I have no idea what he means and shake my head. It was you. He holds up a stiff, accusing finger. All you. My brows pull down. I'm lost. Marty nods. He knew you'd never live the life you deserved if he was still around when you turned 18 and finished high school. He knew about your crush, and though he never said it, I think he had an inkling about how hard it'd be to control himself once you were old enough and fair game. My brother smiles sheepishly, that easy, lopsided grin he's had since we were kids. A shiver wafts up my spine. That was what Weston made me promise. Leave town, go to college, see the world. I did that because he asked, because he vowed to stay in touch. I waited on his no-show letters with a slow, creeping disappointment that turned to sadness, then fear, then anger. Until this fall, I let his ghosting act make me numb. But I can't deny the ugly truth, that there was a method to his cold-hearted madness. If he'd stayed almost a decade ago, so would I. I never would have tasted a day at the museum if he hadn't enlisted. The older boy and protector who always held the key to my future. Marty gives me a sideways hug. He didn't mean to be a dick. He was gonna write you. But shit got complicated over there, and I guess he thought if he hurt you a little then, if he went radio silent, it would spare you a lot more grief later on. I told him it doesn't work that way, but he's a friggin' hee-haw. Absolute donkey man. Come to think of it, almost as boneheaded stubborn as you. He kisses the top of my head. Hold up, I'll find you a chair so you can sit here until he wakes up. Somehow I nod. No easy task when your heart keeps crumbling like a sugar cookie whacked with a mallet. I can't stop the tears this time. They come out in a raging flood against my fingers, my lungs heaving. Everything he did, everything he went through, everything he feared, it's all been because of me and his stupid, brave, insane need to protect me. The same lethal instinct that put him in this hospital bed tonight. There's nothing I could ever do to make it up to him. Nothing but one decision that gouges my heart out. Leave again. If that's what he wants, it's the only option. I wonder if that's why he warned me my country roots were showing before that wonderful night at the car show, and why he wouldn't believe me when I swore I didn't miss the big city. I wasn't lying. If my bosses called right now and offered me a way out, I'd take it in a heartbeat. But I can't keep hurting him. Can't keep letting him save me. Can't keep injecting more pain into his sad bruise of a life. Can't coexist with both of us living a confusing lie. You gonna be okay alone for a few minutes? Marty asks. I'll go fill everyone else in on how he's doing. Yeah, I say, even though I know I might never be okay again. What if he wakes up and asks me to go home when my truest home is here? What if I can't leave the man I love so desperately a second time?
26. Feral Pig. Weston. Have I mentioned I hate fucking hospitals? I force myself to not so much as flinch while the doctor's grubby hand digs at my bandage. He wants to see the raw hole in my upper thigh. The leg feels tender, sore, but with his approval, I might be able to escape this place today. Hell, with how I'm feeling right now, I'll leave without it. She was there when I woke up from surgery, straddling two realities. No doubt about every living bit of her being real. I remember her small hand in mine, fiery as ever. I remember the glassy look in her eyes. I remember her lips caressing my forehead as she kissed me. I also remember that I haven't seen her since, and I wonder why. She barely said a word when she was here. Marty tried explaining it the next day when he'd stopped by to see me. She wasn't able to talk much after the way that sadistic freak choked her. Strangled her till she'd passed out, and again while she scratched up his face with that nettle. I'm still so furious I can see the heart monitor spike every time I think about it. Not even Drake's assurances that they'll throw the book at Carson Bostrom, technically, I guess, and his shithead minions helps. Shelley could have been seriously hurt, slaughtered. They could have taken her away from me before I ever got a chance to say jack shit to her. And I'm ready to say a lot more now whenever I see her again. You didn't finish your lunch, I'm told, the doc says, looking at me over his spectacles. Not hungry, I answer. How's the leg look? Well enough with the great work I do, the doc says proudly. The swelling is down significantly today. You're welcome, Mr. McKnight. I snort, casting him a deadly look. So you mean I can go home? Great. Well, ideally I'd like to keep the leg immobilized for at least another day and do one last check. It's been 3 goddamn days, I snarl, trying to sit up and instantly regretting it. It feels like a rat with rabies crawled up my thigh and gnawed his way out. Technically 2.5, he counters. Whatever, Doc. Feels like it's a hell of a lot longer, I grind out. What's the point in lounging around here for $5,000 a day? I can lie in bed at home for free. Raising his bushy eyebrows, the short doctor snaps off his latex gloves and tosses them in the trash. Then he lets out a long sigh. Why do I have a feeling that if I don't discharge you, you'll leave anyway? Because I will, I throw back. All right, you devil. Let me get some prescriptions ready and we'll fuck your pain pills. He gives me a shocked look. I'm not about to go down any road that could lead to new addictions. Sorry, I say, clearing my throat. What I mean is, I want to work through it naturally. Regardless, you'll be on a few drugs for infection control and anti-inflammatories. How do you feel about a cane? He asks. Please understand you shouldn't put more pressure on that leg than necessary. I swallow an acrid sigh. What the hell ever. He's been a good guy, and he's willing to let me go. How about a gold knob on the top? Always wanted to play rich asshole when I was a kid, I say teasingly. He laughs. No gold, I'm afraid, but there are rubber precision grips on the bottom. I snort in return. Okay, I'll comprise. Do you have a phone? He asks, glancing at the rolling table next to my bed. Do I? Mine was in the truck when I went charging in. From what Drake said, my truck took a nasty hit to the right front corner when I rammed the scumbags in the SUV. I'm just glad Hercules was fine when they picked him up, but with a name like that, he had to be. Think I lost it during the incident that got me shot, I say. He nods and walks to the door. I'll send in your uncle shortly so you can make arrangements, and I'll have your discharge papers ready within the hour. Thanks, I say, but then wonder if I want Uncle Grady bringing me home. If I get my phone back and call Thelma's place, Shell might come and get me. Then again, though I want to see her terribly, I don't want her getting an eyeful of me limping around on a cane with rubber grips like some frail old man. My heart thuds harder as I think about seeing her. Hell, maybe I should let her see me with the cane. I bet I could convince her to play nurse for a bit while we kiss and make up for everything that went down before the shit show. It feels like eons pass before Uncle Grady steps into the room with a phone in his hand and plugs it into the wall. Thanks, I tell him, still considering whether or not the rest of me can handle what my dick craves if I actually get a lift home from Little Miss Simon. Who are you so set on calling? Grady asks, standing at my side. I set the phone down. Help, and not you this time, Unc. You already saved my skin by helping coordinate with the other guys that night. Doc says I can go home. He sets a duffel bag on the chair by the window. I brought you some clothes. Didn't think you'd let them keep you much longer, and I'm sure you can use a change. Thanks, shit. I flip the thin blanket down. Oh, I'm sick of this gown. He chuckles, scratching his beard.
It'll be an hour or so before the orders come through for him to leave,
the nurse tells Grady as she walks out the door. I grab the bed rail to help flip my leg over the edge of the bed. Give me that bag, would you? Not yet, Grady says quietly, stepping forward. He stands between me and the chair holding the bag. Not until we talk. I blink at him. Talk about what? Rochelle Simon. Shit, he can't be serious, can he? The somberness in his tone makes my grip on the railing tighten. You really think this is the time and place for a heart-to-heart? Unc, I was gonna call her and have her pick me up so she went back to Washington. he says bluntly, cutting me off. Took the last flight out of Bismarck last night. What? I fling it like a curse. Every part of me stiffens, guarding my reaction to the news of the worst fucking kind. Aunt Faye told me this morning, West. She warned me not to tell you, but I thought you should know. Better to hear it from me than anybody else, he says, folding his arms. I nod, like my insides aren't as raw as fresh beef run through a dull grinder. Whatever, I insist, holding up my hands. That's where she lives, obviously. After all that's happened, it's good for her to get the fuck out of here. I wouldn't stick around a second longer myself after a couple maniacs wanted me dead. Is it? Is it actually good for you two to be apart? Grady squints at me. You're two hard-ass peas in the same denial pod, you and Rochelle. Marty tried talking her out of leaving, but she wouldn't listen. Said it was something she had to do. Don't blame her for anything, I say, growing irritated that he might. It's not Shell's fault. I'm not saying anything's her fault. If you ask me, it's 50-50, he clarifies. You're both hell-bent on denying what's always been right in front of you. When are you both gonna gun up and admit you love each other? I spent years living in denial myself, thinking I could never love again after I was widowed with the girls. Then I found Willow. She peeled my eyes open, and the rest was history. I huff out a sigh, my frustration rising. Point taken. Shame I don't have a nickel on me for your sage advice. He chuckles, leaning against the wall. No, but you owe me your ears. I'm your ride out of this joint, so I think you'd better listen to what I have to say, West. I don't want to hear this shit. Nope, he says, walking to the edge of the bed. I've got the floor, literally. It shouldn't be this hard. Now, I know you've been in love with her for years, and I've seen you the past few weeks, ever since she returned. So has everyone else. You've both been lit up like the sun, happy and alive. We lock eyes, holding gazes like two teams in a tug of war. My uncle doesn't understand. I was happy before all this trouble. Now my throat burns, knowing she's gone. Marty told her she was the reason you joined the army, he says. Slowly, I press a hand to my head. Fuck. Why'd he do something that stupid? Uncle Grady shrugs. Guess he hoped she'd finally see the light and admit she loves you back, he tells me. He's beside himself that it backfired and sent her away. You and Rachel need to sit down and talk without the same old song and dance. Tell her everything. She believes you wanted her to leave again. That's why she packed her bags and flew the coop. Better that she did, I force out. I'm no fucking good for her, Unc. I smashed her heart with a sledgehammer before while she was just a kid. Then she was kidnapped and nearly strangled to death. All because I couldn't pull my head out of my ass long enough to whack an obvious snake. Interesting, he says slowly, giving me this brown-eyed sideways glare. She thinks you were shot because of her. She won't stop beating herself up. Hell no, none of this was her fault. I knew something wasn't right about either of those strangers, and I should have acted. You should have acted on your feelings for Shelley. He walks to the chair, setting a hand on the duffel bag. Now, I know you can live the rest of your life without her, but my question is, do you want that life without her? Don't bullshit me, West. I roll my eyes. Not when we both know you'll go on loving her even if she moves to Antarctica. You'll always wonder what you're missing. What ifs will be torture, he continues, throwing his hand up before leveling another glare on me. Imagine, boy. Imagine never falling asleep next to her every night and waking up with her snuggled against your side every morning. Imagine never knowing the joy of being married to your best friend, never having children with her, never— Enough! Just fuck, stop. I can't take the images he's hammering into my rock of a head. Scenes of everything I've always deprived myself from having. Oh, I'm sorry, he spits sarcastically. Did I finally strike a nerve? Screw you, I mutter, throwing him an eat shit grin. He laughs bitterly. And I've always been honest with you, even with things you didn't want to hear. You're my nephew, and I tell it like it is. Right now, I'm telling you it's time to let go of the past. All of it, West. When you stagger out of here, I want you to give up living in the past. Live with the rest of us in the present. Grady isn't wrong. The truth is one big bitch with diamond-sharp claws. When I hit rock bottom before, he told me I needed help and worked like hell to pull me out of that tailspin. I know, I whisper. He holds a hand behind one ear, cups it as if to hear better. What was that? I roll my eyes at him again. I said I know, okay? I shake my head. And I know that Shell and I need to talk. I need to tell her everything. He nods solemnly. You sure do. Picking up the bag, he carries it over to the bed. That's why I took the liberty of tossing more than one set of clothes in this bag. Aunt Faye packed it, so you have enough clean underwear for at least a week. I'm sure you can buy whatever you need beyond that. A week? I ask as I look at him warily. A slow grin crawls across his face. I knew you'd get your head in the right place, and when you did, you'd be mighty restless. So, I have you booked on a flight leaving Bismarck at 6 o'clock tomorrow. Couldn't get a direct flight. They all have a layover in Minneapolis, but it's less than an hour. You'll be in D.C. before midnight with the time change. Heart pounding with excitement, I unzip the bag. You'll give me a lift to the airport? No, I'll make you hitchhike, he answers jokingly while walking to the door. He opens it and grabs a set of crutches. I stop and stare. The doc said he'd give me a cane. I know, but I told him you need crutches, Grady replies. I told the airline you needed a seat in first class because of your injury. Crutches will prove it's serious, a cane won't. Works for me. Even as I battle back a smile, I shake my head at my uncle. He's like a badass guardian angel sometimes, too good at making me see things from a new perspective, which is usually the right one. Thanks for everything. Oh, and Hercules already on it, he says. Ridge and Grace have plenty of space for him in their stables for a few more days. I told him I'd stop by personally to look after him. Perfect. Oh, and I sort of promised him his weight in bananas and peanut butter if he helped me out, I explain. He may not understand, but I never would have found her without his bloodhound nose. I'm gonna live up to my word. Grady's smile grows. Got it. You'll get a couple PB-dunked bananas every day you're gone. I nod gratefully, rifling through the bag for my clothes. Remember, I'm not the only one who loves you, Weston, he says carefully as I meet his eyes. You just have to let her know. Show her it's okay to finally love you. You're right. Then again, you always are, I grumble. I can't deny giving him a metric fuck-ton of credit. I'll have the evening and several long hours of traveling tomorrow to figure out what to say to her, how to convince her I'm done being a jackass and we need to be together. I'm so up in my head, I jump when he hands me a crutch. Come on, boy. Let's get you out of this place and cleaned up at home.
27. This little piggy went home. Rochelle. Sirens wail outside my apartment for the 10th time today. Lost and mournful. Welcome back. I've been home in this city for just a couple days, and I already miss Dallas's peace and quiet worse than Graham's strawberry shortcake. Actually, it's the people I'm missing most, along with one very special pig. Let's not mention a particularly pig-headed man. Technically, I could call the hospital any time or his phone, assuming it wasn't destroyed in the showdown. Of course, I can't do that because it'll blow my entire plan to smithereens. I set my phone on the counter
and finish scraping my stuff together. Binders of old papers and a couple worn books about the Old West given to me by an awesome professor. Everything fits in 2 boxes I'll ship back to Dallas. I stare at the meager contents of my life here, wondering if I'm making the right choice or losing my sanity. It feels like a whole life, an alternate world that's suddenly stillborn. Heavy. But I guess the fact that I'm not mourning it means a whole lot more. Graham is the only living soul who knows my real reason for coming back here. Whenever Weston and I sit down to talk, I want him knowing this was my decision, nobody else's. He'll still be in the hospital if he isn't laid up at home, and that works to my advantage. With his leg wrapped up, he won't be able to walk away this time. He'll have to lie down, listen, and wait until I'm good and done. It's my turn to live the life I sketched out years ago, before I left Dallas for a dream I was so sure I wanted. That's the curious thing about dreams. They come and go nightly. But the repetitive ones? Those are the dreams you sink your claws into, hold on tight, and let them float you away to a better universe. I may be over 1,500 miles from North Dakota, but I know what I'm dreaming every waking second with my eyes wide open. A life that includes Weston McKnight. All of him. Every single day. If that's what he wants, and only if. That's the part that scares me. Behind his growls and battered heart, I believe he loves me. I've seen it in his eyes, when they go all soft and starry, tranquil as the clear blue sea. Convincing him his love is all I've ever wanted? There's our big yikes. He's not an easy man to convince, even when it's what he wants most. Then again, neither am I. That could be why we've butted heads so often. 2 stubborn idiots, so madly in love they're terrified to admit it. Picking up a framed picture for the box, I pause and stare at the photo. It's an old one with Weston, Marty, and me. The boys sit on the front steps of Graham's house, and I'm kneeling behind them, my head stuck between theirs and my arms around their shoulders. I was 14 when Graham snapped the photo. It was about this time of year. Mountains of yellow leaves piled on the ground and fire-red fragments still clinging to the trees. The boys just finished raking the yard when I'd brought them a couple cold sodas with those curly straws I love so much stuck in the glasses. I sigh softly. Setting the picture in the box, I cover it with packing foam and glance around the shoebox apartment that would honestly fit inside one of Amelia's rooms with plenty of space to spare. The unit came fully furnished, which is common out here. The city swarms nonstop with politicos who move in and out with nothing more than a suitcase on a regular basis. The apartment served me well enough, but it's not worth the nosebleed rent I've been paying every month just to have a short bus hop to the museum. I could buy a nice freaking house in Dallas and still have a payment barely half my rent here. For what? A place to sleep? To dream without dreaming? That's all it's ever been. It's never been home. It's never been me. Thankfully, the powers that be at my job were so gentle when I gave them my 2 weeks' notice. I told them the truth. I don't belong here. And it's downright amazing how right it felt to tell them that. Wiping my brow, I taped the box shut. The building manager said I could leave them on the counter that separates the mini kitchen from the pint-sized living room, and he'll ship them home for me. He also said that with the waiting list he has right now, they'll send in a cleaning crew and have someone else moved in next week. Fine by me. I'll be home where I belong, figuring out my life with West, or without him. It's amazing how calm I feel about that, without having an answer to the most agonizing question of all. I stare at my sad purple flowers in their vase by the sink, long wilted like prunes, because I forgot to give them away or junk them before I left for North Dakota. I lift them out of the dry vase and slowly pluck the petals. Will he or won't he? And what if he won't? Oh, but what if he does? A drumming knock at my door makes me jump. I glance at the clock. It's after midnight, and the building is pretty secure, so I'm not too worried it's trouble on my doorstep. No one gets in here without being buzzed in or knowing the code. I wait and listen, wondering if it was for the apartment across the hall. Then it sounds again, definitely on my door. Crossing the room, I peer out the peephole. My heart hits my throat as I stumble back. Weston? Holy crap! I flip the lock and open the door so fast I forget about the chain. Oops, hold on. I slam the door shut and unhook the chain. My hands are shaking so hard, I can't get the little knob to glide through the metal slide. Sorry, just give me a minute. I repeat it twice before I finally get the damn thing loose and open the door again. What are you doing here? On crutches? Oh my God. You should be in the hospital resting. Not when I'm discharged, Shell, he says, striking me down with that devastating grin. God, he's so handsome it physically hurts, and it feels like a miracle to see him smiling. I want to hug him, kiss him, climb him like a tree. Get in here already, I hiss, shoving the door wide open so he can make it over the threshold with his crutches. Come sit before you hurt yourself. Discharged or not, you should still be resting. You're repeating yourself, he says. Yeah, because you shouldn't be here. He chuckles and swaggers inside like it's no more difficult than walking over to the B&B from his place next door. I almost forget to lock the door before I whirl around to face him. Now, what are you doing here? I ask, blinking in disbelief. He sets the crutches on the floor, along with an overstuffed bag hanging off one shoulder. He keeps a black book of some sort tucked under one arm. What does it look like? Shaking his head, he says, I'm sorry, Shell. All I ever wanted to do was protect you, keep you safe. I thought that meant keeping you away from me, once upon a time. He goes quiet. I raise an eyebrow, breathlessly waiting for more. I'm here. So clearly I can't do that anymore. I don't want to do that anymore, so screw it. You know how I am with words. He shrugs, then pulls that folder out from under his arm. First, I owe you an explanation for the elephant in the room. Read. He pushes the folder toward me. Blinking, I take it warily, studying him as I whisper, What's this? Read, Shelley. He repeats, his eyes hardening. At least sit first, I say, leading him over to the sofa just a few steps away. Do you need something? Coffee? Water? I need your eyes, woman, he says softly. Just give me 10 minutes. Read. Okay. I'm trying not to tremble as I get us both settled next to each other. Why does it feel like this thing weighs 100 pounds? I'm so taken aback by the weirdness that the air locks in my lungs, and when it comes out, I start coughing. I tug at the sweater I put on to hide the bruises on my neck. He lays a big hand on my back. Is your throat still sore? Do you need some water? Marty said you couldn't talk, but damn it, hold on. I'll get you some water. No, I whisper, grasping his hand as I clear my throat. Not until I've had a look at whatever this is. He settles back in his seat as I open the folder. It's holding what looks like a fat bundle of handwritten pages, many of them smudged, worn, yellowed. We glance at each other as I pull the first one out. He nods slowly, never taking those midnight blue eyes off me. It's a letter, I realize, his unmistakable writing slashed across the page in even lines. Shell, why did the envelope take so long to get ready? It had to get addressed. I'm sorry I haven't written since basic. After 2 weeks over here, Fort Benning feels like a palace and Dallas might be heaven. Just saying hi to make sure you don't miss me. Give Marty hell for me. Tears sting my eyes. I rifle through a few more pages, noticing each letter is dated a few months apart. The early ones are short and full of jokes, so dumb they'd make anyone else cringe. Me? I'm smiling like a love-struck fool. And I'm not expecting it when I jump forward over a year to a note that's more than a few sentences.
Shelley, I doubt you'll ever read this, but it's going down on paper. How many times did you tell me to put my experiences on paper for posterity when I called you a history dork? Fuck it. I listened. We saw our first dead people today. His name was Hamid. He served us tea often when we'd pass through his village. He had 18 grandkids. They slaughtered them all except the 2 older ones. His wife, his sons, his entire family. Remember those World War I books you had your nose stuck in last summer, the ones you tried to tell me about and I pretended not to listen? It still couldn't have prepared me for this. I wonder if those dudes in the trenches ever got desensitized, or if they were just always sad. Something tells me I'd better figure it out real damn fast. I miss Marty. I miss Dallas. I miss you. I'm starting to breathe hard, but I see West nodding in my peripheral vision, urging me to keep going. I flip through a few more pages as the dates grow farther apart. Happy 18th birthday. I haven't sent you shit and I'm not sure I ever will. Since you won't see this, I'll tell you why I keep writing. This is my fucking therapy. This is me being very, very glad you're safe at home and I'm here. This is me wishing I was home to give you crap while you stuff your face with Thelma's cookies. Wishing I could see the light in your eyes before you leave Dallas behind for a lifetime of learning and fun. This is also me wishing for crazy shit I shouldn't, and knowing it won't do you a lick of good. So for you, I'll always just wish you the best. Crying. I have to stop and wipe my eyes while I page forward to the very last letter. It's just a few months before he came home. Shelley, Rochelle. Would you even recognize me now? Would you bother trying after I blew you off, never sending a single damn one of those stupid-ass letters? I imagine you're happy and well wherever you are, that pretty head just getting smarter and prettier like a sharpened knife. I'll bet you're too busy learning to think of me, and honest to God, you shouldn't. Because I'm not the same fresh-faced idiot who left Dallas and left you hanging with a promise I can never keep. Because I've seen so much fuckery, I get what that writer you love with the weird Russian name meant when he said, "The darker the night, the brighter the stars." Except mine have gone out forever, and I'm too chicken shit to even tell you. All I know is, I'm coming home soon and you're not. I guess this is a goodbye you'll never hear, a farewell to this godforsaken place and good people and everything I thought I knew. I only have one thing I regret more than never showing you these psycho scribblings. I never told you when I could. I never told you I love you so much, so hard, so secretly it ripped me open years ago. And now I never will. You can't see the stranger, the mess, the fucked up wreck I've become. I'll tell Marty that if you ever come home to Dallas, don't try to find me. Consider me missing and gone, lost to the violence, too dead to be your friend, much less the hero you deserve. Have a nice life. West. His name tears up my throat with a strangled sob. He's dumping his entire heart. He's quoting Dostoevsky. He's killing me one visceral confession at a time. My hands are shaking, as I press the paper to my thigh, looking up at blue eyes so hot they're pure plasma. Ball lightning. Here I am. Good news. I'm not lost anymore, he says quietly, his voice so raw. I love you, Shell, and you're holding the proof that I always have. If DC is where I'll find you, where I can keep loving you like I should have years ago, then that's where I want to stay, with you. I'm so taken aback, the air locks in my lungs, and when it hisses out, I cough, tugging at this blasted turtleneck sweater again that's way too tight. He's instantly at my side, inching closer on the sofa. Hold on, woman. I'm gonna get you that water. No, I stammer. You sit. I wrap both hands around his arm, quivering, blinking through my tears at his handsome face. You just had a flipping bullet pulled out of your leg, and I need to calm down. Once we're settled in this warm silence,
I look at him again and say, "You took my breath away, literally. Did you really love me all those years ago?" He grins, his face heating red behind his ears, and he cups my cheek with one hand. "Hell yeah, I did. I loved you so much I had to let you go and make sure I never found my way back." He pauses, drawing a ragged breath. "That's what I thought then. Anyway, I thought I was doing what was right, protecting you, mostly from me. Turns out I was wrong about a lot of things." "Oh yeah?" I whisper. "Like what?" His eyes flash, total heat lightning again as he gazes through me. "Like how my night got so damn dark, I forgot how to look up. I couldn't see what was always right in front of me. You were always my stars, Shell, all of them. You still are. And if you can ever forgive me for the foot-and-mouth bullshit I pulled before that freak snatched you away, I want you to shine down on me just like you did then. I want your light, your love, forever. But only if you think I'm worthy." Holy hell. So I expected a lot of things when I saw him on my doorstep. A fraught talk, a disastrous fight, a whole lot of groveling if he grew a heart bigger than a peanut. This, Weston damn McKnight, calling me his stars, after he handed me his still-beating heart in those letters, those promises, he kept after all. I might not make it out of this room, not without passing out and spending a good, long spell, lifeless on the floor. But as always, his arms hold me up, gently cradling me like I'm a treasure he spent his whole life looking for. Tears melt my eyes, rolling down my cheeks in seething rivulets. This time, they're tears of happiness. "Oh, Weston, West, of course you're worthy. I love you too. That's why I'm here," I say, smiling too wide for my face, so I could quit my job, ditch my apartment, and come home for good. But you were supposed to be at the hospital, or laid up at home. When I got back, I wanted to find you and tell you I'm never leaving Dallas again. Unless you want to live somewhere else, then we'll both move there. I'll go anywhere you want. I'm babbling, trying to catch my breath in the emotional storm because my heart keeps pounding clear out of my chest. "You, what?" he asks, doing a double take. "You came back here to quit your job?" "Yep, already handed in my resignation. I've got a flight back to Bismarck at noon tomorrow. That's where I left the Herbie parked. I planned on driving straight to Dickinson to see you in the hospital. Are you sure you're okay? Your leg must be hurting terribly." "The leg's fine. I couldn't lounge around another second when I found out you left. I couldn't wait to see you." His hand slides around the back of my neck, my shoulders, his fingers flicking at my hair. "Right now, I can't wait another second to do this." The instant his lips touch mine, my entire being melts at the incandescent love that burns me. It's like my heart springs open, finally free to release the love I've bottled up for this man for half a freaking lifetime. "Love you," he whispers into my mouth as our lips separate. We press our foreheads together. "I was so afraid I'd have a hard time convincing you to take a chance. These feelings are real, always have been," I say. "I was straight up foolish. That's all there is to it. I knew you were falling hard for me years ago when you were still a kid. Knew it because I already felt an inkling of the same thing. But with our ages and our lives, I couldn't act. I had to give you a taste of life beyond that little town. Shit. What'll you do going back there? We don't even have a museum in the whole county." "Oh, I'll figure something out. I have ideas," I say, feeling my lips twist in a smile as I run my hands down his wall of a chest. "Also, you were right to make your move, even when I hated it. I never would have left Dallas if you were around, maybe not even if you sent those letters. You were all I ever wanted, West. You still are. Shelley. Fuck." He grasps my shoulders gingerly, digging his thumbs into my skin, until I catch his eyes. "You're all I ever wanted when I thought it was impossible. Also, there's more you need to know." "More?" My heart races. I don't want him to elaborate on things that hurt him. haunting memories for my sake. He's explained enough, and he owes me nothing. I don't need every detail, I say. I know your time over there was rough, friends perished, and you needed time to heal. Just like you'll need time for your leg when you're not running across the country to Romeo me back to you. Whatever, Juliet. He grins. You know you like it. I do. I also understand. People need time and love and support to fully heal. That's what I want to give you. I'm proud of you for serving, and I'm proud as hell of how you're coping in a healthy way. Always raising money for other folks in need. All I need you knowing is how much I love you. I love who you were, who you are, and who you'll be. He kisses my nose.
Take this time for yourself. The story will return soon, but this moment is just for you and the music. We're grateful for your presence.
I finally see the woman you've grown up to be. I see her, and I've fallen hard, right through the damn floor. He growls. Because it's him. I laugh at the sweet, snarly way it comes out. See? I'm not the same girl I was when you were writing those letters. I left town, saw more than I wanted. That happens in D.C., like it or not. And I'm mature enough to know what I want. You're stuck with me now because that's never changing, West. We'll have our ups and downs like everyone, I bet. But nothing has broken us so far. Not even a couple scummy creeps I had to fight off with nettles. If we got through that, we'll make it through anything. Sorry I was so stubborn for so damn long. I should have figured this out years ago. I loop my arms around his neck. Enough. We can spend the rest of our lives making up for lost time. His hands run up and down my sides, a hunger glinting in his eyes. I'll agree to that. My libido kicks in, but I tell myself to squelch it while telling him, "Hold on, cowboy. You've just come off a long flight when you shouldn't be traveling at all, and you have a bullet hole in your leg." So, he snorts. So, I give him a quick kiss. No fooling around until it's healed. Doctor's orders. Oh, hell. If you think a flesh wound will stop me from being in you, then you've still got shit to learn about me. Maybe so, I say with a grin, releasing my hold on his neck and standing up. You've heard of Nurse Ratched. I tug his hands off my waist. That's me until this leg is healed. I hold his hand and pull. Come on, time to get you in bed. It's been a beautiful evening, but beautiful is kinda exhausting. He stiffens. Will you be joining me? You'd better, he means. I can hear it in his tone. Only to sleep, I say, fighting with everything I have to keep a straight face. We'll see about that, he grumbles. And we do. Before I can respond, his lips attack mine with a whirl of teeth and tongue. The groan that shakes my throat has me wondering if he'll always have this ability to demolish me with a single kiss. When his lips land on my throat and he pushes me against the wall, even with a bum leg, I have my answer. That's a big fat hell yes.
28. Getting piggy with it. Weston. I'm so hard I could fuck Shelley Simon straight through the wall. Kiss by vicious kiss, I strip her resistance and her clothes, falling out of mine as we stumble around the corner. She giggles, slipping into the bathroom with a look tossed over her shoulder that scalds my blood. I can't even feel the pain in my thigh anymore. I just feel my own cock straining like an attack dog on a leash, hungry to split her in two. Cursing, I shed the rest of my clothes in a fit and fall back on the bed, waiting for her to come out of that pinhole-sized bathroom. "How long have you lived here?" I call, needing a distraction to hold my sanity together.
"Almost 2 years,"
she answers through the closed door.
"Why, are you already claustrophobic?"
"Hell yes," I answer, thankful again that she only came here to pack up. She giggles.
"You get used to it eventually."
"Bull, the back room office at my shop has more square footage, and it's basically a closet," I tell her. The door opens to her smiling silhouette. My dick jerks in my hand, my fist gliding down its length for her delight. She's wearing a tank top and shorts, which fit her to a T, but it's her neck that draws my eye like a magnet. The entire thing is black and blue. My frown becomes a snarl. I didn't think I could ever want to dismember a man 10 times over, but here we are. If I hadn't already put him in a cell, I'd murder Carson Bostrom. She knows where my gaze is, and must also know where my thoughts go, because as she flips back the covers, she says,
"Don't worry, it's getting better. It'll fade soon, and it doesn't hurt that much."
I should have cut his grubby fingers off and fed them to Herc, I say harshly, touching her shoulder as she climbs in the bed. Shell, I'm so sorry.
"No, don't apologize. You've done enough of that for one night."
Snuggling against me, all soft curves and auburn hair, she lays her head on my shoulder. It soothes my inner beast when I wish it wouldn't.
"It wasn't your fault, West. It wasn't mine. It was Carson and that other scumbag's, and they're both getting what they deserve,"
she whispers in the darkness. She's right, of course. Both of those pricks will be in prison for a long-ass time. I need to quit overthinking things and lurching toward madness. Still, there's one thing I need to know. Maybe so, but I've got a question.
"Of course."
Where the hell did you get that nettle? Her laugh sounds as adorable as she looks.
"Oh, that's easy. I plucked it out of the ground by the barn, but I didn't get a chance to throw it away before everything went nuts. It was still in my back pocket when I woke up in the semi."
Damn. I shake my head. Wait, why was it in your back pocket?
"I shoved it there so I could pick up a bunch of cigarette butts off the ground. Carson's buddy wasn't very subtle. The guy smoked like a chimney, and I overheard them talking when they thought I was knocked out. I guess they planned on the big heist the night of the dance, but we showed up too soon and thwarted that plan."
I kissed the top of her head. We got lucky. Drake told me everything. Carson's little buddy is singing like a parrot, pinning all the blame on Bostrom, trying like hell for a lighter sentence. No honor among thieves.
"Nope,"
she agrees, kissing the side of my neck.
"Thanks again for coming to my rescue."
You're welcome, but you also came to mine. If you hadn't attacked that maniac with the weed, his aim might have been better, and I'd have never gotten in the window and shut them down.
"Partners in crime,"
she says with a devilish grin. I slip a hand under her tank top, find her nipple, and roll it between my fingers. Out of crime, too?
I like the sound of that. But I told you I'm Nurse Ratchet tonight.
Growling, I cup her breast, flicking her nipple harder. Nurses are supposed to make their patients feel better, right?
Sure, and keep them from any overstrenuous activities,
she says. I work the hem of her shirt up. I won't strain myself. I lie.
West, you have a hole in your leg.
Like I need a reminder. Lucky I don't need that leg to fuck you into next year. Before she can protest, I roll her on her back, pushing her shirt over her ample tits so I can suck each nipple. God damn, she tastes good. My tongue wants to map her from head to toe.
Weston,
I already got a condom from my wallet, I say, barely stopping to pull one pert nipple through my teeth, lavishing it and moving to the second one. I say, "You can take top if you're that worried. That won't hurt my leg at all." Her green eyes roll real sweet for me as she lets out a little moan.
I'm not sure we should. I'm just worried you'll... Oh, my flipping God.
Yeah, fuck. She's mine now. Tonight, tomorrow, the next 100 years, and then some. Even if I live to be 120, I will still get my wrinkled sponge of a dick inside this woman every night. I kick the covers off us with my good leg, exposing my hard-on again. See, we should. The condom's on the table beside the lamp.
Oh, my...
She runs a hand over my stomach.
But we don't have to.
We do, I rumble emphatically. Fuck my leg. You'll give me a stroke if I can't have you now.
No.
She pushes at my shoulders playfully, laughing.
I mean, we don't need the rubber. I'm protected, and I want to feel you tonight, West. All of you.
Damn. Whatever else I thought she'd give me tonight, I didn't think it'd be the gift of a lifetime. Going bare with her makes my balls itch with need, burning to empty themselves up her little pussy. I'm almost fucking drooling at the thought like a dog with a bone. Woman, I like when you take my ideas and make 'em better, I say, slipping my fingers inside her shorts and fingering her panties. I want to shred them, rubbing impatiently at her opening. She's already drenched, ready, her body begging for mine. She lets out a loud groan as I brush my thumb across her clit.
You just have to promise to lie still. Don't move your leg.
It doesn't hurt that bad, I throw back. She stops moving and gives me the evil eye.
Weston, promise.
Fine. I promise to be good even when I'm being so fucking bad to you. Her heated smile returns.
And I'll still be gentle. Let's take this slow.
Gentle? Slow? I ask in horror.
Yes.
She shimmies out of her bottoms, then straddles my waist, grabbing my cock from behind.
Gentle,
she repeats. My lust-drunk brain can't even comprehend the word, especially not as she squeezes me, tempting me to flip her over and take her the next second on my own terms. Damn it, I won't break another promise, though. Not tonight or ever. A minute later, as she's staring into my eyes, stroking me to hell and back, the damaged leg is the last thing on my mind. She goes slowly, languidly, taking her sweet time. I can't stand the anticipation and swat at her ass, grasping her waist as she makes a shocked sound. This is not gentle, lady. This is frigging torture, I say. She smiles and bites her lip with a look I wish I could carve into my brain. Then, careful to not touch my thigh, she lays her palms on my chest. Still holding her waist, I guide her down. We both groan like mad, baring our teeth, and then laugh as she slides down my swollen length.
I forgot how good you feel,
she whispers, pumping her hips. Yeah, fuck. The feeling is mutual. She feels so good I forget to breathe. Tell me about it, I snarl back.
Oh, I think I am.
She punches her hips down, engulfing me in a single stroke. Her eyelids flutter, and she tosses her head back with auburn hair flying like a lapping flame. We both luxuriate in this moment so hard I'm not sure either of us have a pulse. I fight the urge to slam up into her. No easy task, tightening my grip on her ass each time she rises and crashes back down on me again. I let my arms do the work my damaged leg can't. Stroke by stroke, we find our rhythm, me guiding her down on my cock each time with punishing thrusts. I'm flinging her up and down my body as she whimpers, fucking her just like a toy. She may be so much more than that tonight, and forever, but fuck if I don't enjoy using her like this. Her clit hits my pubic bone, grinding into the friction each time she comes down. I love how her face scrunches with ecstasy.
"Oh, West,"
she whimpers.
"West."
Come on, Shelley, give it up for me. I grip her ass so hard the blood leaves my hands, pumping her up and down on my shaft. Give it. A second later, she does. Her beautiful body tilts back, muscles taut, her tits heaving as her face screws up, and the pleasure leaves her breathless. It's insane I don't come when I feel her squirt. Her wet heat spattering my skin makes me bare my teeth. I want to eat her alive, every fucking bit of her, every way possible.
"West!"
She whines my name, still bobbing her hips through her convulsions, riding the high. She comes for what seems like forever, giving up her energy and rolling the whites of her eyes. When she finally settles on me with shaking palms on my chest and a bedeviled look in her eye, I take her lips, grounding her with a kiss like molten lava. You good? I ask, breaking away.
"God, yeah, shit."
She pauses with my dick in her to the hilt, wiping her brow.
"I think I could stay right here forever."
No complaint if you do, I joke, winning a crooked grin from her. She leans down with her eyelids fluttering shut, covers my mouth with hers, and gives me a kiss that's all tongue and heat and love. As she pulls her mouth away, she raises her hips, lowering onto me again with a whisper.
"I could sit on you like a boulder, or I could move like this."
She does it again, pushing a flash of teasing tongue between her teeth.
"And this."
Fuck. Unable to resist, I thrust up inside her like a sword as she punches down again, reaching behind her head to tangle a wild mane of that fire-red hair in my fist. She plants both hands on my chest and levels a serious look.
"Rules, mister. You aren't supposed to move."
I wasn't. That's just my body reacting to yours. I lie, a split second from throwing her under me and fucking her through the floor.
"That's not allowed. You have to lie perfectly still."
Grumbling, I grasp her hips and lean up just enough to tease one nipple. Your rules are impossible. I lift her up and lower her, thrusting deeper as she stops fighting, melting into my strokes. I impale her again on my cock, obsessed with the ecstasy shining on her face.
Just be careful,"
she whimpers between harsh gasps each time I graze the bead of her clit. She's lucky I'm willing to give her anything, because if it weren't for the wound, I'd have her flat on her back and pinned down, her clit held hostage on my tongue till she screams. Her pussy squeezes me like a silk vice, causing this mad friction as I move faster, lifting and lowering her, guiding her movements with that fist in her hair. She lets out a heady growl.
"Weston, we're supposed to be—"
Another pleasure growl chokes her off.
"Be careful. This is
too perfect," I suggest, holding her hips tight against me, pumping into her faster, moving my weight with my good leg. Fuck yeah, it is. And you're gonna come for me harder than last time, woman.
"Yes."
God damn, do I love how feral she sounds when she screams it. With her head thrown back and her breasts bouncing like hell, I prepare for the fireworks. But before we go over, I take one nipple in my mouth, sucking hard as I feel her body tensing, so ready to ignite for me. I'm about to explode too, but hold back, flicking my tongue against her butt as I slide a rough hand between us and find her clit. Her entire fucking being convulses, her pussy locking down on me as she lets out a shriek that shreds right through these paper-thin walls. No more. I've hit my limit. Still pumping, I bury myself inside her with a growl, and my balls on fire, every muscle I own snapping as my cock swells in her depths. "Shelley!" I'm roaring her name a split second ahead of her release before mine takes me so far from anything recognizably human. We come together like a disembodied storm. Thunder, lightning, force. This relentless inferno races up my balls, hurling out of me in ropes, adding my molten heat to hers. I know she feels my cum when she opens her mouth to scream, but she can only gasp. That's when I mark her. Just lean in and sink my teeth into her shoulder, firm enough to feel it, but not to break the skin. Yes, I am a shameless lunatic for this woman. Always have been, always will be. Always gonna own her inside and out, every single molecule. We come for ages like something wild off its chains, as if my entire body knows it's now free to have all of her, to keep her, to love her like she's always deserved. We're free to spend the rest of our lives loving like this. The entire experience is so flawless, so spectacular, I'm boneless when it ends. Shell collapses on top of me, kissing my chest softly. She lies there with me, still inside her, barely deflating as we both gasp for air. Suddenly, all I'm thinking about is my jeans. They contain the other reason I came here in person, and I have to find them, but not before I enjoy her mouth, kissing her slowly as I trace her lips into my brain for life, and gently take away every gentle, happy tear rolling down her cheeks. When we're both over the euphoria and able to breathe again, she lifts her head.
How are you?
She asks, green eyes sparkling shyly. Fucking spectacular. I'm not sure any romp can outshine that. She laughs and kisses me briskly again.
We have a lifetime to find out, don't we?
For a second, we stare into each other's eyes. Do I really want to do it like this? I wonder. Am I actually frigging nervous? Kissing her slowly while I get my shit together, I hold her tight and say, "Yeah, about that."
I love you,
she whispers, settling her head on my chest. I take a deep breath as I kiss her forehead. Time to make my move. Before flying out here, I had Grady make a special stop without fully knowing how I'd do it. I thought we'd go out, maybe to the steps of DC's many monuments, or maybe I'd pick a gorgeous tree in a park lit up like autumn. Now none of that makes sense. There's a fire in my chest that screams, "Do not fucking wait." Now I know this is it. Still holding her tight with one hand, I reach over the side of the bed, feeling for where I left my jeans. I find them a second later and rummage around in the pocket. It's surprising how such a small thing can feel like it weighs more than an engine block. I love you too, Shell. Forever, I say as I pull it out. She lifts her head and smiles.
You don't even know how long I've dreamed of hearing you say that.
Probably as long as I wanted to say it, and now I'll never stop. You make me the man I thought I couldn't be after the war. You make me better. And with you by my side, Shelley, I know I'll always be the very best I can be, even if I'll always suck an egg at words. I know common sense says I should wait. We should slow down, take it easy, take time to find ourselves before I drop a bomb on you this big, but fuck, you know that's never been my style. And we've spent too long waiting thanks to me. We've lost too much precious time for me to sit around wasting more. My throat feels raw.
Weston, what do you mean?
She whispers, her eyes shining up at me like smooth jade, adoring and patient. What I'm trying to say is this. Brushing her chin with my knuckles, I turn my hand over, slowly opening my fingers so she can see what I'm holding. Will you marry me, Rochelle Simon? Marry me soon? Her mouth drops open in this long silence. There's this killing second where I worry she's about to let me down easy, to tell me to cool it. Shit, I knew this was stupid. Too fast, and now I've probably blown my chance to... She springs up before I know what's happening, closing the distance separating us, her arms pinned around my sides.
Weston, yes, 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 and yes, I'll marry you tonight if you want.
My eyes pop open as I hug her back with a gravity bigger than my life. Hot damn. I never guessed she'd come at me with this bubbling enthusiasm bigger than my own. We need a preacher, or at least a judge, I think. Can't imagine there's one hiding in this apartment, I say through a smile that strains my face. She laughs.
No, but you know what I mean.
I also think we'd be a lot happier doing it in another town that starts with a D, I say, running my fingers slowly through her hair. Plus, you didn't see the ring yet.
I didn't need to.
She slaps my chest playfully.
It could be an onion ring and I'd still say yes.
Lucky me. Think you'll like this better than any junk food ring, though. Chuckling, I open the box. Her breath escapes in a sweet puff.
Oh, man. Oh, God, Weston, it's gorgeous.
The way her eyes shine tells me how much she means it. I just knew. The second I saw it, this ring sang her name. Uncle Grady and Marty both gave me crap for flipping my lid over jewelry, but I was justified. This is Shell. This is how we'll symbolize the rest of our lives. The Art Deco design looks intricate and old-fashioned. The single diamond in the center was cut nearly 100 years ago in Europe, giving it age and brilliance. It reminded me of you. I pull it from the box, and then take her hand to slide the ring on her finger, so slowly and gently it feels like she's made of glass.
I absolutely love it,
she says, watching as I glide it into place.
But where on earth did you ever find it?
An antique store just outside Bismarck. Had to fly out of there anyway, and we drove in with time to spare. I thought I'd find the perfect ring there rather than a jewelry store. Gotta thank Thelma later for giving me your size, I say with a wink. She laughs like it's the funniest joke in the world.
You know me so well. So well. I love it, and I love you.
She's still staring at the jewelry, her face lit up like Christmas.
Wow. I'm guessing this must be circa early 20th century, like 1920 or so.
I pull the little tag out of the bottom of the box and read it. 1921, Tiffany's engagement ring, Paris.
Dang, I thought it looked like a Tiffany,
she says with excitement. You were spot on. Now tell me when you want a wedding date, I say, slapping her butt playfully. She smiles.
As soon as your leg's healed and before the holidays.
Start planning now. I'm sure we'll have folks beating down the door to pitch in, I say. You'd be amazed at how good I'm already feeling. Must have something to do with having the world's best and sexiest nurse.
29. High off the hog. Rochelle. I really must be the best nurse, I say 10 days later, as we're leaving the doctor's office in Dickinson. Don't forget sexiest, he growls, pulling me closer to his side as we walk to his pickup. The doctor said his wound is healing remarkably fast, and he won't need to worry about a follow-up for a few months unless the injury flares up. It's such a relief, I say. Can't believe I feel so refreshed. It hasn't even been 2 weeks since I almost got murdered, saved by a pig, and a marriage proposal. Hercules helped, he grumbles. We've only been back a few days, and I think you've made a big dent in that year's worth of grub I promised him. The little guy's part monkey. He devours bananas by the bushel, I say, feeling myself go doe-eyed every time Hercules comes up. It's a sweet bonus that I'm marrying a man with a 100-pound baby. He'll be getting mighty spoiled by Aunt Faye soon enough when we're on our honeymoon, he says. I haven't had a week off in years till recently. Feels damn good to almost have back-to-back vacations, especially when they're with you. "You're too sweet," I whisper. "I'm glad we stayed a few days in D.C. too." I squeeze his fingers. With a quick tweak of our plane tickets, we checked into a nice hotel for the better part of a week. That was plenty of time for me to drag him around to every museum and monument in the city, the Capitol, the fancy restaurants I like, and the barbecue places he loved, ending with a heart-wrenching visit to Arlington National Cemetery, Section 60. It's the place where they bury veterans of the most recent wars. Even if he didn't know anyone laid to rest there personally, he knew their loss, and he was in such good company with several other young men and their families, quietly strolling through the graves and stopping for murmured words of respect. As we left behind those silent, bone-white headstones behind, he pulled me so close and kissed me so sweetly, I almost died. How could I ever forget what he said? "Thank you," he whispered, his voice torn. "Thank you, baby, for getting me out of that hole." I didn't need to ask what he meant. I knew. And I think we both sensed the weight lifting off him like Atlas set free. It still makes me cry, knowing I gave Weston a new chance at life, and he'll repay me 1,000 times over. After flying home first class from D.C., we had a nice, long, hilariously cramped ride in the Love Bug before settling in at his place. It wasn't 5 minutes before Faye and Graham came bursting through the door with a squealing Hercules on his dog leash. I'll never know who was screeching louder, the old women or the pig. We grilled outside and basically let them throw together our wedding logistics. I'm not hung up on style as long as it's with him. Flash forward several hectic days later, and here we are, sharing the first glimpse of our last forever. At the truck, he gives me a solid, grateful kiss before opening the door for me. "Need to stop anywhere else? Not a lot of time left to pick up essentials before the big day." I laugh as I climb in. "Oh, I've had so much help planning this wedding. I'm sure we're covered. Between Graham, Faye, and Granny Coffee, I think I've got a memory like a herd of elephants." No exaggeration. Between the town's 3 senior cupids, plus a hand from Grace, Bella, Tori, and Willow, I've barely done more than mumble, "Yep, I agree," to their suggestions. All fine by me. I've happily continued playing nurse with West until this doctor's visit today. Also, Faye spends so much time at Amelia's since her head healed that she's practically living there with Graham. With her help cleaning and Marty taking over accounting, it's pretty much freed me up to move right into Weston's house. Permanently. It couldn't be more perfect when I can pop over to the B&B if needed, and after our big hallelujah and honeymoon, I'll work some extra hours there while I figure out my next move. "All right, then. We'll head back home then. Just 2 more days," he says with a boyish smile. Can you believe it? Best friends to man and wife. I pinch my elbow in an exaggerated motion that makes us both laugh. Seriously, though, I've been counting down the seconds until I'm Mrs. McKnight. To my great delight, I'll be wearing Graham's wedding dress. We only needed a quick alteration since my size isn't too far off from hers when she was younger. Another dream come true. I used to imagine wearing that dress someday, almost as long as I've daydreamed about marrying Weston. When we're roughly halfway home, I take a deep breath and settle in my seat, pretending to sleep. I'm safe, I'm secure, I'm about to marry the man who's always made dreams worth having. If this is real life, God let me live. And if this is just some surreal fever dream, never let me wake up. I'm still dreaming several days later as soaring music floats through the air like perfume. The beat matches the legion of smiles bursting at the seams. If half the town hasn't turned out for this, I'll be shocked. Marty looks sharpened, more grown up than I've ever seen him in my life, with a charcoal gray suit and a pride in his eyes that makes me want to cry. We decided he'll stand in for Dad, so he does the honors, escorting me down the aisle where my destiny awaits. Weston stands there like my own personal Mr. Darcy, his face tight with so much emotion, excitement, nervousness, his usual dash of grump. And is that awe? Oh my God, he's looking at me, isn't he? You'd need to set off a glitter bomb to peel my eyes off him.
He's wearing a vintage black and silver pinstriped suit with black and white wing-tipped shoes. Handsome isn't strong enough a word. He's so flipping fire, as the cool kids say, that my heart might never restart. The entire wedding has a lovely roaring 20s theme, with the women in colorful flapper garb and the men dressed up like gangsters and tycoons from the era. It was his idea, and it was total catnip I gobbled up the instant he suggested it. My dashing groom is also a catnip overdose. Thankfully, I only go lightheaded for 10 long seconds before remembering how much I love him, buzzing with a high that already has me happy crying. Dear Lord, how will we even make it through the ceremony? Somehow, as I slip my hand in his and we mold our fingers tight, I remember my courage. Even as we share our vows, I shiver with the glorious reality that I'm actually getting hitched to this man. First come the traditional familiar lines everybody knows, followed by original promises we've both written. You've always been the hero of my dreams, West, I tell him, blubbering into the mic. I've loved you since I was 12 years old, when you made me want cookies. I could rattle off some sappy jokes about chocolate chips, but I'll leave that for you. I'm ready for a lifetime of laughter, love, and so many dumb dad jokes, I'm ready to be your wife. I only cry a little, okay? That dancing gleam in his sky blue eyes helps me keep my crap together. Not a dry eye in the room. So we're doing something right, he says, taking the mic and a good, slow glance at our peanut gallery. Even the wedding cake's in tears. I groan, face-palming while laughter rips through the crowd. Of course he wants to start off a life of bad jokes now. Of course. Shell, if I'm your dream, then you're my reason for living. You gave me something to care about the day I talked you into stuffing your face with Thelma's chocolate chip cookies. Years later, you gave me a damn good reason to care about cookies again. Plus everything else that matters. But especially you. He pauses, exhaling so slowly it hurts, and pins my gaze in place. You taught me to look up when all I could see was night. So if you'll have me, if you'll do me the highest honor, be my stars, Shell. Be my moon. Be the air I breathe. Be my sunrise and the strumming beat in my pulse. Above all else, be mine. Holy hell. If I weren't decked out in this gorgeous old dress, I'd be leaping into his arms and kissing him until he topples over. It's only because he nods with a secret smile as a rush of whispers come through the crowd that I'm able to turn away from him. My tears blur into manic laughter when I see the ring exchange isn't exactly what we planned. Apparently, he's full of surprises today. Wearing a silky bow tie that flutters like a ribbon, Hercules prances up the aisle like the prized hero hog that he is, with a tall, smiling Grady McKnight holding his leash. When they both reach us, Herc lets out an impatient snort. "Get on with it, guys," I imagine him saying, and it just makes me laugh that much harder. I hear Grady lean over to Weston and whisper, "Aunt Faye said he wouldn't, but I didn't trust that hog to not eat your wedding bands, so here." As the laughter and murmurs die down, Hercules plops down near the altar with a grunt, and Weston takes my hand. I'm brought back to the heady magic as he slides the wedding band on my finger, a simple vintage beauty that complements my engagement ring nicely. My turn. I take an antique wedding ring of my own I've picked out and push it down his thick finger. "Congratulations," the preacher man says. "You may now." Oh, baby, we're sealing this union before he's done. Our lips bristle with a passion that could send smoke signals through the room. After we manage to break apart for air, we make our way down the aisle hand in hand, with Herc trotting at our side. I toss my bouquet into the crowd before climbing into the monster truck with help from West. The beast is tricked out today, plastered with "Just Married" decals, streamers, and a tremendous line of metal garbage cans behind us. They bounce on the road like our own private drummers as we drive away. There's actually a parade of monster trucks and other vehicles, honking horns and revving engines, all the way to the fairgrounds.
The reception awaits in the massive guest building there, including Hercules, who rides in a trailer behind Faye's van. She's super excited to be a short walk away from her baby bowling ball every day. She jumped at the chance to look after him while we're busy with the honeymoon. Although she hasn't said it, I'm sure she's planning on living at the B&B full-time, rather than any senior complex. Everyone's happy about that. The reception is a treasure with practically the whole town attending. I thank everyone who worked so hard to put this together on such short notice, even as they insist that's what family and friends do. They're not just being modest. Dallas is the kindest place ever. I'm insanely lucky to be one half of its latest happy couple. The dancing continues in full swing long after dinner when Weston takes over the mic, thanks everyone for coming, and tells them we'll be home in a couple weeks. While the crowd claps their hands off, I ask him, "A couple weeks? I thought we only had 1 week. What's this?" He looks at me, sly and sexy as ever. "I told you the wedding was all yours, minus the pig surprise I knew you'd appreciate. The honeymoon's all mine." Kissing me, he takes my hand and adds, "It's time to get started." I'm so game for whatever he's got in mind, cradling his hand with both of mine as we make our way to the door. There, I'm beyond stunned. Wait, what? A helicopter? I blink slowly. "Yep. I told Drake and Bella they'd get it back without a scratch on it. Your bags are already inside," he says. "Where exactly are we going?" He stops, cradling my face so delicately under the moon, worshipping me with a slow, heartwarming kiss before he answers. "You'll see, baby. Trust me with the surprises." 2 days later, we disembark from a boat on the island of Kiribati in the South Pacific. The resort feels like some sort of fantasy island, full of tropical plants and birds, velvety sand, and the soulful sky-blue sea. But it's my husband who makes it feel like an honest-to-God fairy tale. Staring at the turquoise waters in nothing but a swimsuit, I can't take my eyes off him as he emerges from the ocean like a merman king, striding to meet me where I'm lying on the sandy beach, soaking up the sun. He planned everything so well. First, the helicopter to Bismarck, complete with champagne, where we spent our wedding night before 2 long connecting flights, and a boat ride brought us here. I'm still shuddering with awe. "Enjoying yourself, seashell?" he asks, dripping water as he kisses me before plopping down on the stand at my side. "You must be. You're more beautiful than ever." "I'm with you, brown noser," I answer. "Is there anything better than that?" "Just one thing I can think of," he says, tugging me down beside him on the towel. "Loving you." I sigh beyond overflowing. "I just love the way you love me," I whisper. "Never, ever stop." "I'd have to be dead," he growls, running his thick hands down my back. His kisses start slow, but soon have me quaking with desire. The beach is off a private alcove, all part of our breathtaking honeymoon bungalow, and I have no qualms whatsoever about making the most of our privacy in paradise. Rolling on top of him, I run my tongue up the side of his neck, whispering, "You're in trouble for that seashell crap." "Trouble? Why do I like the sound of that?" "You should. I'm about to yank your trunks off so you can sink your cock deep inside me. I'll even let the nickname slide if you lend me an O or two." With a devilish grin, he cups my butt with both hands. "Baby, I'll lend you 10. Laughing, I straddle him, sitting up and unhooking my bikini top. "Careful, that sounds like a threat." "It's a promise," he throws back, sinking his teeth into my bottom lip. "Now open your legs." His wandering hand demands more than his words, pulling my thighs apart. Exhaling, I toss my top aside and stand, shimmying out of my bottoms before I grasp his trunks and jerk them off while he's still on the towel. God, he's so hard, so ready, aching for me so intently I can feel it. There's no thrill in the world like knowing you're wanted by the man who becomes your everything. As I plant my knees next to his hips again, he grasps my waist. "You're shaking, Shell. You want me inside you that bad." he growls, adding another nip of teeth to my lip. Please, now. I settle on top of him again, a position that's becoming a favorite among many ever since he hurt his leg, and lower myself down, teasing the head of his cock. Too slow, he growls, lunging up and stealing my breath as he sinks deep inside me. Delicious. The first 10 greedy strokes nearly send me spinning over the edge. Releasing the moan in my throat, I deepen our kiss, dragging my nails down his chest. He gives back a lion's purr that vibrates against my tongue. This man knows my body too well, and he's hell-bent on reminding me. Weston takes my nipple against his tongue, brushing it with pleasure, while his upward thrusts swing so hard his balls smack my ass. I whimper against his face, my own personal Lucifer, and he knows exactly what to do and when. It's not long before I'm the one being punished with quickening thrusts and a sweet, stinging friction on my clit. West, I whine, my breath deserting me along with my soul. I can't take any more. So I arch my back, bracing to take him as deep and as hard as I can before my climax hits. Coming. The O is a lightning bolt, a whip, a white-hot rhapsody that curls my toes into the sand. The sun kissing my bare skin adds something extra, this visceral warmth that makes me feel like I'm airborne, far away from every care in the world except for the god under me. And I've barely begun coming when that god I married looks at me with a ferocious expression. His eyes are glowing slits, his muscles are stone. His teeth could swallow me in one bite. Oh my freaking God. He's about to. Fuck, he roars. Don't you stop. Keep that pussy coming. And I do, barely holding my eyes open to see him when he comes undone. My climax becomes an ongoing cluster of ecstasy, one raging hit after the next, as he thrusts into me again and again. A guttural rasp leaves his throat like a breeding bull in rut. We're quaking, panting, a tangle of limbs until we're utterly drained. Emphasis on drained. I'm overflowing with him by the end, and there's something weirdly enjoyable about knowing I'll be leaking him all evening. Insane? Yes, and it's our insanity. I'll never get tired of him thieving such delight from my bones. As my body shudders once more, the last of my pleasure fading, I collapse on him, exhausted and blissfully happy. My cheek nuzzles his chest. That was so good, I need a nap. Right here. He kisses the top of my head. Get your beauty sleep. I'll wake you up in half an hour, he whispers. I give him a suspicious look. What for? Another surprise? You'll see. He says so flatly it's basically an admission. I laugh. Weston, when you said that before, it meant a helicopter ride and 2 long jet flights around the world. His chest rumbles with low laughter. He caresses my side. No chopper this time, but there might be a boat involved. A boat? Why? Rest, and you'll see. He tugs me forward, holding me to his chest. Take your nap. The sooner you sleep, the faster you'll see. Dick. I slap his shoulder. Like I can nap now. Where are we going in another boat? He flips me over so I'm the one on the ground with him on top. Shelley McKnight, you will not ruin this surprise. If I have to fuck you the whole time till it's ready, just so you're distracted, I will. Slade. He just ended me right here, but I managed to kiss him and push at his huge shoulders. Let's get up and go back to the bungalow. We should get ready if it's a huge deal. You have time for your beauty sleep, he warns. Nope, I'm wide awake now, so I'll trade nap time for a shower. Then, because that sounds like heaven, I add, get off me and I might share said shower. Smiling, he jumps off of me, proving once again just how healed his leg is. We grab our belongings and jog up to our bungalow naked. We do share the shower. I guess I'm glad because he torments me with another rush of delirious sexy time up against the tiled wall, and he's as good as his word about occupying my attention until it's time. We're barely dressed when the electric golf cart shows up to take us to the main resort lodge. I'm afraid my face might stick because I can't stop grinning. It's not just whatever ridiculous, totally over-the-top thing he has planned either. It's him, and this wild epiphany. It's knowing that Weston freaking McKnight and his mischief are mine forever. It turns out the boat is more of a full-sized yacht, fancier than the ferry that brought us to the main island. When I realize where we are and that we're heading for the Phoenix Islands, I freak. Aghast with awe, I stare at Weston, who gives me a smile that's way too calm. Now it makes sense, I splutter. That's why you chose this place for the honeymoon, isn't it? He shrugs. I figured someone who's a sweet-ass history dork and lives in a town where the Earhart name's plastered all over might like seeing Amelia Earhart's last known resting place. Nicomororo? I ask, gushing with excitement. We're going to Nicomororo? Damn right, he says with a solemn nod, pulling his olive green U.S. Army hat lower by the brim. He truly knows me inside and out. I hug him like I'm about to break because I am. But as always, his kiss puts me back together. Unbelievable, I whisper, knowing I'll repeat it 10 more times before today ends. Worth it, because the entire day is unreal. The islands are gorgeous, and our guide is an open vault of information. She shows us the exact spot where they found 13 bones, just recently matched with DNA, confirming they once belonged to the famous aviator, Dallas legend, and namesake of Graham's livelihood. I'm in total awe and can't shut up about how badly I can't wait to get home and tell everyone about being here. As we head back to the beach after a whirlwind tour, our guide leaves, telling us our ship will depart in the next hour and we're free to look around until then. The smile she gives Weston before she darts away makes me wonder if, like me, she thinks he's the most hottest man alive. I'm not even jealous. He's shown me 100 times over that he belongs to me and always will. With my hand clasped in his, we walk a short distance. Soon, I spot an odd circle of whitish stones stacked neatly on the sand. Almost looks like a sign of sorts, I say, staring at the rocks. Maybe it's pirate treasure, he says, squeezing my hand. Better get digging, Shelley. What? It might be a grave or memorial. This place is pretty private. Also, there were never any records of pirates in these parts, I say matter-of-factly. I've got some bad news for you, he says, thumping his chest and tugging his hat brim over one eye. They call me Pigbeard of the Phoenix Islands. He shifts into this snarling pirate accent that makes me laugh. And if you want to make it back to your favorite oinker alive, ye'd best get digging, seashell. Idiot, I whisper affectionately, pushing away from him as he pulls his hat back up with a grin. Don't make me do that again, he chuckles. Seriously, check it out. Maybe it's a new treasure laid down for someone to discover today. Oh, yeah? Like who? I know who, he's getting it, but I'm having so much fun I don't want it to end. Only one way to find out, he tells me. Is that why the guide looked at you like that? I ask. Like the two of you had a secret? He shrugs, sitting down near the rocks with a dead-eyed look for me. Get your cute butt over here and dig, he growls. I flop down next to him then, pushing away some sand in the center of the rocks. It looks like the top of something, a small wooden chest? Curious, I dig deeper and lift the chest out of the sand. What's this? What did you do? I ask. That's your wedding present. Really? I ask, touched by his thoughtfulness. He nods solemnly. Lifting back the lid, I stare at what looks like a large metallic skeleton key in the bottom, then look up at him. He lifts it out of the box for me. This key still works on the doors inside. Doors? Aunt Faye's house, he says, wagging a finger like it's all obvious. Okay. Odd. I take the heavy key, passing it back and forth, thinking as I feel its weight. Why give me a key that works on some doors at your aunt's place? Because it's your house now, Shell. I drummed up a few donations and pitched in myself to buy it from Faye. All for you. He pauses, kissing me again. All for my adorable, dorky, history-obsessed wife. There's a new account waiting for you, too, already loaded with cash from everybody who cares about preserving memories.
The Barnetts and Larkins alone tossed in enough to keep things going without making a dime for at least the next 5 years. So turn my aunt's place into Dallas's own museum, whatever you decide to call it. Mind blown. I slap a hand over my mouth and try not to short-circuit in his arms. Besides screaming with glee, I don't know what to say or do, or how I can ever repay him. You're serious. This isn't one of your silly jokes. My jokes are dumb as hell. But when are they cruel? He says with a smirk. Seriously? I whisper. Seriously, baby. Oh my. An ecstatic sob steals my voice. I kiss him, hug him, scratch him like I'm an overstimulated puppy. Laughing, he grabs my wrists, urging calm. Easy. There's just one little hitch you should know about. What? Anything. I don't think anything could ever ruin this, West. Good. Because Aunt Faye wants a job at the museum when it opens. He says, done. I laugh, sinking into his arms again, forever my safe harbor. She can teach Hercules to tap dance for a special exhibit for all I care. Just 1 day a week, he says. She can't work much more than that because she'll be busy enough at the B&B. I throw myself at him again so hard, he loses his balance. We actually tumble over into the sand together. You have no idea how much I love you, Dream Man. I say, shit. Just don't start calling me that, he says with a booming laugh. And I know you love me. Without even trying, you make me feel like the luckiest dude in the universe. Oh, good, because you're stuck with Mrs. Luckiest. I'm stuck with a pig, he grumbles, and I laugh because he can't hide his affection for the third wheel of our family anymore. You, I choose every damn day. You'll be my first, second, third, and 1,000th pick forever. Have I mentioned I love this man? Later, we definitely both get luckier, back in our bungalow and surrounded with glowing candles. Every naked kiss reaffirms our pact as the worst best friends. We were never meant for longing, and now that we're together, I'll never want for anything else. This concludes The Worst Best Friend by Nicole Snow, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Jason Clark. Copyright 2021 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.